Macca's. Here's the 30ism at Cafe. And our first session will be thanks to Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to Drinkwise. Adam Collins with you to begin our broadcast. And as ever, I've got Bharat Sundaresan with me from Crick Buzz. Got Phil Long, our scorer statistician, an all-round numbers whiz with us too. Longy, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
We were chatting before about the Australians' ability to take wickets early in their spells. It was so important yesterday.
Well, it was incredible, yeah. I mean, a wicket apiece for the 5 Australian bowlers used. Nathan Lyon came on for 2 overs, took a wicket, taken straight off. He got that wicket. Yeah, yesterday, Mitchell Starc, first 2 overs, poor. Came back, took a wicket with his 20th ball. Scott Boland, his 10th. Pat Cummins, his 18th. Green on his 11th, and Nathan Lyon, as we mentioned, with his 9th ball. So 20 balls for Mitchell Starc was the most that was required before they took a wicket.
Just thought the way Lyon bowled, it's 2 overs, sample set, but the way he set up Jadeja, that cat and mouse game with the links, it's a master of his craft.
I was just noticing Nathan Lyon before he came out to bat, Adam, and that's around the time Jadeja was reintroduced into the attack. Remember, he took a wicket straight away off Alex Carey, and Nathan Lyon moved to the front of the Australian dressing room. He just sat himself on a chair and he kept observing what Jadeja was doing. He would look down on the pitch and then immediately turn his head towards the TV. I obviously have my binoculars on the wrong spot. And you knew he was studying, and you know Nathan Lyon better than anyone else. He's someone who'll walk to the middle during every session break to study the pitch, study where he wants to land the ball. And no surprises that he landed the ball exactly what he wanted to. And beautiful bowling. Attacking batter Ravindra Jadeja was playing a lot of shots. He knew he would come at him, so he just dragged him wide.
When Australia had Glenn McGrath and Shane Warne at their disposal for so long, when Steve Waugh was captain or Ricky Ponting, they would always start their day with McGrath and Warne when they were bowling for the night before. Why? They always started with their best bowlers. Australia, beginning this morning with Scott Boland. I think that's a massive show of faith from Pat Cummins about the extent to which he rates the Victorian.
I'm going to stick my neck out and say it's going to be very difficult to stop Scott Boland from playing all 6 tests this summer. The way he bowled yesterday, because he was the one who gave Australia control. We keep speaking about the first 3 overs. Australia conceded 22 runs. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill both had hit a few boundaries. You thought that they were getting some momentum going, and then what happens? Scott Boland comes in, bowls that very tight over to start with. The second over, Shubman Gill, we called it, didn't we, Longy? We said this is going to be the big test for Shubman Gill. If he can survive this over, he didn't survive it.
It's a mighty test record Scott Boland enjoys so far. KS Bharat is down the non-striker's end.
Just very quickly, the way the game moved on yesterday, 293 runs, 12 wickets from just the 74.3 overs bowled.
And not enough in the final session either. Australia should get fined heavily for that. Different story. Boland away. 3 slips in a gully. Rughani facing. And around the corner he goes. First ball to fine leg. Gets a single. Moves him into the 30s. 5 for 152. He's faced 72 balls for his 30. Nikesh made the point before that he made a 29 ball 71 in the IPL, and he's 71. So I make that 71 from 29 balls, and the inverse of that overnight here, showing his adaptability, the veteran. I say veteran, it feels like Rughani isn't that old, but he's played so much cricket.
It doesn't look very old either, right? I've been watching Ajinkya Rahane make runs since pretty much the day I walked into cricket journalism in 2008. It was around the time he made his first-class debut. And he hasn't changed much physically. He's always been a strong guy.
KS Bharat resuming on 5. His first ball from Boland. 4 in the corner. And bowls him! Second ball of the day. Scott Boland. You cannot keep this man down. He's irrepressible. He's on the money. He splays the stumps. Australia, first blood on day 3. Second ball. KS Bharat bowled for 5. India in a world of pain at 6 for 152. Scott Boland, what a cricketer.
There is no good cop, bad cop routine when Scott Boland has the ball in his hand. It's an interrogation. And KS Bharat had no answers. He just said, I surrender.
First ball he faces in the day, and he cops one that hits the seam and jags back violently. Not too dissimilar to the ball that Shubman Gill shouldered arms to yesterday. The replay is pretty watching for tyre power. End of financial year sale. And the celebration from Boland. Celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals. Celebrating lives. He knows he's well and truly in this. Boland has 2 for 30.
He's well and truly in this, and he's well and truly in the top 3 Australian fast bowlers right now. Pat Cummins was asked the question before this test, how far away is Scott Boland from breaking into the top 3, where he's no longer a replacement, he just has earned his place in the side? And he said not too far. On the basis of what he's done so far in the last 2 days, I think he's in the top 2 in my opinion.
Pat Cummins, great captaincy. I mean, we talked about it off the top. The temptation for any captain is to bowl your best bowler, which is him.
Yep.
And he's seen fit to go with Boland from the Vauxhall end, and it pays off inside a couple of minutes. I mean, that's the stuff as a captain. When you got the Midas touch, it becomes infectious. All your decisions start going right.
And when you speak about bowlers striking early in their spell, that's also a great sign of great captaincy, right? He's the one making the bowling changes. He brought Cam Green on when nobody expected it after the tea break yesterday. He gave him that wicket. And Scott Boland, but throwing the ball to Scott Boland doesn't need great captaincy, right? You know he's going to give you a wicket.
But he's knowing when to bring them on and knowing when to take them off.
Yeah.
Say Nathan Lyon, 2 overs. Thank you.
Exactly.
There you go.
New man, Shuttle Tucker, made twin 50s here in 2021. The all-rounder facing Boland, back of a length, hits him on the glove, rears up off a length. Boland already landing it in a shoebox. He looks born to bowl with the Duke's ball, Longy.
Barrett, you mentioned Indian fans moseying towards the ground. I wonder if they might keep on moseying by the
I
oval now.
think so. I think a lot of them had bought tickets already. They must have thought Friday, batting day. Virat Kohli might be out there making a big 100. Well, not to be, but they get to see this magic delivery from Scott Boland. You're right, Adam. Very similar to the one that he bowled to Shubman Gill. But that's what he does. He makes the batter make decisions. Ball after ball after ball after ball.
Boland up, delivers here. Shardul Thakur down the leg side, gets a glove on it, ends up where short leg isn't.
He's relentless. He would be really disappointed with the first ball of the day he bowled to Ajinkya Rahane, just drifting onto his pads. Maybe it was a setup. Maybe he wanted to get rid of KS Bharat at the other end. But there's really little anyone could have done. Poor KS Bharat, he's not having a great start to his test career. He's waited so long to break into the top level. Finally gets his chance after that unfortunate accident to Rishabh Pant. We saw him struggle in parts in India. Unfortunately, the first ball he has to face, after having copped a few blows yesterday, is from Scott Boland.
You do feel for him a bit. He did keep really well, and higher degree of difficulty than people think wicket-keeping in England with the Duke's ball moving so late. They did need a good keeper. Boland in to Shardul Thakur. He's in behind it, pushing out to cover. Applause from the Indian fans. That's the first ball that's hit the middle of the bat this morning.
Yeah, very much so.
We're getting about 20 replays on telly of the Boland ball, all for tyre power end of financial year sale, and why wouldn't you? The Australian slips cordon. Look at that. Great pictures.
Yeah, they love Scott Boland.
How can you not? He's such an affable, gentle man, isn't he?
Unassuming.
Yeah. Never thought this was going to happen for him. Boland, last ball here, delivers, and edging to third slip, put down. Khawaja stuck up the right mitt. It was travelling. Didn't drag it down with him. Ends up at deep third for a couple. Could have been 2 in the over. Good effort from Khawaja nevertheless. So a wicket and 3 runs from it. 6 for 154. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale. Thakur off the mark. We'll need another look at that as well for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Replays being lent on heavily in the first over of play. It was back of a length. He didn't quite want to cut at it. Just wanted to prod at it.
Yeah.
Hit high on the blade and gave Khawaja a look. Had it been Cameron Green there in third slip rather than in the gully, which of course you can't retrospectively or retrofit where you put your fielders, but it does mean that Boland is all over them early on, knocking over KS Bharat, the first ball he faced on this third morning. We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe, our session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise. And what a Macca's moment that was. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. And that may well end up our delivery of the day for Macca's as well. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Scotty Boland, what a start.
Yeah, I think he has a few more up his sleeve, Adam. I just think he has a few more up his sleeve. What a way to start, though.
So Pat Cummins will start from the pavilion end. Bowling here to Rughani on 30. The former captain and vice-captain plays inside the line of it Carey takes it on the way up. Now, Ajinkya Rahane and his career arc, we spoke a little bit about it yesterday, but having such a dreadful run through 2020 and 2021. Now, here's the replay of the Khawaja drop. As I say, he got something on it. We'll need a better angle than that from Telly. He just bended it almost off the face of the bat, Bharat.
And that's why it flew so quickly.
If you want to be really critical, and it was flying owing to coming off the face, Khawaja might have got his left hand involved as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I wonder if he had time to put a second hand up.
Here's Cummins in here, bowling to Rughani on the middle stump in that channel. Just angling back after hitting the seam. Well bowled to start for the captain.
Yeah, going back to Ajinkya Rahane, Adam. Yeah, he had to wait his time. He scored a lot of runs in first-class cricket through that 2008 to 2012-13 period. And then he was 12th man for a long time, nearly felt like 2 years. While he waited for the likes of Dravid and Lakshman, and then eventually Sachin Tendulkar to retire. Made his debut against Australia, didn't he? In that 2013 tour.
Yeah. Cummins towards us, 3 slips a gully, delivers here. And he's finding the inside edge of Rughani down towards deep backward square. Gets a single, moves to 31, 6 for 155.
Yeah, and 2014 was a big year for him. Made a famous 100 here in England. But he really made a name for himself in a victory for India at Lord's. And then that 100 at the MCG. He really won over Virat Kohli. People talk about Mitchell Johnson v Virat Kohli because Ajinkya Rahane, who really took down Johnson that day, charging him, mighty Mitchell Johnson, with the second new ball. And he's sort of reserved his best performances for Australia, and his record overseas, Longy, I'm sure you have the numbers for it. So much better than his record at home.
I think it's also, you forget, his leadership quality sort of shone through, didn't it, when India really needed that.
So a short leg in for the new man, Tucker. Cummins delivers pavilion end, bowls here. Plays with soft enough hands that it spills out to cover point, no single, Longy.
Yeah, Rahane's 83rd test actually starts the day just 40 runs short of scoring 5,000 test runs for India.
Yeah, at some points last year you thought his time had come and gone. Very similar to what we thought with Pujara as well. Very strong-minded individual, black belt in karate. It's not the that's not the loudest or the more bombastic of people, and he's always been compared with Virat Kohli, unfortunately for him, who's so larger than life, always has been.
So Cummins up, bowls here off the hip. Tucker gets it down to deep backward square with control. They'll take a couple. Mentioned it was here at the Oval where Shardul Thakur really made a name for himself in 2021. Of course, that fine performance at the Gabba, not on debut, was it? He was injured on his test debut.
He was.
Inside his first spell and barely bowled, but his first ball at the Gabba of that series picked up a wicket around the corner and then went on to make important runs down the list and came here to the Oval and did much the same. 50s in both innings, wickets in both innings, and ensured that India would win both sides of the Thames on that tour a couple of summers ago. Cummins to complete his first over of the day. Into Tucker here, bowls to him, and he plays and misses. That's not the shot at this particular juncture. Full and wide and swished and missed. 6 for 157 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont's Hull huge sale. Rahane 31, Tucker 4.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Knocked out in the early rounds of AFL Survivor? Play AFL Survivor Second Chance and you could win $2,000 cash and a VIP AFL Finals experience thanks to Berwick Motor Group. Out tip, stay alive, win big at iCanWin.com.au. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick up here past to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to re-run for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Rahane goes back and defends the first ball of the new Boland over. A little bit inside edgy there, so again he's hitting the seam and bringing it back.
He'll keep doing it. all day long. I mean, in an era where we question the longevity of long-form cricket.
Boland, 3 slips a gully, remains his configuration behind the wicket. Rahane, soft hands to gully, where Cameron Green does the rest. No run.
Yeah, I mean, we generally talk about Test cricket, but you talk about first-class competitions around the world, with the Ranji Trophy, the Sheffield Shield, the County Championships, of course. And when you see someone like Scott Boland succeed at the highest level after having spent so many years doing the same at that level, it just tells you that there's still so much value to it, right? Like, we might not talk about the relevance of first-class cricket in terms of broadcast money or what it matters to those running the sport, but it still matters to the sport.
Yeah, there's an inherent beauty to it, isn't there? With Boland delivering here, and Rahane hand off the bat down to fine leg. Again, that movement off the seam. He's 32 with the single, 6 for 158 India. Yeah, living over here, I get to experience the existential dread that is always part of the conversation in English cricket. But not least when it's about first-class cricket, the intersection between that and white ball competitions, especially the 100, which started a couple of years ago. The fact that there are no test matches in August this year is a real talking point, understandably, not unreasonably. But as they're trying to grow the game and find a new audience, that they are trying to do that while not compromising first-class cricket. At least that's the stated objective. But the extent to which first-class cricket is its own separate entity, I think, gets lost a little bit as Boland gets to the crease and bowls. And it's way down the leg side. Don't see that very often from the Victorian. It's signalled for buys. Stiff on Alex Carey. Had no chance of dragging it in away to his left. Makes India 6 for 162, 307 behind with the 4 sundries.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Completely lost his radar. Almost landed on 7 stump, outside leg stump. And you could see the Australian flip cord, and they were in shock. I don't think they've ever seen a delivery like that from Scott Boland.
Boland's still got the 4 catching men for the outside edge. Bowls here, finds the outside edge and beats Cameron Green. Not easy to do. Down towards the rope at deep backward point. Green nearly got to the contest. Dragged in at the last, not quite. Too much work for Nathan Lyon to do. So back-to-back boundaries for India. They're 303 behind Australia at 6 for 166, and that's Thakur's first boundary.
He's a dangerous batter because he'll keep coming at you. He will edge deliveries. He can annoy the opposition. The one thing Australia have already done well to him today is pitch it up to get him to drive. A lot of teams start going short at him. Australia themselves were guilty of it at the Gabba 2 years ago, and England for sure at the Oval. He will give you chances. Just need to keep getting him on the front foot.
Backward point goes back. Boland delivers. Last ball of the over. It's full and straight and pushed out towards mid-wicket where Pat Cummins does the fielding. 6 for 166 at the end of the over. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont tails huge sail. Rahane 32, Thakur 8.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chiffies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide. That's Imar.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. First session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Adam Collins, Brett Sundaresan, Phil Long. First half an hour, as we will be throughout this test match and the 5 Ashes test matches that follow. Pat Cummins, his second over of the day. Pavilion end bowls here. Thakur opening the blade. Rughani, I should say, in the short sleeve jumper. Out to backward point where Nathan Lyon is set sweeping. 6 for 167. Rughani up to 33. Hey, I've been told back in Melbourne, Baz, that we have got the perfect sync at the moment with Channel 7.
Oh.
That is to say, if you're listening on the app, you don't need to adjust any of the settings to listen to the radio and turn down the telly. Now, that is something that, as a kid, I made an art form of. I didn't mind that the radio coverage was always like half a second ahead of the TV or whatever it was. It was fine for me. In fact, I wanted the information earlier, thus radio. As Cummins gets to the crease and delivers to Thakur, who hit on the glove. Extra bounce, rode it well, ends up with Green at gully. So we're in a perfect position today to encourage people to turn the TV down.
Yes,
I'm not saying Not speaking ill of our TV colleagues, by the way, a number of whom are working with us on SEN. They're doing a splendid job. But if you want to have the immersive radio experience, narrating the day through the night, and you also want to watch the telly, it's not that hard to do. Whereas, by the way, that ball did rear up.
Yeah, it did.
Mentioned that Taku played it pretty well late, but it might have actually caught him on the glove. We're having Kamlesh Jain, the Indian physio, out there. He's been out there a couple of times already through the test match.
Twice in the last over, I think, yesterday.
For Bharat. He's wringing his hand and he seems to be in quite a lot of pain, Shardul Thakur. He's the thick boy. I think Rughani seems to be explaining to umpire Illingworth what the blow exactly was. And Adam, I'm not going to be as polite as you. Come on, if you want to know what's happening at the Oval, if you want pictures to be painted through words, mute your TV, listen to the radio, listen to us.
There is a beauty to television commentary.
For sure.
I love doing it. I enjoy the toys you have. You hit the button, speak to the director. Hey mate, the end of the over, can you please give me 4 balls from 2007 that did, that's all good. You don't get to paint the picture.
Exactly.
The economy of words means that you are limited in what you can say and do. The adverts every over as well, where we're doing the same thing here, of course, but you can't add to anything there. So this all day long, every ball of the series.
And it's so much more personal, right? Radio, you just, I think because it's genuine storytelling. We kind of can expand on stories much more than you can on television, where you are reacting to what's happening on the screen.
You couldn't talk about Warren Bardsley as we did a couple of days ago.
You can't spend 15 minutes talking about him anyway.
We'd have the director on the ear going, Baz, Colo, shut up. Shut up. Be quiet.
Exactly.
They're probably saying that at our desk in Melbourne as well, but they're giving us plenty of license. Logging.
Well, should we talk about some more old-timers while we've got this break?
Yes, please.
Yesterday, India's top 4 were out 15, 13, 14 and 14, a scoring range of just 2. That's happened a few times before. There was a time where the scoring range of the top 4 was 0. It was Australia, 1888.
Wow.
You like some old names, don't you?
I do.
Those 4 batsmen. Alec Bannerman.
Oh, the brother of.
Percy McDonald.
Yep.
Harry Trott. George Bonner. The damage done by Bobby Peel and George Lowe.
Bobby Peel, the man who once got done for urinating on the pitch. True
Great
story.
Character.
Cummins in, bowls to Taku on 8. On least up, that's taken off again. Hits him on the glove. That's nasty. Throws the bat away. He's in strife here, Taku. If he's hit him in the same spot of the glove as the previous ball, the glove's off as well. Kamlesh Jain, who's been a big part of our coverage as the physio, is racing out to the middle. If he's hit him in the same spot, I reckon he's in strife here. You see batters get hit on the glove and you think, they've broken something. That was one of those sort of reactions. Pat Cummins, nasty.
It's the 5th time he's been on in the last 6 overs of this match.
So, was that the arm as well? I'm trying to get the binoculars on.
No, it was the arm just under his wrist. I think it's a very similar spot to where he was struck the last time. And how many times have we said this during our coverage of the last 2 days? It's straight in and
replay for tyre power, end of financial year sale. We're going to go to a quick break while they're out in the middle. They'll be there for a while. The coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe on the scoreboard. It reads 6 for 167. We'll find out in a sec whether Shardul Thakur is staying on the ground. That hurt.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Are you unable to work due to an injury or illness? Are you unsure as what to do next? You may be entitled to claim benefits. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today for a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your rights to claim superannuation benefits. Get the answers you need by calling Bryden's Lawyers on 1800 848 848 or visit brydens.com.au. Bryden's Lawyers, we do support you in your superannuation claim. Terms and conditions apply.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
It's situation as it was here at the Kia Oval, where Shardul Thakur is getting a lot of treatment on this right hand. It would suggest he's not going to go off retired hurt, but watching the replay again for tyre power, end of financial year sale, took off and got him above the right glove on the wrist. No protection there.
No protection there, and the number of times we've spoken about the uneven bounce whenever the bowling's been from that Mickey Stewart pavilion end. And I think looking ahead, say Australia polish off the remaining Indian wickets next hour or so, I don't think they would want to hang around for too long out there. This pitch is getting more and more dangerous. I say dangerous, but it is getting so up and down, and when you have bowlers bowling, tall bowlers like Pat Cummins and Scott Boland and Mitchell Starc and Cameron Green smashing the ball into those cracks, into those spots, into those indentations, I think it's going to be difficult to bat, forget survive.
Just to recap where we are this morning, so India resumed at 5 for 151 and they lost the wicket the second ball as Bharat was castled. Absolute beauty from Scott Boland, just as it was yesterday through the gate. On this occasion Bharat played, whereas Gill left alone. The result was the same, splaying middle and off stump. That left them 6 for 152 rather, and this pair have added 15 since then, with Rughani moving his overnight score from 29 to 33, and Shardul Thakur a couple of boundaries in his 8 before copping this whack to the right hand. 2 in a row, 2 balls in a row, and fitted with one of those arm guards we saw Steve Smith wearing at Lord's in 2019, a mini arm guard right on the spot. He's ready to roll, so a long delay. And we'll just pause as all of the various support staff make their way from the field. The Australians in their fluoro vests who aren't playing. Mini drinks break. Got a sign in the crowd on our screen for tyre power, end of financial year sales, saying India, please avoid the follow-on. That's where they're at the moment. Cummins has the short leg and resets. Charging into Shardul Thakur. He's hit him twice. Goes again. Up again. Splice of the bat. Ripped his bottom hand off the blade. Off the handle, I should say. That could have easily been 3 in a row. This is some start from Australia. Bang on the money. We'll get another look here. And, oh yeah, it's hit the glove again. 3 in a row. Cummins. This length, we've said it before many times, he doesn't bowl at the head necessarily.
No.
He's anywhere between the neck and the ribs. It's a nasty length.
He's a MMA version of a fast bowler.
Short leg waiting as well. Cummins in, bowls, back of a length. Well played by Shardul, across the stumps, middle of the bat, out to mid-on. A valuable dot ball for him just to get through this over.
Yeah. Like, nothing over the neck, nothing below the belt. That's Pat Cummins.
Getting a good shot here from CV, seeing the grip of Scott Boland, the wicket-taking delivery earlier. His middle finger on the seam, his index finger on the flesh of the ball, which suggests that wasn't so much the wobble seam ball as much as it was a more traditional off-cutter.
Exactly.
The ball we saw Cameron Green send down to Pujara yesterday. Great skills from all involved. Cummins to complete a long over. Finds not quite the outside edge of Shardul. That's gone away. The leg cutter. Just 1 run from the Cummins over. 6 for 167. Rughani 33. Thakur is 8. There's still 302 runs in arrears on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles. Huge sale on now. We'll be back to the Scotty Boland show.
Because Scott Boland also keeps things so simple with his bowling, he's such a beautiful bowler to break down and study. And that's what our TV colleagues are doing. He's got a clean action, it's clean release, just the way he uses the seam, and so much to like about him. Just going back to that injury break for Shardul Thakur, rookie mistake by Jaydev Unadkat. When you know your teammate's going to need a painkiller, you would bring out a bottle of water, you would think.
Bowen to Rughani. Off cutter again to start. Rughani defends it from the crease. Such an important innings is for Rughani. Just to get India to somewhere vaguely credible. They're not going to have a first innings lead. They're not going to get anywhere close to that. But can they drag themselves deep enough? Remembering that if this test ends up a draw, improbable, but it could, you know, there is a long way to go, that they share the mace. So India might be in a position where winning the match from here is a steep mountain to climb. But if they can put a shift in, they can still be joint world champions. Boland delivers and Rughani plays with a straight bat out to deep point where there's a single, and he'll make it a couple. Nathan Lyon sweeping. Rughani 35, 6 for 169. I think that's quite a sort of a rational perspective, don't you think, that they're behind by 300 exactly now? To get from where they are in session 7 of the test match into a winning position requires an extraordinary turn of events in Australia's second innings, which could happen.
Could happen.
But from here, they need to get within about 200 odd.
Oh, if they want a chance, if they're expecting something dramatic to happen in the third innings, then they need to get much closer.
3 slips a gully, bowls to Rughani, who pushes back to the bowler Phil Long.
Well, the scoreboard to our left and right tells the tale, doesn't it? They trail by exactly 300. They are behind the 9 ball.
I guess the point I'm making is about the draw, and there might be the pragmatist in the Indian dressing room might go, well, look, if you were win visiting this, the probability of India winning from here is so low that their processes might change a wee bit. So how do we absorb as much pressure as we can? How do we take time out of the game? How do we make it harder for the Australians to get the outright win they need? Because again, this needs a result to have an outright winner. Otherwise, I don't know how they'll hold the mace up together, but they will. They'll find a way. Rowett and Pat Cummins. Boland up. Delivers here and beats the outside edge of Rughani. I thought he might have just tickled that on the way through.
And those non-cricket fans will look at us and go, you have a World Championship final over 5 days and you still share the trophy.
It's not even a trophy, it's a mace. I wonder if Australia take the first innings late, Pat Cummins gets to hold the chunkier part of the mace.
I did wonder this. Who holds the end, as it were?
Sure, it's in the rules and the regs.
I mean,
I'm sure it is.
How do they... Everything I'm thinking will get me in trouble here. So
that's true. No.
Leave it be. 2 left in the over. I'm going to change a commentary then. I'll get out of trouble. Boland delivers and steered well by Rughani. Not much of a gap to work with between gully and backward point. He bisects those 2 fielders, gets his first boundary of the day. Rughani finding some rhythm. He's 39, 6 for 173. The deficit 296. Longy.
Rughani's 7th innings at the Oval. That's his highest score he's scored here. Three noughts in those previous 6 innings.
Has got a century in London though at Lord's back in 2013. What little that's worth.
Looking very solid. He's middled pretty much every delivery he's faced so far. He's a very calm presence in the middle, Ajinkya Rughani. Loves situations like these.
Boland up. Rughani defends from the middle stump. Applause all around from the Indian fans. That's the end of the Oval. We'll have a change in commentary. A few further words from Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Long, and then Nikesh Rughani is taking over from me for the next half an hour.
Yeah, that was a nicely guided boundary. Ajinkya Rughani. A little bit of width on offer from Scott Boland. Don't see much of it. It has to be this Mumbai duo. Played a lot of first-class cricket together. Shardul Thakur and Ajinkya Rughani. He's captained Shardul Thakur a lot over the years. While Nikesh takes over, I make way for Louis Cameron.
Thank you very much, Bharat. So yes, these two know each other extremely well. And Rughani going along nicely at the moment. 39 from 85 balls. The glue that's holding this India innings together just about. As Pat Cummins prepares to bowl a new over here. Shardul Thakur it is on strike. Cummins in from the pavilion end and Thakur shouldering arms to this one. Good morning, Louis.
Good morning, Nikesh. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning. I don't know about you, that previous over from Pat Cummins brought back memories of summers watching the West Indies bowl to England back in the sort of mid-80s. Those balls rearing up and...
And remarkable to get hit on the back arm as well for Tucker. 2 balls in a row. I remember Kagiso Rabada actually wore he copped a bit of stick from teammates. He actually wore his arm guard on the wrong arm one day. I think playing for Kent. I think Tucker could have done with that.
Cummins into him again. It's edged and dropped. It flew pretty quickly to Cameron Green there at Gully, but it was a good height. It was sort of into the midriff. It was in, and it bounced straight out of his palms by the looks of it. Should have taken it. Big chance for Australia, and Thakur survives.
We've been talking up Cameron Green's gully fielding, saying he might be one of the best gully fielders in the world. That was, as you said, Nikesh, pretty simple. It's just gone straight to him, right in the midriff. You'd almost say it might be a slightly awkward height to catch because you don't know whether to go fingers up or fingers down. If you've been kind to him, the rebound nearly went to Usman Khawaja at third slip, but not to be.
Thakur survives then. Cummins in once more, and Thakur's hit this time. And that might have hit him at the top of the thigh. The one that just jags back in, so Cummins creating opportunities here, but Thakur still there. 8 from 18.
8 from 18, dropped twice, hit twice.
It's all happening out there. He is an all-action cricketer, though. We keep saying it. Things happen when Shardul Thakur's bowling, when he's batting. He should have been taken. Just looking at the replay there in association with Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. It was pretty simple as far as gully chances go. Cummins delivers once more. It's short, and he gets an under edge on that, looking to pull that one. Almost sort of hooks it round the corner on the bounce to Alex Carey. It's done for a bit of extra pace there, and no ball signalled once again. He struggled with this yesterday, didn't he, Pat Cummins? And how many is that now, Phil, in this innings for Cummins?
With 6 across the total.
6 no balls, all from that far end as well, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end, on the far side of the ground to us. I suppose in a way just the lack of cricket running up into this hasn't found his rhythm really. Thakur playing and missing at this one, just outside of, looking to play an expansive cut shot through the offside. It was there, and again just swatting at fresh air on that occasion. Shardul Thakur, it's one of those, you kind of know what you're going to get when Shardul Thakur's out there batting. We saw him get twin 50s in the test match here against England a couple of years ago, and wasn't holding back on that occasion, and certainly looking to play his shots once again.
I believe he might have got a couple of 50s against Australia in his second test when he got called in. We talked about it a couple of times, that one at the Gabba where he played and batted beautifully, bowled beautifully in that test.
Cummins delivers again, and Thakur almost drags this one onto his off stump. He's hopping around in his crease. It was a back foot defensive shot, the ball bouncing into the ground, trickling pretty close to that wood. But Thakur surviving once more. Yeah, the Gabba, that was quite some series, and India down to the bare bones in that test match, but certainly made a couple of careers, the likes of Shardul Thakur, Mohammad Siraj leading the attack so early on in his career. Washington Sundar, of course, involved. He's not part of this India squad. Final ball of the over coming up. Cummins is in, and Thakur this time defends, gets some bat on it, out towards point, gets a single. And he'll retain strike for the start of the next over, with India 6 for 175. We'll go to a short break, but we will welcome in listeners joining us for the first time in New South Wales and in Queensland.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Back with us live at the Kia Oval. And once again, welcome to our new listeners, our new audiences joining us for the first time in New South Wales and in Queensland. SEN Test Cricket live here with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Scott Boland to continue into Shardul Thakur, who leaves one alone outside the off stumps. Gets a big stride in as he shoulders arms as well. India 6 for 175, trailing by 294 runs. The 1 wicket to fall this morning taken by Scott Boland. It was KS Bharat clean bowled to one that jagged back in at him, kept a little bit low as well. So Bharat gone for 5. Rughani is still there on 39 from 85. Shardul Thakur 9 from 23. It's Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long for this next passage of play. Boland runs in, delivers once more. It's full on the pads of Thakur and flicks that away quite comfortably down towards long leg for another single. Some good support in once again, as we were alluding to before the start of play. Lots of Indian support, as you'd expect whenever they're in action, particularly in big ICC matches.
Very quickly, just to tidy up those no balls. Yeah, 5 for Pat Cummins, 1 for Cameron Green, but that one from Cameron Green was quite an important one. If we weren't listening yesterday, LBW review, we went to the big screen and it overstepped.
There's Ajinkya Rahane as well, as Boland is in short this time to Rahane, who just sways away, not interested in engaging with that particular delivery. He's been very patient for his 39, 86 balls. Just getting some shots of the Indian dressing room. Did any of you guys clock what Virat Kohli was doing when he was dismissed yesterday, just tucking into a plate of something?
Yes.
Getting a lot of stick for it as well. I mean, he's a guy who keeps in extremely good shape. He's become a vegetarian. He sort of looks after his diet and he's in the gym all the time. But getting stick for just eating a meal, right? We're all allowed to enjoy some lunch at some point or another, as Rahane defends this one from Boland into the offside for no run. Maybe it was the expression. He didn't look extremely disappointed at getting out, but it's human at the end of the day. You've got to eat.
Didn't he say once one of the toughest things he had to do was tell his mum that he didn't want to eat her food anymore because he wanted to, you know, lose weight and get healthy? Yeah. Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, he is in fantastic shape, so something is clearly working. I don't think there's any issues about his diet. I'm not sure what was on that plate. It's probably something very healthy, I assume.
People have issues with Virat Kohli eating. I hope they don't cross to the press box at lunchtime.
Boland is in once more, and Rahane is pushing at this, driving nicely. A check drive past mid-off. Should get at least a couple, maybe 3. The chase is on here, and Rahane thinks about coming back for the 3rd, but good bit of fielding there from Labuschagne. Running back towards the long off boundary, keeps it down to just the 2.
Yeah, it's a tough gig being an Indian cricketer. There's not a whole lot of scope for error, and yeah, I'm not sure what people expect him to do after getting out. Did we spy what was on there? Was it a bit of potato salad? Was it the fish pie or some vegan enchiladas that we've been tucking into the last couple of days?
We've had the same menu for the last 2 days, which is quite unusual for a test match in this country. Not that it wasn't decent enough. Rahane edges, and that drops just short of Green in the gully. A good take in the end. It's a long way down for the big man there, but just a few inches in front of him, and Rahane survives once more. End of another over. 45 gone in this Indian innings. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and India 6 for 178.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Pat Cummins running in from the pavilion end once again. He's into Thakur, who leaves this one extravagantly outside the off stump. India trailing by 291 runs on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sail. That one off the previous over, the final delivery. Ajinkya Rahane edging, and just looking at the replay as well, very, very close to carrying to Cameron Green on that occasion. Good effort, diving forward, almost just a couple of centimetres really in front of those fingertips, and he looks to have maybe done a bit of damage to the ends of those fingers as well. Thakur facing up once more. Here comes Cummins, and Thakur is pushing at this one into the gap there at cover. Takes the single. It's well run.
One man I've been impressed with today is throughout this innings is Alex Carey, Nikesh. I think he's playing his first test match in England, it can be very different, can't it? All the wicketkeepers talk about how you have to kind of keep ugly and get closer to the stumps than what you're used to in Australia, where the ball flies through. And there's been a few that have really deviated and just bounced in front of him. It's a pitch that's offering a lot of variable bounce, but he's been pretty tidy so far.
He has been impressive. Both keepers actually through this match. As Cummins comes in, and Rughani just guides this off the back foot out towards the vacant point area. Help himself to another run. 6 for 180. India still trailing by 289 runs. You've got the binoculars out there, Louis, and if you were looking straight ahead, you'd see still lots of empty seats in the members' pavilion on the opposite side of the ground. The rest of the ground pretty full, not too many empty seats around. Lots of them will only be empty because people are in the bars. It's gone past 11 a.m. local time, so beer o'clock. Cummins once more, and this is chipped in the air, and it lands safely out towards mid-wicket. There was a fielder there, a little bit straighter, a few yards further back. Mitch Stark it was. Didn't know too much about that, Shardul Thakur, but it's another run onto his total. He moves on to 12.
I did notice this morning, I went into a cafe to grab some coffee beans, and I noticed an Indian family. There was a dad, his wife, and 2 kids, and the dad ordered an old-fashioned. This is at about 8:30 in the morning, Nikesh, and he's tucking into a cocktail, which I couldn't believe. I mean, this is a very kind of hipstery kind of in a central London cafe.
And they were allowed to serve a cocktail at that point.
I know,
in time,
yeah. Well, in Australia, it'd be unheard of. The liquor licensing wouldn't open until midday at the earliest.
Cummins is in once more to Rughani this time. A thick outside edge, and that's going to run away down towards deep third. It will reach the boundary. The Indian fans are urging the ball to crash into the sponge. It does. Lyon does give chase, but it's all in vain in the end. And Rughani did play that with soft hands. Wasn't a genuine edge as he was looking to drive or anything like that, but maybe a little bit finer than he would have liked. But he'll tell you that was deliberate. Into the gap there. 4 more.
The Indian fans are getting right into it. They're pumped. They need anything to cheer about at the moment, because it's been tough going for him in this batting innings, and Rughani's really carrying the can here, isn't he?
Final ball of Cummins over is short, and Rughani hooks this away for 6 over long leg. Well, we talked about his IPL form and his strike rate of 173 in that competition, and that shot something straight out of the Chennai Super Kings playbook there. What a way to bring up a half century there for Ajinkya Rughani. A gentle raise of the bat. Everyone's on their feet applauding that effort from him. 52 off 92 balls. And 10 off the last 2 deliveries of that Pat Cummins over. An expensive one for the Australians. India at the end of that one. 6 for 191.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And joining us for the first time today, Ravi Shastri. Welcome, Ravi.
Morning, Louis. Morning, Nikesh. What a start for Australia. It's been relentless this morning. Proper battering for Shardul Thakur, and really great to watch.
Scott Boland to continue here. In 2, Thakur, who leaves one just outside the off stump. He's been hit a couple of times. He's been dropped a couple of times, Ravi. It's all action with Shardul Thakur.
It's all happened this morning, yeah. It's been good, aggressive stuff from Australia. India's had their slice of luck, but in between all that, it's a fabulous innings from Ajinkya Rughani. It's not easy in these conditions against this attack, where the bounce is variable. It's a first-class effort. He's been patient. His selection of shots has been very good. And like what you have to do in English conditions, he's played very late.
Boland into Thakur once more, who's defending this into the leg side with a flick of the wrist, and there's no run. Phil Long is still with us.
Yeah, 50 for Ajinkya Rahane. He's the first Indian player to score a 50 in a World Test Championship final.
Across 2 matches, the third innings that India have had in these particular finals, in these conditions as well. And Ajinkya Rahane, Ravi, one of the outstanding performers really from your tenure as well in overseas conditions and in English conditions. Remember that 100 at Lords a few years back?
Yes, and probably one of the best innings I've seen in my tenure was his 100 at DG.
This is Fult's attacker who's defending back down the pitch for no run.
Captain of the side, 36 all out India. And then after that to go out on the Boxing Day test and get that 100 was unbelievable. I mean, he hardly put a foot wrong. Much like today, it was as if he was meditating at the crease.
And even those shots which he pulls out every now and again, that hook for 6 as well, is the Chennai Super Kings form continuing a little bit with those instincts, which is good to see. Started the day, for those just joining us, on 29 off 71 balls. He actually got 71 off 29 balls in one of his innings in the IPL as well. So just showing he can do both things. Needs to get stuck in on days like yesterday and today. He can do. Thakur this time working this one fine. And that's going to race away for 4 down towards fine leg. Just tucking one off the hip. I don't think he got any bat on it. It was straight off the thigh. But Boland just straying in his line there, and India helping themselves to 4 more.
He's a fighter. He is a gutsy little cricketer, Shardul Thakur. Last time India played here in a test against England, he got 2 half centuries, and they were crucial in helping India win that game.
And batted beautifully in that game at the Gabba as well, of course, where Australian fans will remember very well, won't they?
Yeah, opened his account with a 6 of Cummins.
Boland then we go a little bit straighter, he does, but Thakur rather defending this towards mid-on. 6 for 195 India on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sale.
I just wonder whether this might be Scott Boland's last over in this spell. He's just been a touch more wayward just at the back end of this spell. We know he started off beautifully at the start of the day, but he bowled that really uncharacteristic ball way down the leg side. And he's just kind of given the batters a few little bits and pieces to score off, which is unlike him.
Field spread as well. Got deep backward point on the boundary, deep backward square leg as well. Will he go short? No, he goes just short of a length, and this time Thakur flicks it away down to the fielder on the fine leg rope. So end of another over. SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. India 6 for 196.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Did somebody say wow? Beaumont's massive bathroomware catalogue sale is wow! Get up to 25% off vanities with basins, baths, loos and tapware all slashed. Plus up to 25% off all tiles. Wow, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Up with us live from the Kia Oval. And looks as though the Indian physio has just come out to attend to Shardul Thakur, I think it is, who's been hit a couple of times. We are going to see a change in bowling as well from the far end. Mitch Stark into the attack, and Thakur just getting some painkillers, some water there. Ravi Ashwin bringing out the drinks. 474 test wickets. And he's on drinks duties here in the World Test Championship final. Jayadev Unadkat has come out as well, possibly with a message for Ajinkya Rahane. They're in deep conversation as it is. Rohit Sharma perhaps just sending some words of encouragement or something like that. Some tactical advice, but it looks as though Thakur doesn't appear to be in any great pain. He's got his left glove off. He's had a bit of magic spray, some painkillers, and I think he's going to be good to go. Picks his glove up off the turf, and the physio makes his way back off the field. Some good banter happening between umpire Illingworth and Ravi Ashwin, who's still on the field, still on the square, and now he gently jogs away. Probably asking him what he's been up to in this test match, just twiddling his thumbs on the sidelines.
474 wickets. He's watching.
It's mad, isn't it?
Oh.
5 test centuries as well, Ravi.
And then if they'd seen Lyon getting Jadeja out, and Australia having 4 left-handers.
Right, Mitchell Starc then into the attack. Start of a new over. Shardul Thakur on strike, and again he's sort of hit in the midriff, and the ball trickling away close to those stumps. No danger of really dragging one on, but Thakur wasn't quite sure where that had gone. No run.
And I presume, Ravi, that the man that would have been left out if they did pick Ashwin would have been Thakur, who I thought was one of their better bowlers. I mean, Umesh was probably the one in hindsight you'd leave out.
Yeah.
What direction do you think they would have gone?
It would have been between Umesh and this thing, because they wanted Shardul for his batting, just to crop up the batting a little more.
Shardul and Ajinkya Rahane, both hailing from Mumbai, of course, will know each other well. Starc runs in once more over the wicket here to Thakur, who leaves alone outside the off stump. It's Bombay batting school, Ravi. We've heard so much about it over the years. Ajinkya Rahane, he's got that sort of old school technique and very solid technically as well. And it seems to be the case with Shardul Thakur, even though bowling is his first suit, technically very sound.
They'll put a prize on the wicket, and they'll be gutsy, because Mumbai cricket is, that sort of cricket. You come through that terrain, you play on, there's a tournament called the Kanga League, which you play in the months during the monsoon, uncovered pitches, and Sunday games, but it's great fun. 4 innings getting over.
Starc is in. This is slightly shorter. It's cut away, but he gets a bit of an under edge on that. Thakur into the gap there at cover for a single. We've heard the stories about Sachin Tendulkar and the coin that was put on top of each of the stumps, and as long as he wasn't bowled and didn't get out, he could take those coins home. Any similar stories from your childhood?
No, plenty, because on a Sunday afternoon at Azad Maidan or Cross Maidan, if you got to have eyes everywhere, at the back of your head as well, because if you're standing at point in the game you're playing, immediately once the ball is bowled, you got to turn around and look at the back, because you could be square leg for the other game going on there. And
absolutely,
it was crazy.
Starc then into Rahane now. He runs in past the umpire, delivers a full one. Rahane defends out towards cover, and there is no run. Everyone seems to still make it work, don't they? Despite all the chaos, it's organised chaos.
It's organised chaos, and if there's no chaos, you'll feel you're somewhere else.
You won't feel right.
You don't feel right. There has to be chaos.
Sums up some areas of Mumbai just generally as well, doesn't it? Organised chaos, everything works in the end. Rahane, though, digging in here, showing all that technical grit as he bats here on 52. Starc is in, and this one is guided down towards deep third nicely. Lyon with the fielding. Rughani helps himself to another run. Mitchell Starc in that first spell yesterday in particular looked very threatening. He was swinging the ball, he was bowling at high pace, and that delivery to Virat Kohli, now we've had time to reflect on it. I mean, we were all calling it unplayable. There are some suggestions that maybe he should have been looking to play forward at it, and he would have been beaten quite comfortably had he done that. What's your take on it?
No, you see the length from where it's jumped. It's very little time to react at that pace. Very difficult. There's nothing really he could have done.
Rughani then. The non-strikes, and Thakur is facing up, and this is flicked away down towards deep backwards square. Another single taken, and one thing they are doing at the moment is accumulating some runs. So end of another over, India 6 for 199.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup Final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Live at the Kia Oval in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe in this first session, brought to you on day 3 by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Change in bowling here from the Vauxhall end as Cameron Green enters the attack once more. Got all sorts in the crowd today. We've got newborn babies, as we've seen, on there. Not sure how much they would be taking in of what is going on out there in the middle, but Green is in here, and this is short to Tucker, and he cuts away, a checked cut shot really in front of point. Gets himself another single, and India bring up their 200. 6 for 200. The crowd realises that. And this is so good to see. India so far behind in this game, still trailing by 269 runs in this first innings, but just look at the support, look at the Indian flags waving all around the ground. They were queuing up early on, they were coming in off the tube in huge numbers, and that is one thing that we can always be sure of. No matter what the situation, India will always get this great support.
What they want to see is character and grit and guts shown by the Indian batsmen. They know they're behind the 8 ball, but they want to see what they're seeing now.
Green is in, and he wraps him on the pads this time. Rughani, big shout for LBW. He's down on his knees almost, pleading with the umpire to give that one. He fancied it, and so does Pat Cummins. He's made the T-sign. They've reviewed pretty early on, actually. And we'll have a look at the replay.
I think just jack back a little bit. Might be too much. Could be an umpire's call this.
DRS review with IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 IMAR.
Out.
Yeah, the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
Just waiting for the replay to come up on the screen. Our replay partner, Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. Right, here we go. Sort of pitches on middle, does jag back, hits him on the knee roll. He's fairly far back in his crease. You can see the middle and the off stump. Was it going to travel past the leg stump or not? First instinct, Ravi.
Umpire's call.
Clipping leg, which will of course stay with the on-field decision if that is the case. And Rughani will survive. Did survive an LBW shout from Cameron Green yesterday, of course, which was a no ball on review. On this one, hitting on leg, and umpire's call, Ravi, you called it spot on there, clipping. Just a thin coat of paint, really, on the outside of that leg stump. So a fair enough decision, really, on the field, and we will stick with that confirmation that is not out, and Rughani still there on 53 from 95. From a player's point of view and a coaching point of view as well, the umpire's call, there is a debate around that. What are your thoughts on it?
Mine is if it's hitting any part of the stumps, that's out.
I think a lot of players are in agreement with that in more recent times, as Green comes in, bowls again to Rughani. This is edged over the slips. He went hard at that one. It absolutely flew. No chance for that Corden to get a hand on it, and it races away fine for 4 more runs. So just to rub a bit of salt into Cameron Green's wound there. Rughani again living dangerously and bringing up the 50 partnership in the process with Shardul Thakur.
And right tactics from Ajinkya Rahane, because he's got to look to score as well. You've got to take that calculated risk. He's flashed hard there, it's gone over the slip cordon, because it's a kind of surface as a batter you're never in. You've got to look for opportunities to keep the scoreboard ticking along, just like Travis Head did.
4 for 206 at Rughani this time, driving more elegantly, and what a shot that is. So easy on the eye, the ball racing away towards the cover boundary for 4. Just a small stride, and he just stroked it into the gap. A bit of wrist work to get it away from the fielder there on the single. And that is Ajinkya Rahane at his best. We talk about Virat Kohli's cover drive, but this was beautiful to watch.
Oh, glorious. Really, just how still his head is. Optimum timing he gets with that shot. Just seemed to tap it. In the end, he just caressed it through the covers for 4. This is proper batting.
He's pulled out all the gears, really. He's got stuck in when he's needed to. He's played the elegant shots when he's needed to, and hooking Pat Cummins for 6 earlier on as well, and this time punching off the back foot out towards deep point. Again, just finding those gaps so easily. And Cameron Green frustrated with the LBW shout, yes, but whenever he has strayed, he's been punished. A couple of boundaries off this over, one edged over slips and the other through the covers. 1 ball left in this Cameron Green over. It's going to be Shardul Thakur to face up.
And just a touch full from Cameron Green this over. There was a bit of good fortune in one of those boundaries, but I think they would like him just back of a length where he can really use that height and still threaten the top of the stumps.
Green is into Tucker this time, who leaves alone outside the off stump. I think that was maybe the instruction from Ajinkya Rahane at the other end. So we've had an hour's play so far here on day 3 of this test match, in India still trailing by 260 runs, but a nice little half-century partnership going here between Ajinkya Rahane and Shardul Thakur. Drinks are coming out onto the field with India 6 for 209. This first session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. And we are, of course, here for SEN Test Cricket live from the Kia Oval in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
Have you renewed our business insurance?
Actually, Of course he hasn't. He hates paperwork.
And you are?
The Grim Renewer, putting the U into renewing insurance. Complicated quotes, jargon, time to...
Yeah, no, I've done it.
Wait, what?
I went online to bizcover.com.au, compared multiple policies, and got my business insurance back in minutes.
No dramas?
Not with BizCover.
Sorry about your wall.
All good. We're insured.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
There's Bharat resuming on 5. His first ball from Boland. 4 in the corner. Bowls him! Second ball of the day. Scott Boland. You cannot keep this man down. He's irrepressible. He's on the money. He splays the stumps. Australia, first blood on day 3. Second ball. KS Bharat bowled for 5. India in a world of pain at 6 for 152. Scott Boland, what a cricketer.
Final ball of Cummins over is short, and Rahane hooks this away for 6 over long leg. Well, we talked about his IPL form and his strike rate of 173 in that competition. And that shot, something straight out of the Chennai Super Kings playbook there. What a way to bring up a half-century there for Ajinkya Rahane.
That's been some hour of cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. India resuming at 5 for 151. They've moved it along to 6 for 209. They lost KS Bharat's second ball of the day, but an excellent little rearguard here. Not only from Ajinkya Rahane, but Shardul Thakur hit multiple times on the hand. Ravi Shastri got Harsha Bhogle jumping in as well. Gutsy batting from the #8. And finally, Rahane feeling liberated to play some shots as well.
You expect that from Mumbai stock. They don't give it away easily. They're gritty, they're gutsy. They'll guts it out there and they'll put a prize on their wicket.
Morning, Harsha.
That last line was to be heard with the delivery that Ravi provides.
No one better at standing up for his hometown, Ravi Shastri. Right, here we are. We reset Mitchell Starkey's second over of the day. He'll begin round the wicket from the pavilion end. Into Rahane on 62. Who's motoring at the moment, wide of the crease, defends out towards, well, nearly long off, because that's where they've got a fielder set. Yeah. 6 for 210. It reflects the way the game's changed. Phil Long out. Can you tell us how Rahane's pushed the foot down recently?
Yeah, Rahane 29 off 71 overnight, as we mentioned. He's now 62 off 98 before that ball. 33 runs off the last 27 that he's faced. Acceleration there. 31 runs for India off the last 4 overs.
You know, it's interesting. It's looked like the batters have struggled today. And they made 48 of the first 10 overs.
Yeah.
So every time they got an opportunity, they went for it. But what's noticeable as well, Ravi, and I wanted to hear from you as well, well, Adam calls the next one, is why has Rughani looked different? Has he just played under his eyes a lot more?
Here is Stark up to the crease. Bolts attacker down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
I think he's played very late. He's played with soft hands, played very late, and he's been very decisive in his mind on his tactics. Keep the good ball out, but every opportunity, he's looking for the boundary ball. He's looking to push the score along, much like Travis Head did in that innings of his. So it is the perfect approach. Runs equally important for India, and one must compliment Shardul Thakur at the other end.
Yeah.
You know, he's not given it away.
Trying to make the Australians give them more boundary balls. It's what we've seen from the Stokes-McCullum axis in the last 12 months in England. That's what India need to do here. Thakur faces Stark and he plays just inside the line of it into the gloves of Carey. I made an observation on commentary before that it might reach a point where the pragmatist in the Indian dressing room, I'm thinking of Kohli effectively, might go like, right, this test match is so difficult to win from where we are, 6 for 150 odd. We can still be world champions, joint world champions with Australia. We might manage the game a little bit, take some time out of it to make it harder for Australia to win. And as soon as I've said that, Rahane's gone the other way entirely. So they still believe here, India, and as they should. Long way to go.
I just saw a tweet from A.B. de Villiers earlier today that put out something about Rughani, and he replied to that. It's very interesting. I'll tell you after this ball.
Stark to the crease. Thakur at the other end bowls here. Thakur hit high on the pad. Half an appeal from Carey. Only Carey. Throw coming in from Nathan Lyon. Thakur just wandered down after being struck on the back thigh pad. Wasn't a direct hit, so they're all good. Marnus Labuschagne rather than Lyon charging in there. Labuschagne, who had 4 direct hit run-outs last year, usually hits not there. Stays at 6 for 210. Harsha Bhogle.
I've never seen Rughani move so well. Technique is sound and playing it late. So that's what you were saying.
Yeah, and you know, the trigger movement. I think what the difference is, his trigger movement is very good. The timing of it. So it's early. He's ready, and after he's made that trigger movement, he's in a great position because he's moved early to move forward or back, and plays very late.
His decline was a sharp one and an interesting one. 2 balls left in the over. Thakur facing Stark, and he drives him through the covers. Booming drive. That's the best shot we've seen this morning from Shardul Thakur, advancing the 20. That has crashed into the advertising board. 6 for 214. Have that.
Shot of the day. They call him Beefy. They call him the Lord. Oh, that was aristocratic from Beefy or the Lord.
And who calls him Beefy? Guy sitting next to me. No, but this is an innings of enormous bravery. He's got hit not once. He's got hit twice, thrice. But he's come in line. He's not backed off once, and he's taking the fight. Very impressed.
And he's done it here at the Oval before. A couple of very important innings 2 summers ago. A slip comes out. There's 2 of them now. Stark to Thakur finds the leading edge down the third now. Well bowled. Good response from Stark to complete the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale. Rughani 63. Thakur is 21 at 6 for 215.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Our leading run scorer today is Ajinkya Rahane on 63. And it's for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. DSE Transport Green. New over starts here, bowling to Thakur, turning him into the onside, no run. Thakur mentioned a couple of years ago the bravery in which he batted in tough circumstances. India were in real trouble on day one, getting them to 191, which proved to be a score they were able to work with in a lower scoring game. It feels almost the same here in different circumstances. They get within 200 here. The energy of it will change later today.
Absolutely. You know, at least they've shown a fight. You know, it'll make the other players in the dressing room, you know, look in the mirror and say, listen, you know, we got to stand up as well. even if you go down fighting, throwing punches.
63 from 72. Green bowls leading edge nearly. Hand off the bat. Good batting from Thakur, who's been hit on the glove so many times. Moves to 22, 6 for 216.
He's got a style all his own. And in all fairness, he's been lucky. Australia have put down 2.
Yeah.
Just looking at catches percentage in Australia are only mid-table. It's something they pride themselves, but they've been very mid-table. Couple of catchable chances put down. But it's what you do when you get that luck that determines how far you go. Or some days you get it, some days you don't.
I'm not sure if you had this on television, but has Cameron Green ever dropped a catch? It feels to me like I've watched every test match he's played. I can't remember him putting one down in the gully. He's bowling here, the all-rounder, delivering to Rughani, is on the pull, out towards deep square, sweeper in that direction, one of 2 men out. Rughani 64 from an even 100 deliveries, 6 for 217.
I saw him get 100 at Lord's when he was a few years younger. And it was 100 that set up a very famous win at Lord's. And the second half of the 100 was a fabulous counter-attacking innings.
Just smashed it after tea.
I don't think Australians quite understand what happened to Rughani. I mean, we remember him making that 100 in 2014 at the MCG, which was an extraordinarily beautiful innings.
And then again in
2020, yeah, that series win. He's defending here off the back foot, Thakur, I should say. Out to cover, bit of extra bounce from Green, no run. You think of him as a guy who's led India to victory in 2021 in the absence of Kohli, who can make big hundreds on the MCG. And then you look at the way that his numbers fell off a cliff after that. Had to be dropped from the side. It was almost impossible to keep him there, I suppose, Ravi. And what do you attribute that to? How did it happen?
It can happen. You can get into a rut. You know, if you're playing non-stop cricket, there could be technical flaws that creep in. You know,
Green attacker on 22, leaving alone.
You lack that self-belief. He's gone away from all that. He was dropped from the side, played domestic cricket, you know, and then in this year's IPL reinvented himself. You know, he realized that to stay in the side, he's got to play positively, you know.
So he was liberated by being dropped a little bit.
Come out of his comfort zone, change as a batter, to remain in that Chennai Super Kings side. That's probably just liberated him. You know, allowed him to come in here and play freely.
Green's last ball to Thakur, who leaves alone again. Well bowled and well played in the end, pulling his gloves inside the line, into the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails, huge sail. India 6 for 217. They trail by 252. We'll chat to Ravi later.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Ravi's made way. Back to Telly he goes. Harsha Bhogle with me. Speaking of Telly, now I don't want to cast aspersions about your products, but I feel.
But you're going to anyway. Go on.
I feel duty bound to say that the SEN app is perfectly synced with television in Australia today. You don't need to fiddle with the buttons as a new over starts from Mitchell Starc. He's 12th, expensive so far. Round the wicket, down the leg side. Rughani throws his arms in the air to get out the way of it. They'll get a bye. It deflects off Carey's gloves. 6 for 218. They trail by 252. Just saying that if you want to watch the telly and listen to SEN, that doesn't require much intervention. It's not, to be honest, it's actually a bit more complicated than that ordinarily, but today it's easy. So if you want to listen to Harsha through the day, follow him from TV to radio and back and forth, you can do that.
What a kind man you are. I've got a theory on the dropping, though. A lot of us look upon being dropped from the side as a rejection, and sometimes we don't take it too well and we think the world is against us and we allow ourselves to be cocooned in negativity. When you're dropped, some people can see it as a positive.
Starc up, bowls again. Rughani rides the bounce out towards cover. My apologies, Shuttle, Thakur, both batting in the short sleeve jumper. Hard to pick up. Used to the numbers these days. Yeah, I think that the language we use about being sacked from a team, I think sometimes I agree with you. It misses that piece where players can spend the time out of the side becoming much better cricketers and better for it.
There are many words in the English language that I would not miss if they vanished. One of those is sacked. It's a terrible word that often conveys incredibly wrong things. No one likes to be dropped, but it's your attitude to being dropped. Sometimes you can look at it and say, right, I was going through a rut. I need that time away. Can I come back a better player? Can I go back, do the hard work, go back to what I was?
Stark attacker, swing and a miss. One of that booming drive again, the one he played in the previous over. On that occasion, he was trying to pop Stark over his head into the pavilion. Not to be. Stays on 22. Yeah, there are players, I mean, pretty much every high-profile player who's gone on to have a massive career has spent time out of the side, dropped, as it were, only to come back bigger and better for it.
I mean, I've got two examples. Early in his career, after he played about 20-odd tests, VVS Lakshman was dropped.
Yep.
He hit 12 hundreds in first-class cricket and came back and was hardly ever left out again. Ajinkya Rahane has gone back, spent a year playing first-class cricket, rediscovering what made him good in the first place.
Thakur facing Stark, trying to take the attack to him. That's on leg stump. Helps it down the fine leg for one. He's 23. 6 for 219 India. They trail by even 250.
I mean, in all fairness, he's 64. He's not batting 264. He's batting 64. He's got a long way to go still. But it's his approach. He's calm. He's measured. And I think it tells you about your character, what you are when you're down. How good are you when the going is tough? And that is what determines who you are. And for Ajinkya Rahane, he's seen the highs. And you just mentioned the runs. He's gone through great lows. Maybe he was uncertain, maybe unhappy. You never know what goes on in the mind. The cricket's a mind game. The bat, and it's just a reflection of what's going on in your mind.
He's facing on 64. Stark to him here. Couple of slips. Ooh. Struck him on the pad via the inside edge. Thus why they aborted the appeal. At least that's my impression from our angle. So it was. He's 65, 6 for 220. What about the extra layer of...
That was an amazing call. Did you hear it in your ear, the inside edge?
I just felt it.
You felt it?
I felt it.
You felt you're in the wrong profession. You had your back to the batter. You couldn't have seen that inside edge. You couldn't have heard it.
There was something through there. A couple of noises. Just enough.
Can you turn me up, my volume up a little bit?
Right.
Okay. Or maybe I'm just older. Maybe I'm just older.
I probably read the body language of Mitchell Stark.
Okay.
All part of the game. Thakur to finish. Still trying to whack him. Couple out on the offside as well now. Stark delivers round the wicket. Thakur gets out the way of a short one. Sways back with it. Well played. 3 singles from the over on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail. India 6 for 220.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
We're here for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Harsha, Bhogle, Phil Long with us as well. The other parts of this is being an Indian player under pressure, top 6 player. It's different gravy when you've got 1 billion people after you. And I sort of sensed this a little bit last night in the social media comments replying to my podcast. I was advancing the view that the leaves from Shubman Gill and Cheshire Pujara weren't bad leaves. They were just extraordinary deliveries. And sure, they hit the off stump, and that can happen. You can be out-bowled if you're a top 6 player. Green here, past the edge with another beauty, one that goes the other way. Rahane committed to the defensive prod, lucky not to feather it through to Carey. My point was that from that 6 stump line, if you play and it holds its line and you nick it to the keeper, you're getting abused for being not a proper test match player. You're playing too much IPL. You're not doing the red ball thing adequately, and you let it go and one comes back through the gate. Well, you know, it's kind of part of the game. But the criticism of Gill and Pujara last night, you would have sensed it too, Harsha, as Green gets to the crease and bowls to Rahane, leaving alone outside the off stump. And Rahane, I remember we were together in England in 21. He was being bombarded on every social media platform. It was relentless. The 61 he made at Lords, it felt, despite making a half century, like that made the criticism even worse because people wanted him to fail. They wanted him gone. How does that play out for players like him? What sort of mindset do you need to get through that?
2 things. Either you don't read it, or you only worry when people you respect say it to you. Because today, the very same people who said that about Rahane would be saying, wow, he's the greatest that's ever walked the face of the earth.
Green to Rahane, plays it late, down towards deep point. 1 of 2 men out in that direction, moves to 66 at 6 for 221.
On social media, you make 11 changes every match. So I either you say, if someone I respect is saying that, I look at it, or you get up every morning, put on another little layer of skin, and go and face the world. It happens to us all the time. I'm accused of being biased towards someone, accused of being angry towards someone. No, you don't worry about it after a while, because the people who are attacking you on social media, are they worthy of your of your consciousness?
And I think that's a rule of thumb for anyone on those platforms. But as green bowls a bouncer, I suppose what and ducked, I should say, by Thakur, I'm pondering how that extra layer of pressure for an Indian top 6 player.
It's huge.
I mean, it's you know, yes, your job's very high profile. Millions of people follow what you do, but you're not batting in the top 6 for India.
No,
I mean,
I'm not.
It does feel like players who are in a rough trot. In that, KL Rahul recently, another one. It's as though he's committed some heinous moral crime, the way that the commentary surrounds him when he's out of nick, and so it was for Rughani. It must be so difficult. Green to Thakur from our end. Vauxhall then pushes out to deep backward point, outside part of the blade. Soft hands, good again. He's 24, 6 for 222.
One of my issues with the younger generation of players and the social media savvy generation of players, it's not a problem, it's a reality, is that they take it too seriously, because all of us are vain. All of us want to know the good things that people are saying about us, and so we want to read what people are saying about us. If you want to live that life, then you have to be aware that one day the same people will turn against you, and 12 hours later they will be for you. If you're living a high pressure world, do you want to add on that layer of pressure?
Yeah.
Or you just don't want to care and say, look, I don't want to know.
Green finishes his over. Rughani on leg stump, off his hip really. Down to fine leg in front of the Bedser stand. Wants 2, only gets 1. Keeps the strike. Rughani up to 66 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sale. India 6 for 223.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, nearing 9 p.m. on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Perfect time to get home and chuck on the radio and sync us up with the picks. Turn the sound down. Maybe if Harsha's on, you can turn it back up. Our leading run scorer today is Ajinkya Rahane, and he's back on strike. That's for DSC Transport. Facing Stark here, Rahane pushing out towards long off. Nice shot, gets 1. He's 67. 6 for 224. DSC Transport delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
I'm a bit confused about this game. Looking at the scoreboard, it says 224 for 6. India trail by 246. But the field I'm seeing doesn't tell me that one side is 246 runs ahead, with just 4 wickets left for the opposition. Covers deep. Backward point is deep, unless they're offering a single to Rahane. But in the previous over against Thakur as well, cover was deep.
And I wonder whether we'll see a little bit of this next week. Now, Pat Cummins has been asked a lot about the New England side. Stark with his 2 slips and a gully, bowls here and cuts Thakur in half. No footwork to speak of. Carey had to dive away to stop it. Well bowled and well kept. Cummins he hasn't explained to us what his plans are going to be, but they've had to reconsider. It won't be 3 slips and a gully all day long if England are coming at them, scoring at a decent clip. I wonder whether this is a model that we'll see deployed by Cummins, where he's happier to go to. In the previous over, we had a deep point, deep backward square and a deep square leg. For Cameron Green bowling a pretty tidy spell, because Rahane's looking to score.
If I was Cummins, Stark, Boland, Hazelwood, Green, Lyon, so welcome to the party, come hard at me.
That's certainly what Lyon's saying. Stark delivers here. It's back of a length again, pushed into the offside by Thakur.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it from a distance. I'm not as involved in the Ashes. I love it as a cricket lover.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Jack Leach isn't there, and it's only Jack Leach. You know, we're not talking Derek Underwood, or we're not talking Ashwin, or we're not talking one of the greats of the game. It's only Leach, and I'd say that not with disrespect, but saying, look, he's a bowler who's got a certain number of wickets in the game. But that they don't have a frontline spinner, I think, will affect the kind of tracks they prepare.
Yeah.
Stokes already said hard, bouncy. Australia should mind that.
Will suit them well. It's a track like this next week at Birmingham. Stark bowls 2 slips, and Shardul no footwork again, no meaningful footwork. Just put down the track and tries to spoon him to mid-on, can't get a run. Yeah, well, no Leach means it'll be Moeen Ali. Now that feels like it's a very Bazball, Rainbow Rhythms kind of selection, right? He's not picked up a red ball for 2 years.
If I was Australia's media manager, I would tell Pat Cummins not even to worry about Bazball, not bring it up in any interview. If someone asks you, what do you think about Bazball? I'd say, what's that? Never heard of it before. Why would I want to get drawn into what the opposition is saying? Because I'm the #1 team. I'm about to win a World Test Championship final. Why would I worry?
Stark delivers again, and Thakur cuts away in front of point with real authority. He's had to ride the bumps this morning, Shardul, the all-rounder. But that's creamed out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Lovely shot. His 5th boundary. He's 28. They're 6 for 228. They're nearly at halfway. 241 behind.
If there is one thing Australia need to worry or would be worried about in this game, it is the rhythm and the form of Mitch Stark. I think Boland has been the big plus in this game so far. But by the time this test match ends, they'd want Stark to be back and bowling well. Fielder dropping back again.
So we started the over with 3 out. We've now got 4 out. Labuschagne 3/4 of the way to the rope, where Thakur uppercutted in that direction. Facing again, Stark, 1 left in the over. Pushed out towards deep third. Nathan Lyon charging in. That's really good cricket from Shardul. He moves to 29. India 6 for 229. They trail by 240 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont's Harsha Shale.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale. Packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, bars, shower screens, and even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Mitchell Stark's had 68 runs taken from his 13 overs. 1 wicket this morning. That was via Scott Boland. And what a celebration it was for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating live second ball of the day. But this partnership getting punchy. 77 from 95 balls. Got Harsha Bhogle for 1 more over with me. Green away from us. Vauxhall then bowls here to Rughani in defence. How many boundaries off Stark in 13 overs, Lonnie?
10 fours.
10 fours.
Yeah, and 13 as well.
Yeah, I do wonder how that might play into their thinking, as Louis Cameron was explaining earlier. 4 years ago in England, they were at a point in their development, I suppose, when they just wanted to bowl tight to England. They thought they'd get him out that way. But bowling tight to England, I don't know, is that going to be effective? Do you want them to know where you're going to land it? Being a bit sporadic might work in Australia's favour. Green bowls here and has a little flirt with it. Rughani doesn't get anything on it though, goes through to the keeper. It's going to be compelling viewing either way, because we just don't know how Australia will respond to being under the pump at different points of the series, and we also don't know how England will respond. The one time when a side took it back to them with the ball was at Lord's last year against South Africa, and that was all over in 2.5 days.
If you are the world's #1 heavyweight boxer, are you thinking of what you're going to do to the opposition or what the opposition is going to do to you? You've got to be aware of what the opposition can do, but you're not thinking of being on the rope. You're thinking the other guy's on the rope.
Quite right. Green bowls down the leg side. Just get something on it there. Oh, nearly a run-out opportunity as well. There was some confusion between the Indian pair. Thakur, who's on 29, deflected it down and stayed put in the end. Yeah, there's a... I think that's right. Plan A is worry about your own game, but it's not. It is so radically different what McCullum's side are doing compared to what we've seen before. I mean, I've watched covered a lot of their test matches. When you're facing a side batting at 6 and over routinely, I mean, it's a 50 over 1 day international style side at the moment. Green bowls and coming forward is Thakur. Quick single, Rughani up to it, sprinting down. The Indian crowd love it here as Thakur moves to 30. 6 for 230. They trail by 239.
I'm thinking, I know it's easier said than done. McGrath, Warne, Gillespie, are they thinking, oops, what are they going to do to us? Or are they thinking, bring it on, we'll get you out. That's our job, to get you out. So I think how Australia played the Ashes will be a very good indicator of how they see the game and what they think of themselves. as opposed to what they think of the opposition. You've got to know, but it'll be a great indicator to me of what they think of themselves.
And they've seen what they can do in response via Travis Head, who was doing it before they were. Green bowls here, back of a length. Rughani pushing out to point. There won't be a single. I mean, Travis Head is doing the same thing as that we saw in the Ashes in 21-22, I think it was that year, where Head scored 2 counter-attacking centuries are better than a run of ball. Like, he can do that as well. So they can throw punches effectively. It's just whether if they do have a bad day, I'm interested from an abstract perspective. What happens when they have their bad day? How many runs do England make? What does that do to the series?
Okay. We'll wait and see. We'll know.
It's going to be great. Every ball on SEN from next week at Edgbaston on Thursday. Green bowls on the front foot, driving. Rughani finds a gap. Not much of one to work with. Down towards the rope, a deep extra cover. Cummins, the captain, cuts it off with his left hand after a dive. They'll get 3. Phil Long, as the score moves along to 6 for 233.
Very quickly, 5,000 test runs for Ajinkya Rahane.
Oh, that's not very quickly. That's significant. Ajinkya Rahane, Harsha wouldn't have seen himself getting there a year ago.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. And I'm absolutely overjoyed. There's a no ball, so we've got a little more time to talk over it. That's another run that's added to the score too. No, I think if you had asked him, he's a very determined, very quiet man. Man of great dignity, but also a man of great determination and calm. It's the calmest who are the toughest sometimes. But I don't think he would have wanted it. But I'm not sure he would have thought he's going to get it. Remember, he's in the side because there's no Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul.
An average of 39, 12 tons. Rughani on strike. They took 2 from the previous ball. He steers this down to deep third, gets another to 71, 6 for 234, 1 left in the green over. So he's made hundreds. Well, that is the over. My apologies. So we are changing commentary on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont's highest huge show. And the Nikesh, Rughani, Bharat jumping in. 6 for 234. Rughani 71. Takure 30.
Bigger battle in the mini money and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
With us on SEN Test Cricket live from the Oval with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And a change in bowling once more from the pavilion end. Pat Cummins back into the attack. And very good afternoon to you, Bharat Sundaresan.
Good afternoon, Nikesh. Good afternoon, Longy.
Good afternoon.
Poor Nikesh has had to spend the last half an hour watching me de-knot my hair.
It's a long process that, as Cummins is in this one. Rises from a length. Rughani plays it well, guides it just in front of the gully fielder there for a single. Your regime, I mean, today wasn't obviously was it a hair wash day?
It was.
Is that why it's...
there you go. I like how you're catching on.
Well, I've got a 9-year-old daughter, you see, so I'm having to constantly do that kind of thing, really, and sort of post-swimming sessions and stuff like that. She'll wash her hair, I'll be there sort of drying it, trying to get all the tangles out. Standard practice for the modern-day father to the girl.
Physio's out again, Kamlesh Jain. Ajinkya Rahane this time.
Yeah, we just mentioned put up 5,000 test runs, Ajinkya Rahane. We also mentioned his home and away record. Only 1,644 made of them on Indian soil. 3,359 away from home.
Yeah. Ashwin with the drinks out again. No, Jaydev Unadkat this time. He's just having a break from his 12th man duties.
Yeah, at least this time Jaydev Unadkat remembered to bring a bottle of water for his teammate. He had to wait all of 3 or 4 minutes earlier in the day when Shardul Thakur needed a painkiller.
How many Indian batsmen have got 5,000 test runs? What's he become?
All right, let's count. It's Tendulkar, Dravid, Sehwag, Ganguly, Lakshman, Gavaskar, Mensarkar, Vishwanath, Pujara, Kohli, Rughani now.
Yeah, I think it's just missing one there.
Yeah.
5,248 test runs.
Kapildev.
Very good. Very good.
There you go.
Well done, yeah. Elite list there.
Yeah.
Top Indian batters. Uddapa Vishwanath, though, what a magician he was with the elegance and the wrist work. Talk about the likes of Lakshman and Azharuddin in eras after him. He was the original wrist master.
He was the
middle
master
order.
of the late cut.
Lots of names on there who have done well in English conditions as well in Test cricket.
Dilip Vengsarkar, the standouts. Indeed.
Right, back underway here. Cummins running into Thakur, who's forward in defence. Solid looking, and he's kind of grown in confidence through this innings. We saw him get a couple of early hits, dropped as well a couple of times. That one to Cameron Green in particular there in the gully should have been taken, but he's moved on to 30, Shardul Thakur, from 65. And I know our colleague Jared Kimber has always been critical whenever he's been on the call with us about Shardul Thakur's batting and the fact that, I mean, we don't call him necessarily a proper all-rounder, but a very useful lower order batter. Averages around 17, 18 in first-class cricket, but in Test cricket has taken to it really well so far. This one is Foley guides it just in front of point into the gap. Shout of yes as they run through for a quick single onto 31. Twin 50s here, of course, a couple of years ago. Batted really well at the Gabba in that Test match when he was new into the side, and again just looked more and more assured as this innings has gone on. Good solid technique he's got.
Everything about Shardul Thakur's cricket is about self-confidence, almost tending on overconfidence, and that's been the case with him throughout his journey.
Rughani then back on strike here. Cummins over the wicket, he edges, and that's been put down. Should that have been a keeper's catch? It was David Warner there at first slip, diving away high towards his left, got a fingertip to it and just couldn't hang on. Took some of the heat out of it, which meant they ran through for a couple of runs. Genuine edge though. Let's take another look at this big booming drive. He was almost moving away towards his right before then diving away towards his left. Was wrong-footed. I think that's the reason he was unable to hold on or even go for it with two hands in the end. Too far from Alex Carey as well.
Yeah, not the first time a ball has flown in that direction between Alex Carey and David Warner in the last few years, where there's been some indecision. This time, probably Alex Carey had no chance to get across, or maybe he did. Yeah, David Warner, like you said, Nikesh was wrong-footed. He was moving to his right. Another chance goes a-begging. After a very solid start to the day, Australia, for the first time in this game, started making a few mistakes. This partnership probably getting to them. A huge drop. Ajinkya Rahane in the 70s.
This partnership
could make them pay.
86 runs between these two. As Cummins is in, and he's hit on the pads there, or on the thigh there, Rughani. The ball trickles into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single. Throw comes in from Cameron Green. Direct hit at the non-strikers. Then Rughani was well home. They're going at 5 runs and over as well in this partnership as well. That must be more frustrating for Australia.
It is, and they've continued to attack. The advantage of having put up a massive total on the board. Poor Pat Cummins, he's had both these batters drop behind the wicket. Cam Green, a simpler chance. The one that, as he waited, David Warner. But this game desperately needed this partnership. It was a bit too one-sided. Thanks to these two Mumbaikars, India are clawing their way back.
Final ball of Cummins over then. He's in, and Thakur is leaving well alone. Big long stride in this time, and you can just see the confidence even with the way that he left that ball, Shardul Thakur. He remains on 31, end of another one. SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. India 6 for 239.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket Live back at the Kia Oval. Nathan Lyon then into the attack. We were just discussing this before we came on air, Bharat. at the back of the commentary box there. We are likely to see him soon, and he's going to get a little run here before lunch.
And we're going to see him bowl from around the wicket, start from around the wicket. He was the one who made the big breakthrough late yesterday evening when Ravindra Jadeja and Ajinkya Rahane well set and seem to be bringing India back into the game. Can he do it again? 18 minutes to go for the lunch break. He's done it so many times during his glorious career as Nathan Lyon.
Lyon then around the wicket, floats one up just outside off stump, and that has been driven elegantly by Ajinkya Rahane out to the cover boundary for 4 more runs. Easy as you like, really. Just caressed it once more, stroked it elegantly as he moves on to 78. And the India fans, well, we talked about how many are in once again here for the 3rd day of this test match, and they've had quite a bit to cheer about in the last hour.
Yeah, some of those Indian flags seem to have grown in size as today's play has progressed, especially the ones to our right. Full delivery there for the taking. Ajinkya Rahane.
Lyon has got that one out of the way, and Rahane's down the track actually, just defending this one to short extra cover. It's good to see, and this is what the Indians like to do as well, use their feet to the spinners, not necessarily to hit over the top, but just to find the gaps and play with the lengths that Nathan Lyon is going to be bowling here. And he comes again. This time Rahane is back and just flicking away out towards square leg for a single.
Now that Shardul Thakur is on strike, expect him to charge Nathan Lyon. He did that famously at the Gabba a few times. They do have a long on Usman Khawaja a few inches in from the boundary. If I were him, I would push back and stay on the rope. Not one to resist temptation is Shardul Thakur.
And this is a crucial point really with India in the middle of this good partnership worth 92 runs. Can they see it out until the lunch interval and then rebuild once more? Lyon is over the wicket here to Thakur, who's punching off the back foot. Lyon fields in his follow through.
Resisting temptation was an issue for Shardul Thakur in his early days as a cricketer. He had weight issues, one too many gulab jamuns, I've heard, back in the day.
Lyon again, and Thakur is again defending back down the pitch for no run. I saw that Mumbai street food as well. It's very tasty indeed, and difficult to resist the temptation.
Indeed, but not if you are a professional fast bowler.
Of course.
And put it in the hard yards, lost a lot of weight 5 or 6 years ago and worked on his fitness.
Big cheer as the Dole drums beat in the stand to our right. Thakur is again defending off the back foot for no run. End of Nathan Lyon's first over of the morning. India 6 for 244.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
So 15 minutes to go until the lunch interval here. SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And a reminder that if you are heading home to put the cricket on the TV, turn down the sound, put on the SEN app. Cricket sounds much better on the radio, as we all know. And apparently I'm hearing it's in perfect sync with the TV feed. If you're listening on the SEN app, you don't even have to mess around with all that. You just stick the app on, stick the TV on, mute it, and you're good to go. Cummins is in here to Rughani, who's just knocking it into the gap there in front of point. Takes another single. This is the good thing that India have done as well. There have been some decent deliveries bowled, but the field is fairly well spread at the moment, and they've just been knocking the gaps, these two, when the boundaries haven't been available, just finding those singles and those twos.
Yeah, they played smart cricket, these two. It's not just been about boundaries and risk-taking. You said earlier they're scoring at a very high run rate, over 5 and over. They played the field.
Cummins to Thakur this time, who gets a full one on his pads and flicks away out towards deep backward square. That ball racing away for another boundary. That is one place you can't bowl to either of these guys. Really very strong off their legs, and nice bit of wrist work there from Thakur. Great timing. He's on to 35, and India on the march a little bit here in this session. 97 runs now this partnership worth, and as you say, Bharat going at over fives.
Not very often does Pat Cummins go at over 4.5 runs an over in Test cricket. He's had catches dropped off his bowling, the frustration showing, losing his line and his length.
Cummins tries once more on that just outside off stump line, and again Thakur with a massive stride there as he leaves that one alone. Pat Cummins' figures at the moment: 14.2 overs, 14.3 now with that delivery, 1 for 64.
Yeah, just rewind to the first half hour's play. All Longi, Adam and I were speaking about as a physio running onto the field to tend to Shardul Thakur. Pat Cummins nailing him in different parts of the body. Survived that. And now it looks like Shardul Thakur is in control.
Is at the moment as he looks to drive this one, but can't get it past mid-on. Wasn't quite full enough necessarily for that shot.
Just going back to the Shardul Thakur story, so he works on his fitness, comes back, starts taking a lot of wickets for Mumbai in the Ranji Trophy. Always had the skills, a natural swing bowler, and came to prominence for the first time in Mumbai when he hit 6 sixes in a local tournament. Always backed himself with the bat. Always backed himself to do whatever.
Facing up here once more to Cummins. It's a short delivery, and Thakur is ducking underneath that one in the end. Good pace there from Cummins, but really a little bit too short, and directed quite well enough into that rib cage of Shardul Thakur. Negotiates that one pretty comfortably. We've seen a pretty relaxed dressing room. Rahul Dravid, all smiles there in the Indian dressing room. I was talking to some of the guys earlier about Virat Kohli getting a bit of stick for eating a plate of food after he got out. I mean, people have to eat, don't they?
Social media, I tell you.
Cummins, final delivery of this over is short, and it's worked off the hip of Shardul Thakur. That's a really good take by Alex Carey down the leg side. It's off the thigh guard of Thakur, was flying down towards the fine leg boundary, put in a full length dive over to his left. Saved some runs there for his side. India still then 6 for 249.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket live here from the Kia Oval for this World Test Championship final. Australia versus India as we head into towards the lunch interval. 10 minutes to go until this first session is done. Nathan Lyon to continues coming over the wicket here to Rughani, who's back and punching, but Lyon with the fielding in his follow through. Yeah, back to that point. I wonder what was on Virat Kohli's plate. We were speculating earlier. Obviously something very healthy, you would imagine.
Grilled chicken only.
No chicken anymore, though. Not in the last few years. It's his turn vegetarian. It's down the track, and Rughani is pushing this into an open gap there, just into the covers. Brings up the 250 for India. The crowd applauds. 6 for 250.
For chicken, of course.
Faux chicken.
Faux chicken, as much a provider of protein as chicken itself.
Yes.
If you are vegetarian, that is.
Indeed. Something like that. It looked pretty healthy anyway.
Yeah, he was picking it with 2 fingers, so it had to be a piece of protein.
I'll tell you what I did love as Lyon bowls this delivery into Thakur this time. He flicks around the corner behind square on the leg side. Another single in Delhi. Do you remember in Delhi he was sitting in the in his own pavilion, the Virat Kohli pavilion, in that Test match against Australia recently, and a guy comes, not part of the team, but just somebody who works at the ground, you know, one of the fixers or helpers for the team, comes with his bag of food. Looks like a takeaway from somewhere, possibly a chole bhature, which is chickpeas and a sort of fried bread, which is a staple really of any Delhi diet. This line is in once more. This is punched by Rughani for 4 out towards the covers. Well, it should go for 4. And it does in the end. Good effort there on the boundary, but in vain. Always runs away pretty quickly square of the wicket here at the Oval. And another beautiful shot there for Ajinkya Rahane. Moves on to 85, and that is the 100 partnership between these two as well. Huge cheers from the crowd with that milestone. 103. And they're going at over 5 runs and over as well.
He's just timed the ball so beautifully. Pretty much from the time he walked out to bat yesterday, Ajinkya Rahane, that form that he's carried forward from the Ranji Trophy into the
Yes, we'll be back live with our live broadcast from the Kia Oval of the ICC World Test Championship. Just having a little bit of a connection error. Paul Sebastiani joining you here in the SEN studios. India with a mini fight back at the moment. Rahane and Thakur at the crease as we currently speak. The Aussies have only taken the 1 wicket this morning. India currently 6 for 259. Ajinkya Rahane on 89 not out of 122 deliveries, and Shardul Thakur at the moment has played a hand up the other end as well. Keeping that run rate ticking over. He's on strike at the moment. We'll keep you updated with all the live play at the moment. It's Pat Cummins into Thakur, and he's on the back foot and leaving that one through to Alex Carey. So 59.1 overs down, and India with a little mini fight back through this first session at the moment. Scotty Boland took a very early wicket in the piece, and India through Rahane and Thakur are fighting back, trying to get this test back on Indian terms. Australia still in the box seat. India 6 for 259 off 59.1 overs. So we'll try and head back to the broadcast out there at the Kia Oval, and we'll try and get back with our call team on the other side. Pat Cummins into bowl to Thakur, who beats him just outside the line of off stump. Lovely ball from Pat Cummins. India 6 for 259. We'll get back to Nikesh and the call team over at the Kia Oval. Let's see if we can pick up the action.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back with the action. We've put the 50 pence coin back in the meter, and we are up and running with India 6 for 259. Pat Cummins bowling here to Shardul Thakur again, who's defending this one into the offside for no run. India trailing by 210 runs as we approach lunch. 4.5 minutes to go until that interval, so we'll probably get another over in after this.
Australia still way ahead in this game despite this partnership. Just tells you how far behind India were when the 6th wicket fell. And they have themselves to blame. The catching's been pretty ordinary in the last 45 or so minutes.
Shardul Thakur dropped twice before he got to double figures.
Probably hit twice before he got to double figures as well. Comes Cummins to him again, and this is worked away behind square on the leg side. In fact, he's given. There was no bat involved. It was off the pad. Not the most enthusiastic appeal there from Pat Cummins. And India have reviewed that decision straight away. Richard Illingworth rather, with his fingers straight up after that appeal, and Shardul Thakur pretty quick to review that one. Might suggest there was some bat or glove involved. Difficult to tell from our position. We're behind the stumps here. Or was it just height?
Or was it doing a bit too much? He was walking right across his stump like Shardul Thakur tends to do. Getting the first replay here.
Look at the tyre power replay. Kadiba leg stump exposed. It kind of hits him almost on the backside, really, just to the bottom of his left buttock, if we're being precise about it.
No.
And anyway, it doesn't matter because it's another Pat no ball. Listen to the ball. Indian first lead, standing up and almost brought up a century. But in fact, all it is that he survived LBW. Necessarily like with past top that lump. It doesn't matter where. No error from us. They could have had Rughani on. He wasn't for that noble out as well. Still there on 36, and instance once. Liverpool is forward and.
We're still having those connection issues over at the Kia Oval. We'll see if we can get back to our call team in the meantime. But India just reviewed an LBW shout, which was given out. Pat Cummins, unfortunately, it was a no ball. Just looking at ball tracking after the review, it would have been umpire's call. So it would have stayed with the decision on field. So everything going right for India in the first session on day 3 of the ICC World Test Championship. We'll see if we can get back to Nikesh and the lads over there at the Oval in the meantime as we try to sort that out. But it just goes from, not bad to worse for Australia in the first session, but they've had ample opportunity, 3 drop catches, and then that no ball from the captain, Pat Cummins, as he comes into bowl. The Kerr on strike, 36 off 81, and he's fending at 1 outside the line of off stump. Plays and misses. Alex Carey went up, heard something. Umpire has said that is not out. They're looking at the DRS timer. Alex Carey in discussion with Steve Smith. Pat Cummins comes to address the two, and they are challenging this. So Alex Carey thinks that there is something to do with the bat involved in this potential decision. We'll see if we can get back. We'll see if we can get back to the Oval. The team in Nakura should be back on the line.
Yes, so we're just taking another look at this replay then. For this catch behind. And, it looked pretty close to the edge of the bat, but
the outside edge there. Can we get ultra edge when available, please?
Probably here we call for the ultra edge technology, but you can see daylight, and that is confirmed with ultra edge as well. It didn't flick any part of the glove on the way through either. There may have been a slight bit of the elbow maybe, which just flicked. There's a tiniest deviation on the ultra edge once it's rolled completely through and the ball is past the elbow. So another good decision on field. Umpire Illingworth confirms that is not out, and Thakur marches on.
Yeah, Steve Smith talked Pat Cummins into that review. Alex Carey was not convinced at all. He didn't hear anything. And these things roll in together, don't they? Drop catches, no wickets of no balls, a bad DRS call. It's a frustrated Australian team. They just need to calm down. Not much batting left after this.
Cummins charges in again, and this time Thakur is forward defending down the track. He thinks about taking a single, and Pat Cummins in soccer style tries to boot the ball in towards the stumps. Just a bit of frustration being shown there. A few boos ringing around the ground. All pantomime stuff really, and we thought we might get another over him, but with all the drama, the reviews in that over, that is it. It is going to be lunch, and India will be very happy indeed with that session. This partnership unbroken. 108 it stands at. They're going at around 5 runs and over. Ajinkya Rahane and Shardul Thakur. Thakur unbeaten on 36 from 83. Rahane 89 from 122. And India, they still trail by 209 runs. We were discussing about potential follow-ons and India not getting to that follow-on target. Would Australia be likely to enforce it? We thought not anyway. Looks like it's going to be completely irrelevant now with India 6 for 260, Bharat. And just quickly, going into the second session, Australia mustn't let themselves get too frustrated by the way this first session has gone. Good batting conditions. The pitches look to have sort of evened out a bit. The ball is getting old and the sun is shining. This can happen at the Oval.
Yeah.
But they've got to look at the bigger picture. They still lead India by 209 runs.
And again, like I said, not a lot of batting left after this. You just have Umesh Yadav, Shami and Siraj to come. But it's been India's morning after Scott Boland showed why he is such a good bowler and knocked over KS Bharat with just the second ball of the day. Ever since that, Australia themselves to blame. A lot of mistakes on the field. Pat Cummins with the no ball in that final over. That final over really summed up the morning session for Australia. They had a lot of opportunity to go through this Indian side, but Ajinkya Rahane, even though he was dropped, has looked.
KS Bharat resuming on 5. His first ball from Boland. 4 in the corner and bowls him! Second ball of the day. Scott Boland. You cannot keep this man down. He's irrepressible. He's on the money. He splays the stumps. Australia, first blood on day 3, second ball. KS Bharat bowled for 5. India in a world of pain at 6 for 152. Scott Boland, what a cricketer.
Final ball of Cummins over is short and Rughani hooks this away for 6 over long leg. Well, we talked about his IPL form and his strike rate of 173 in that competition. And that shot something straight out of the Chennai Super Kings playbook there. What a way to bring up a half century there for Ajinkya Rahane. Play then. Back on strike here. Cummins over the wicket. He edges and that's been put down. Should that have been a keeper's catch? It was David Warner there at first slip. Diving away high towards his left. Got a fingertip to it and just couldn't hang on.
SEN Test Cricket, it's the middle session of the middle day, right in the heart of this World Test Championship final in South London at the Kia Oval, where we're broadcasting live from the Vauxhall end. Our coverage is to Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, and our second session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, do Drinkwise. India will resume at 260, trailing by just 209 after a most productive session. Adam Collins with you. With me. Phil with us. Phil, talk us through what they were able to achieve in the first 2 hours.
Wow, a boring morning of Test cricket. 109 runs scored for the loss of that 1 wicket. There were only 22 overs bowled, so it's just under, smidgen under 5 and over. 11 fours, 1 6, 3 drop catches, and we reckon there were 6 visits from the physio.
So in all of that as well, you mentioned the drop catches. The last over where there was a leg before wicket overturned, Shardul Thakur on 36, Pat Cummins bowling it. Then he went up for caught behind, which was given out, or so rather given not out on decision review. They didn't get to overturn it. It was the definition of it's all happening, Ravi. In the sun, it's perfectly set up now.
It is. And the crowd here came to see India show some fight, you know, show some character. And they got to see exactly that. But I must say they were helped in a big way by the Australians as well. First with their catching, then with the no balls, and then tactically. I think where Australia might want to change is not to give that easy single away. You know, that allowed the strike to rotate. It took the pressure off, and then the runs started coming freely.
So to start the session, as it was this morning, Scott Boland, he picked up a wicket with his second ball of the day, crashing into middle and off stump through the gate of KS Bharat. The only wicket in that first stretch. He was bowled for 5, and since this period put on 108 in 133 balls. Rughani 11 runs away from a 13th Test ton. What that would mean for him after 18 months out of the Test team. As for Shardul Thakur, had to ride the bumps, hit multiple times, nearly retired hurt, still there on 36. Rughani on strike to start the session. A couple out on the offside, 3 behind the wicket in the cordon. Boland full and straight and defended back down. With bat and pad close together, I picked up a Crick Vizzy sort of stat, or finding, if you like, during lunch, Ravi. Ajinkya Rahane in his innings is playing closer to his body than in any other innings in his entire Test career. His average impact point, they say, is 1.49 metres, where the rest of the Indian batters averaging 2 metres. So he's playing right under his eyes.
And that's why he's looked the most comfortable. He's played it very late, allowed the ball to come to him.
Boland away from us. Vauxhall end delivers here. Rughani leaving alone a ball that drifts into the gloves of Carey, swinging back towards, but after it past the stumps.
And what it does, when you play that close to the body, you play with soft hands. You can't play with hard hands when it's that close. It's when you go away from the body. That's when you push. You go with hard hands, and that's when you get the edges that will carry into the slips and causes problems in England. It's fine in Australia to an extent.
Right.
Not here.
It's quite interesting that he's returned to the side so far away, and it's the outlier in his whole Test career. So there's clearly a technical change that he's made, and it's working for him so far. He's been brilliant. He's facing Boland here, delivers, and Rughani drives down towards mid-on, right at the middle of the bat. The captain, Cummins, who was frustrated before lunch, collects it. You don't see Cummins, I wouldn't say lose it completely, but he did sort of gesture at kicking the ball at one point after that leg before was overturned. 2 wickets in the innings for Cummins where they've been chalked off having overstepped the front line. One of those was Rughani yesterday on 17 as well. They would have been 87 for 5 had that been upheld, but boot not behind the line. Cummins going at more than 4 and over. I doubt he's ever been going at more than 4 and over at this stage of a Test innings before. Boland up to the crease, delivers here, and he's defended again by Rughani, right under his eyes again as well, and the crowd love it. Every time he gets bat on ball, they're with him.
Yeah, it tells you one thing when you read those stats, Adam, is that he's not played much cricket. He's rusty. He needs to bowl in match conditions to get better. And you will see as this game progresses, you'll see that rhythm close to coming back by the time the second inning starts.
209 India are behind. Conversations about the follow-on are gone for now. Boland delivers back of a length. Rughani playing defensively to cover. To think that when they lost their 6th wicket with the score on 152, all we could really think about is, well, maybe Australia will consider going all in and enforce it, but now the game's changed and the energy has changed. More importantly, the crowd are involved. When that leg before was overturned, the roar that went up from the Indian fans on both sides of the ground, it reminded me of Headingley in 2019. It was so loud, fully invested. They still believe. Forget about trying to split the difference and get a draw and become joint world champs. They still think they can do this. If Rahana's there all the way through, maybe they can. He defends again to complete the first over after lunch. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont tiles, huge sale on now. India 6 for 260 with Rughani on 89 and Thakur on 36.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Pat Cummins, the Aussie captain, 30 years of age, the number 3 bowler in the world according to the ICC. Spent 2 years at the top of the pops. Got Phil Long with us, along with Ravi, Shastri. Longy?
If you want to sum up how crazy today's been, that was the first maiden of the day.
Wow. Imagine that after yesterday, when there are times when they were really swarming India. This game's moving quickly. Every ball on SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Cummins bowls and getting forward for his first ball of the session. Tadul Thakur pushing out towards extra cover, cover point.
And there you see the tactics have changed now. That easy single to Shardul Thakur. They would have discussed that, the Australians said, on a surface like this where the odd ball is doing something, you've got to try and get every batsman out, not give him the easy single. These are the right tactics.
He was put down twice, Thakur, in single digits before he scored by Khawaja in the first over of the day. That third slip couldn't quite drag down, and by Green far more comfortably in the gully on 8 from the bowling of Cummins. There's another drop in there too from Warner. Cummins delivers, Thakur defends off the front foot out towards mid-off, no run. Rughani was put down on 72 by Warner, first slip. Just misjudging where it was going. For a moment he might have thought Carey was going to dive in front of him. So Carey moved to his right. We're actually seeing this on TV as I talk. That's for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale on now. And by the time Warner realised that Carey wasn't going, he was off balance, stuck out the left hand. Again, it doesn't stick. So 3 drop catches and no maidens in the first session, all happening at the Oval. So conventional 6-3 fields. Cummins, pavilion end, bowls here. Shardul Thakur across his stumps and places it to mid-wicket where there won't be a run. Travis Head does the fielding.
good to see they're looking to start off the session by taking a good look. It's so important in England. Every time you come out, get back into the groove. You would think it's stating the obvious, but much more here. Where the pitch is doing a bit. The ball will move in the air every now and then. So give yourself that time, a few balls to settle in again.
Cummins towards us and towards Shardul Thakur. Bowls here closer to the stumps. It's full and straight and pushed out towards mid-on, no single. What do you make of Scott Boland being given the first over of both sessions? I mean, what I'm really asking is, what do you make of Stark not getting it?
The only reason is they want to exercise some control.
Right.
They want control at one end, attack with Cummins and Stark at the other. And then once Boland tires, it'll be Green who'll replace him, bowl a few overs. I think that'll be the tactic. But at one end, you'll always see Boland or Green. I don't see Stark and Cummins bowling together.
All eyes on Pat Cummins as he bowls here to Shardul Thakur. They've been tight to start the session. There's the first run. Taken to fine leg where Boland does the fielding. Thakur 37, India 6 for 261. They trail by 208.
Just seeing the pitch looks pretty okay. Now that the ball is a little old, it's not taking off from a length as much as it did earlier when it was a little harder. So there's no reason why if a batsman applies himself, he cannot score runs. So, even when India were 300 ahead, I always thought Australia will bat again. They would bat at least 2 sessions.
I've got my binoculars on the pitch now, but I mean, there are cracks to aim at for Cummins from that pavilion end. There has been some variable bounce as the test has gone on. Cummins bowls here, Rughani off the back foot. Caught in the gully. Cameron Green, brilliant. Rughani on 89 has slashed at one. And Green had to move. He had to dive. Had to nail it. And the West Australian, who put a catch down, a far more straightforward catch before lunch, has timed this to perfection. Pat Cummins gets a second wicket. India lose their 7th with the score on 261. Away to his right. That is a screamer just when Australia needed it, Ravi Shastri. Rughani gone for 89.
He needed every inch of that 6'7" frame to reach there. That was like catching flies. He dropped a sitter, and now he's come up with an absolute blinder to terminate a fabulous innings from Ajinkya Rahane. Couldn't have come at a better time. Straight away after lunch, set batsman gone.
Everything needed to go right for India today, Ravi. We said in the pre-game this morning they needed to win 3 sessions comprehensively to have a puncher's chance of beating Australia. Well, they won the first session, but at the start of the second stanza, the middle session of the test match, Rughani hasn't added to his lunchtime score. He made 89 from 129 deliveries and batted superbly, Phil Long. You can give us the other numbers as we work our way through, but that partnership of 109 has come to an end.
Yeah, that partnership of 109 means that the Mr. Ravi Shastri.
Is that
right? 110, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Umesh have come in number 9. Maybe a spot or two higher than we might have thought, Ravi, and that because they want to plunder as many runs as they can while the sun is out. Umesh only knows how to play one of the rarest more 6s in test matches than 4s.
And if a couple go past the helmet quickly, then that will be the outcome.
So Umesh walking ahead of Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj, which reflects the fact this entail most part, with some exceptions, have not been particularly stable in recent years. We saw that in Australia a couple of years ago, that we're getting to sort of 7 out, all out quite routinely until Brisbane. So can Australia, who are still leading this test match by 208 runs, go bang, bang? If they can, they'll be able to drive home the advantage. And Scotty Boland, being the end of the over, will now be bowling at Shardul Thakur on 37. Huge celebration of the wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Boland for in the cordon, delivers here, defending with one hand off the bat is Thakur. That hand has been bruised and battered by Pat Cummins earlier today.
It's a gutsy performance, really. And now it'll be interesting to see Shardul Thakur's tactics as well. He's on 37. Now that Rahane has departed, he'll take a look for a little while, and I think he'll look to play some shots as well. Not that he hasn't, but the thinking will be a little different.
Scotty Boland away from us. Vauxhall end up to the crease. Bowls the Takia. He's faced 89 deliveries. Bruce, and again, hand off the bat. That bottom hand he wants nowhere near the bounce of Boland. When he hits the seam, it can rear up, and he'll need that bowling hand later in the day in all probability.
Certainly will.
So can they, just getting another look at that catch from Cameron Green and the response, the pressure he would have felt knowing that he so rarely puts down chances in the gully, really making that position his own.
And that too off his captain, so he's made up.
It helps. Boland's got 2 for 47. Bowls again to Takia, who leaves alone. A ball that comes back, goes over the top of the off stump, left alone on the basis of length at 141 kilometres an hour, so right at the top of the range that Boland bowls at on that measure. Yeah, it's that pressure of being a really great fielder who's dropped a catch, and a younger player in the side, it would have weighed on him through that hour and a half or so.
And no one else would have reached it in this Australian side. That would have been 4 runs for the taking. It was that far out.
It's just a reaction time as well. I mean, it's all instinct, and as you say, all about his height, his reach. Boland delivers. Takia short down the leg side. Carey doesn't quite get there. Might have been thigh pad. Thought it might have been glove. We'll look to umpire Gaffney. It was bias. Hit nothing on the way through. So movement from Boland off the seam again, up to 7 for 263 with the sundry. Trail by 207. It's kind of a specialist position, what used to be anyway, Gully, didn't it? Where you'd have
and you always had tall players there. Remember, right through the 70s, you had Bruce Yardley there for a long time, who owned that position. Then you had, I think Jeff Marsh was there. Dean Jones was there for a bit.
Steve Waugh.
Look at the West Indies. When I look at the West Indies, it's always the tall blokes there. Joel Garner, control gully. So, it's Cameron Green, ideal man for that position.
Third slip, Khawaja jumps in between Smith at second and Green in the gully. 2 left in the over. Umesh facing his first ball. It's down leg, or on leg stump rather. Helped down to fine leg. Off the mark straight away with a single. 7 for 264. We've got the scoreboard's out of sync here, which is never fun. It was a leg bye, so a couple of leg byes in the over. Umesh not yet off the mark. So, I think Joel Garner often gets talked about as a great fast bowler who could drag him in from anywhere. Well, Green, similar height. Might even be the same height, 6'7".
No, would be, Joel was, I think, taller, 6'8".
6'9". Yeah. So Boland back to Takia. Couple of extras from the over. Last ball here. It's on middle stump. It's full. It's defended. It's over. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. India, 7 for 263. They trail by 206.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Ravi, our coverage is also going out across New Zealand. SEN Z all the way through the night. Brought to you by Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. You'll hear plenty of that through the Ashes over the next 2 months when we've got Jeremy Coney on the coverage starting next week. Cummins towards us, towards Umesh Yadav. Yet to get off the mark, and he bowls full and he's defended. So how long before Umesh tries to pop one on the moon?
Just seeing the way Shardul Thakur has applied himself, I think the message from the dressing room would be, don't give it away easily. Yes, if Nathan Lyon is bowling, that will be the option, guaranteed.
Hit 2 massive sixes at indoor, didn't he? when they were in all sorts. Out walks Umesh and tried to change the game, the 35-year-old. 24 sixes in Test cricket. Umesh waiting for Cummins. 3 in the cordon. Again, plays conservatively by his standards. Trying to beat mid-on, but Mitchell Stark is there. There isn't a single. Still trailing by 206. And I mentioned that. Not that the follow-on would even be considered, but that 200 mark is what we spoke about in the first half an hour of play, wasn't it, Ravi? That if India gets inside 200, they have a chance in the second innings, if they can knock Australia over for 150, well, the game opens up again.
Absolutely. No question about it. And funny things have happened in this game of cricket, and especially with the pitch. having variable bounce now.
And they can bowl better in the second innings, India, as well. Cummins, Corden behind Umesh. He plays with 2 feet in the air, no footwork at all. Labuschagne races around from point to keep it to 1. Takes a ping at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Umesh Yadav off the mark with the single, 7 for 264. Umesh did not want to be in line with that one. Giving himself, I suppose, generously a chance to swing. Still got 3 balls left in the over. We've got Louis Cameron, who's due in next with us, I reckon. He's going to join you and me, Ravi. As Phil jumps downstairs. Cummins bowls, short ball, gets underneath it. We've got this configuration where Phil Long gets relegated to the 4th chair on the step there when we had 3 on commentary.
The naughty chair.
The naughty chair. Why don't you start moving to the naughty chair now, Phil, so I can bring
Let me just give you
Louis
one
in.
very quick one.
Please.
Mr. Yadav, one of my favourite stats. As many Test sixes as Virat Kohli.
Nice one to not leave us on. You'll be back on the other microphone shortly. Louis Cameron from cricket.com.au, formerly of the Victorian cricket team, jumping in. As Cummins gets to the crease and bowls and finds a leading edge or more of outside edge, skewed away from Shardul. Nathan Lyon racing in from deep backward point, keeps it to 1, 7 for 265. Shardul up to 38. Louis, what a snaffle that was from Cameron Green.
They've got a dragon fielding in the gully, don't they? Like, it's just unfair. I mean, Ravi, have you ever seen anyone that big field in there?
Last was Joel Garner.
Joel Garner, yeah. It's remarkable. And the earlier one was the simple one, right? Well, I think it might have been on air. It kind of came with that breadbasket right at his midriff.
He thrives on the degree of difficulty, I reckon. Ends the over here. Cummins with a dot ball pushed out to cover. 7 for 265 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails a huge sail with Umesh 1 and Thakur 38.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, we're here for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. We're live from the Kia Oval in South London on another blameless day, not a cloud in the sky. Packed house, all the public seats taken, most of them by Indian fans. The Mexican wave goes around beneath us now. Scott Boland gets to the crease and delivers, and going back is Thakur again with one hand off the bat, goes to backward point, no run. Phil Long.
You mentioned the Mexican wave. It's going the wrong way round, isn't it? When the first 2 days, clockwise. Today we're going anti-clockwise.
That's what I call a killer fact.
Who's in charge of this?
There must be some Indian fan. Change of luck.
I wonder whether the members... Now, it must be said, the members' pavilion here at the Kia Oval this week is not as populated as it probably should be. They gave the tickets to the members who didn't take them up. And I kind of get that, given how expensive Test tickets can be in England. And they've probably saved their money for later in the year. Boland up to the crease, delivers here. Forward, coming Thakur, no run. It does stand out, though, doesn't it? Like, there's a pavilion with 20% capacity, and the public seats are all sold around the ground, which looks fantastic.
And the addition, that the building on the to the left of the, as we see it from here, of the pavilion, it's a new addition. Speaking to Pat Pocock yesterday, who played many years for Surrey, and Percy was saying that the one right on top is the Sylvester Clark bar.
Right.
And it has the best view. It's the highest position you can watch the game from.
They've done a great job with that new stand. Boland a little bit wider of the crease on this occasion. Thakur still defends. That top bar, and beneath it there's the Mark Butcher bar.
Yes.
And the one beneath that, the Graham Thorpe bar. So they've got 3 greats of the club represented up there, and they all connect quite neatly to the pavilion as well. You can walk from the pavilion into the bar and the new stand and the viewing deck and great corporate facilities that are hosting functions around the year. It's all part of the modern game, I suppose, making sure these cricket grounds can be a lot more than that. Boland, Vauxhall end. Into Thakur on 38. Bowls here on his pad. Resourceful. Gets it down to fine leg for a single. Not without risk. Had it hit him on the pad, there would have been a shout for leg before. He moves up to 39. He's faced 99 balls, 7 for 266.
Already after lunch, just seeing the tactics of Australia, bringing the control back. Thought they let really, Shardul Thakur had not even 10 runs in the field, and it's easy for that. But this is
it's an interesting trial run as well, I think, for Australians coming to England, where the ball goes to different locations. I mean, that third man position seems to be a lot more in use in England than it is in Australia. It's something that gets used a lot in India as well.
As Boland approaches again. Umesh from off stump defends back down the pitch. Boland in his follow-through. He's faced 7 balls for 1, Umesh. Unusual for him. Yeah, what did you make of that, Louis? We've spoken a lot about the challenge Australia will face with England scoring at a much quicker clip than the average side. How much thought they put into dropping the field back and how quickly they did it today?
They've hinted at it, Australia, in terms of the fields they're setting for this test will be very different from the fields they're going to set for the England test. We spoke to him on the lead into this game, and just enough hinted there that there's going to be some slightly different plans.
Last ball of Boland's over, and it's defended again by Umesh Yadav, putting in a bit of a shift here. 7 for 266 at the end of it. They still trail by 203. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sail on now. But yeah, the Harsha before Shastri is going to jump out and move back to television. Thanks, Ravi. Catch you later. Was explaining that from his perspective, Australia should ignore what England are doing and play their own game. When I sort of from a different that there won't be days when they're on the back foot, and they're going to have to find a way to respond to that at different points when it's really hard.
It will be, yeah, it would be naive. I think they have to adjust. They have to plan for their oppositions, and I don't think the Australians are going into this with their heads in the sand in terms of how England want to play. They have said that they're going to stick to their guns and they're not going to change certain things, but there's no doubt that, having, they can keep the 3 slips and a gully in, but, you cover and you point. Those guys are going to have to go onto the fence.
Yeah. They're spread again here, umbrella field more or less. Cummins bowls and off the hip, working comfortably. His 100th delivery, Shardul Thakur gets himself up to 40. Doing exactly as he needs. So yeah, the field's spread for Thakur, but his strike rate's 40. I mean, you put it all in perspective now. It doesn't feel like it was necessary going to that approach as early as they did, but so be it. 7 for 267 now the score. Trail by 202. Pat Cummins. It's 69 19 overs, but barely a run since lunch. He was going at 4.1 at that point. I doubt he'd bowl 16 overs in a test innings going at 4.
Just stay on to take away Phil Long's thunder, but I'll come back to you after this ball with one there.
Okay, I like it. Cummins in, over the wicket, leg gully in as well, and he beats the bat of Umesh Yadav. Closed the face of the bat too early, tried to get him out to mid-wicket, took off from the part of the surface that has a bit of variable bounce in it, taken by Carey when the ball was still on the way up. What's your stat for us?
So you're right that he's got his economy rate back under 4 and over, Pat Cummins. Before it was at 4.26, and he's only ever gone, that's the highest of his career when he's bowled more than 10 overs in an innings. He's only ever gone at 4 and over once in an innings, once before. It was the road at the MCG, 2017-18 Ashes.
Yes. Cummins to Umesh, 1 from 8 balls so far. Plays with hands away from the body, down towards third man. That'll be 4 runs. A boundary that means that India have avoided the follow-on. That might be why the fans are cheering, as redundant as that point has been over the last hour or so. They trail by 198. They're 7 for 271. Umesh up to 5.
It's been a cracking innings from Shardul Thakur down the other end, but Umesh Yadav just showing that he's got a few runs to make up, doesn't he? I think he wasn't at his best with the ball in this game.
So they've got the 2 slips gully, but leg gully as well. So Khawaja's jumped over from third. Almost a leg slip more than a leg gully. They will target his body eventually. Cummins here, fallen straight and defended. Waiting for the right moment to go upstairs into that nagging area that Cummins always seems to find around the rib cage. Can he get Khawaja in the game?
Yeah, and the way the ball's been flying off the length, it's not necessarily the bouncer that's going to go there. It's just that one off the good length that can kind of go anywhere. I mean, both these batters, both Ajinkya Rahane and Shardul Thakur were getting peppered by Cummins and Green and Stark and been in the wars this morning. Fidio's done a few laps, hasn't he?
We reckon 6 times in the first session. Ken was Jane out in the middle. Cummins here. Bowls him. comprehensive. Umesh Yadav wasn't moving his feet, wanted nothing to do with it. Had his off stump bent back. Cummins gets a third. He's gone bang bang after lunch, just as Australia needed to do. 8 for 271 India. They still trail by 198. Umesh walking off for 5, Louis Cameron.
Summed it up perfectly. Didn't want anything to do with that classic kind of wobble seam there from Cummins. To be fair, it didn't really do much, I don't reckon. I think Umesh was staying leg side of the ball and just kind of clipped the top of the stumps. Pat Cummins is bread and butter. He hasn't been there as much as I reckon we all would have liked in this test. Hitting the top of the tubs, challenging their edges, but he's getting some reward now at the back end of the innings.
Now replay there for Tyre Power. Their end of year financial sale is on now. Quick break while the new batter's walking out. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. And on the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. India 8 now down for 271.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Mohammad Shami walking out at number 10 for India. 8 for 271. They've got a long tail, Louis. We've seen that across the journey. This can end quickly for India. Australia will be very mindful of that.
It's probably one of the reasons, just looking at the replay, that ball was probably a bit better than I gave it credit for. It's just clipped the off bail. But Umesh Yadav didn't want anything to do with it. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons that Shardul Thakur got the nod for this game. Because of his extra batting, he probably would have played over Umesh Yadav if they had picked Ravi Chandranash from Ravi Shastri was saying earlier.
So for his ball, they've already got 2 as well that Shami crossed the line. Deep backward point, but then 4 in the gully. Cummins has got 1 ball at Shami. He does well, pushing out towards mid-off. They don't take the single that's an on. They want Thakur on strike. End of successful. Cummins has 3 for 73 on the bus scored. Tiles, huge sale on now. Changing commentary after the break. Nikesh in for me with India, 8 for 271.
The Kia EV6 GT. A sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Over this live here at the Oval. SEN Test Cricket brought to you by Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Scott Boland to continue here. It's going to be Shardul Thakur on strike. Unbeaten on...
Just lost the connection there to our call team at the Oval. We'll try to get that back up and about, but a wicket there for the Aussies. India now 8 for 271. Paul Sebastiani just taking over the call at the moment. The core is still at the crease. 40 off 101 deliveries. India have now avoided the follow-on. They trail by 198 runs, 66.1 overs. India 8 for 271. Scott Boland into the attack. 2 for 48 are his figures off 19.1 overs. Cam Green with a fantastic catch at gully to remove Ajinkya Rahane just after the stroke of lunch. Boland now into the core, who's defending and getting a single down out to backward point. So India skip along now to 8 for 272. Mohammad Shami now on strike. Scotty Boland, probably the pick of the Aussie bowlers in this Indian first innings. Again, those figures 2 for 49 off 19.2 overs. Amazing to think as well Australia dropping some lollies in the field in the first session, but Cam Green taking an absolute worldie of a catch at gully to remove Rughani as he crept towards that century, but was stopped from doing so. So India 8 for 272, 66.2 overs down. Mohammad Shami now on strike as Australia try to clean up this tail coming into session number 2. It'll be Scott Boland to Mohammad Shami, and he bowls at the stumps, and Shami's driving beautifully down the ground. Lovely off drive. He'll get a couple here, maybe a boundary. It will be a boundary. It runs all the way to the boundary for 4. So Mohammad Shami off strike with a lovely boundary, a beautiful off drive, 8 for 276, 66.3 overs down. India trailing by 193 runs. We'll see if we can get back to the call team. We'll see if we can get back onto the line to Nikesh over at the Kia Oval as Mohammad Shami gets off strike with a boundary. India 8 for 276.
Scott Boland is in, and this is an inside edge. Another boundary there for Shami. A bit more fortunate this time. There was authority about the previous one. Driven back down the ground. And this time being pushed onto the back foot there by Scott Boland. Ball came in just a touch, clipped the inside edge and flew down to fine leg for another boundary. We did say, Bharat, didn't we? Mohammad Shami, it's Shami time. You're going to get one of two things, either some quick runs or he's going to be out pretty soon.
Whatever it was, whether it was numerology or what, Shardul Thakur's decision to take the single of the second ball of the over seems to have worked. But Shami's gotten himself 2 boundaries. He's not the old school tail-ender. With Mohammad Shami, it's really what mood he's in with the bat. He's got skills with the bat. He's got a great eye.
Boland then, how will he respond this time? He goes really full, and Shami clips away out towards deep mid-wicket this time. He's racing away out towards the boundary there. It will be cut off. And Shami ran the first 2 really quickly, actually. He was looking for a third. And Shardul Thakur says no. We'll settle for 2. There's 1 ball remaining in this Boland over. Thank you very much. Shami quickly on to 10 from just 4.
Well, it was one of the great disparities between the 2 teams in the series they played earlier this year in India was tail-end runs. And Mohammad Shami, a guy you kind of look at and go, oh, well, he doesn't really have any of the Aussie bowlers covered for batting. He made a lot more runs than they did. He played a crucial role, I think it was, in Nagpur with the bat where he hit 20 or 30.
Boland is outside off this time, and Shami has a fish at that one outside the off stump. A play and a miss through to Alex Carey. SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. India 8 for 282.
Longy?
Yep.
Can we get... I just recall Shami playing some important innings in England before. Like, do we have anything that stands out?
Is it the one where Bumrah?
Yeah.
Bumrah whacked the
That's
bunch.
right, yeah. And then there was one with Bhuvneshwar Kumar in 2014.
Bumrah and Anderson each other.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was right.
Bumrah and Shami having that partnership at Lord's in that series as well. That was the one, yeah. That really sort of set the game up for India. They had those 60 overs to bowl out England on the final day, but it was that partnership really which carried on that morning on the final day there. Pat Cummins then. And again, this is short, and Thakur goes for the hook. Doesn't get anything on it. Carey takes it head height. We're certainly going to see some shots here from the likes of Thakur and certainly Mohammad Shami. Let's take another look at where this passed. It's past the shoulder of Shardul Thakur in the end.
Fair to say he was a tiny bit late on the bouncer from Pat Cummins.
The ball was nearly halfway there to Alex Carey when the bat came down.
India trailing by 187 then. Comes Cummins once more. This is full, and that's a nice defensive shot there. Just pushed down towards mid-on. They are quite deep mid-on and mid-off. Inviting Thakur to take the single. He's less content on giving Shami's strike against Cummins than he is Boland.
Yeah, India need to find some way of getting as close to, or bringing the deficit down as close to 150 as possible. It's a nervy deficit. Australia will still be way ahead, but then a mini collapse and there could be panic.
Cummins bustles in again, and that is a beautiful straight drive from Shardul Thakur. just to the leg side of those stumps at the non-striker's end. He gives it the full pose as well. And Thakur is on the march here. He's on 45 from 105. Seems to get a score every time he bats here at the Oval in Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that other moniker, doesn't he? Shardulkar. Every time he plays a ball drive like that. And I think he deserves that for this particular shot. That was the closest he'll ever come to Sachin Tendulkar.
Beautiful balance, wasn't it?
Cummins, will he dig one in short? He goes a little bit shorter, and Thakur is leaning back and guiding this down towards deep third. Lyon is patrolling the boundary, but they get back for two. That's really good running from Thakur. Ran the first one very quickly. Lyon had a bit of work to do running away towards his left. And he's on to 47. The fans are absolutely loving this. 8 for 288 now. Just looking at the replay there of that on drive. Just a beautiful flourish as well. Our replays in association with Thai Power. End of financial year sale.
And the elbow wasn't really, left elbow wasn't really over the ball like a Sachin Tendulkar on drive would have. But hey, he timed the ball as well as Sachin Tendulkar ever did. And that's the last time I'm even comparing the two. There was that time, Louis, I don't know whether you know this, where Shardul Thakur played a one-day international for India wearing the number 10, and he was crucified for that. And then the number 10 was retired in Indian cricket because it could only be put off to one man.
Has anyone else worn it?
No, it's been retired.
Cummins is in, and this is an attempted pull from Thakur. It clatters into his body, and there is no run.
Had anyone else worn it between Tendulkar and Thakur?
No, nobody had. So Shardul Thakur.
Was it a mistake? Did the person giving out the kit?
He just asked for it and he got it. Nobody was aware that,
Ballsy move.
Ballsy move. Didn't work out well for Shardul Thakur.
I mean, you wear that and you are carrying the weight. You're putting pressure on yourself almost, aren't you?
But that's the kind of guy. But that sums up Shardul Thakur, the person. He backs himself.
Both from Mumbai, of course. Would have been a great hero of Thakur's growing up. This time he drives past mid-off. I think may have just got fingertips on that. But the ball races away to the boundary still for 4 more. And that is a really entertaining half-century there from Shardul Thakur. He rode his luck early on. Was dropped a couple of times, took a couple of hits the body in the field. But he raised that's more here at the Oval. Things in Test cricket for Shardul. 3 half-threes from as well. 1 from 108 deliveries.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
So Shardul Thakur get treatment here after bringing up his half-century with that drive.
Yeah, he didn't realize that immediately. I was wondering that it was that he got it, but he was immediately signaling to the team physio to come up. I'm not sure what it is this time. Don't as his arm or ribs, which all took a pounding in for left.
It was the ball before he reached the on the arm, left arm.
Right arm.
I've been watching him very closely. I mean, fair enough, the figure coming out as often as he has. Given, I mean, how many they've made Shardulkar as well. A lot just saying, hey, let's get him on.
Look, both are involved and treatment taken place, and we'll begin over here with Green into the attack for Tiffins over so India 892. Here it's full and This is, but only as far as Cummins there at mid-off. So shot from Shami.
Yeah, Mohammed Shami. 50s in Test cricket. Played here 7 years apart though. Made 5th out at Trembridge in 2014. 50th not out at Lords in 2021 when we were talking about. And his highest Test score was the 37 he made. Poor.
That's when you mentioned 2004 also led to a victory for India. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and Mohan.
That was Trembridge. Jimmy 87 kind of pitch that was. This is short. It's pulled up to the man at deep backward square for a single. So it's almost like those efforts from Bhuvaneshwar because and then Seven and was looking like the Burnley Lara, as his nickname would suggest.
Yeah, and that 51 that Shami made was also batting at number 11.
All right.
Yeah, it certainly shows he's got the capability. Has he got the application here to stick around for a while with Shardul Thakur, who's looking impeccable at the moment. Been to Thakur this time. It's short, it's wide. It was short, it was angled down too high as well, according to umpire. So to a total 894.
Harsha needs to do it for us at the other end. Such application in this inning. Physio's run out so many times. Mohammad Shami needs to be in the right mood today.
Green is in again, full, and it's a big booming drive. It's in Baker. Carey. Well, there you go. No occasion. His eyes lit up with that slightly free, just outside the off. And Mohammed Shah's back on his way. Shardul Thakur. It was on strike for that delivery. So a big breakthrough for the Australians. Just a little bit away movement. And back after this shot within 8 for 2 and 9.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Yes, welcome back to SEN Test Cricket. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And it's all, of course, thanks to Drink Wise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise. Paul Sebastiani here with you. Australia have just taken another wicket. India now reduced to 9 for 294. We'll try to get back to our call team, Nikesh and the lads, and Adam Collins back at the Kia Oval. But for now, we'll take over here in our studios. Australia looking to clean up the Indian tail. Despite that mini fight back from the Indians in session 1, Australia now back in full control, trailing by 175 runs. India 9 for 294. We'll get back to our call team at the Oval. Nikesh to take over.
Cameron Green into Mohammed Shami, and he's been held up. India to review this as well. Remaining in this Indian innings, just a review. Making their convinced.
I think David Warner has pads on by the time they made. Eventually, umpire, but full delivery from him. Chipped in late.
brilliant saves there. Can we get ultra drill it? Thank
So
you.
you can hear that he was close side edge. Left side.
Oh!
David want to get back at it. Get back down those pavilions. Back into the slip corner because Mohamed Siraj's got a massive inside edge of the Indian crowd towards maybe the umpire, maybe some of the Australians who made their way off the field as well. Great drama here in South London, and Siraj survives.
I wouldn't fancy playing poker against Mohamed Siraj, would you?
Right now.
Decision more than anything. India 9 for 204. Yeah, another full delivery is driven square, but only as far field there at cup by Siraj. He gets bat on ball though, and that is the end of another there from Cameron Green. Eventful, successful for Australia with the wicket of Shardul Thakur, and Mohamed Shami, who's still there with Siraj, unbeaten on 11. We talked about potential fireworks, and now with that dismissal of Shardul Thakur, he'll feel like he's the senior man out there, but he won't be responsible. He's going to look for some lusty blows here to try and get India up and over 300.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, the umpire got it wrong, but so Mohamed Siraj, just see Steve Smith, he had no idea inside edge. Either he wasn't reviewing for the inside edge, got lost in. Starks coming on now. Full and straight. Finish this off.
Coming round the wicket to the right-handed Shami, looking to angle and target those stumps. Maybe see if he can get some reverse swing as well. Chance of Shami ring around here as Stark comes in, bowls, gets a wide one, and he drives that powerfully through extra cover. That's racing away towards the boundary as well. Brilliant fielding out there on the rope, I think. Umpires will want to check that. The bat's run through for 2. Marnus Labuschagne it was. Big live there, running back towards that extra cover boundary. Umpire Illingworth calling for a replay of that. An unusual drive. He was way back towards the leg side, but good eyes to get his hands towards the ball, and I think that is a brilliant piece of work in the end from Labuschagne. Is it? Oh, second effort. He tips it back, realises the ball may still be toward another flick at it as well. Is he in contact any part of the rope, and I think maybe made his foot. He was just in contact with the rope. Back for the second time. We might need to get a different angle on this just to confirm. It was me.
It was
just about be okay. I mean, from the front on angle.
Just the effort. I hope it's on. It's not about. He was that ball like London Tube. He was on. He was racing with that ball. He's the fastest in this Australian team.
Oh,
good on him. He did get him.
And 2 runs. Yeah, 9 for 296. To Shami once more. He's wrapped on the pads a little bit high up, and ball thuds away into the offside, and there is no run. India's still trailing by 73 runs. The ebbs and the flows of cricket Australia still firmly driving seat as the match is concerned. But coming into the day to where they are now, and there's been some action there as well. This is what we love about this form of the game.
Yeah, there's always opportunity to come back, isn't it? That test gets compared to life. So grab them. They're grabbing those second opportunities.
Chan again, shorter this side of Chalet's. An attempted cut. Gets some share in the end. Alex Carey taking that one almost. Nice, what pace there start. Swinging really.
And the last,
if he gets any room.
We saw a moment Shami Australia on a boxy pitch. On a pitch was in Adelaide. They're shying away the stumps, walking away from the ball, followed him and broke his forearm. One thing we are seeing is ended the series prematurely. Stay line, showing up. Mitchell Stark's getting his body, his stumps.
So will he go? Full one. Short. Is that caught? And it is. It's a feather on the through to Cameron to Ascari. Takes a catch down towards the leg. Bit of glove, I think, was in the end from Shami. Quite late on that as well. Good pace from Mitchell Starc, and India all out for 296. Couldn't quite get up to that 300 on the things, but from where for our 50 at this day's play, close on 296. It's been a good effort. Rughani with that 89, half century for Shardul Thakur as well. It was that century partnership between them two, Bharat. Kind of India back into the game as such. It crashes a little bit as far as this first innings goes.
Game alive as well. When KS Bharat was knocked over by the second day, you felt like they would get nowhere close to Australia. Then Australia, all one side. If you have finished with a significant lead, they still have to battle away from India for good.
So they lead by 173. That would, of course, be back with part of the Australian innings as soon as play gets with Australia still leading by 170.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Sheen Panel Service.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Are you the fan that wishes footy was like it was in the old days? All the new rule interpretations get in the way of the stuff you love. The footy. You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India on SEN Cricket.
Before lunch has timed this to perfection. Pat Cummins gets a second wicket. India lose their seventh with the score on 261. Well, India were bowled out for 296 in the end. It's been quite the 3 hours of cricket so far. At lunch, India were 6 for 260, and a big partnership was forming between Shardul Thakur and Ajinkya Rahane. But the latter of those two men, Rahane, was caught brilliantly by Cameron Green just after lunch, diving away to his right in the gully, dragging it in, ensuring that Australia had a crack at India's tail, and they didn't wag. Wickets falling at 261, 271, 294 and 296, which means that going into the second half of this test match, India trailed by 173. So the follow-on, of course, therefore not a factor. And Australia's batters get another crack. Usman Khawaja walking in on a pair from a couple of days ago. Feels like a really long time ago. David Warner, 43 the first time around. Adam Collins picking up commentary for Knackers. Here's the 30 years of McCafe, and I've got Peter Lalor jumping in with Bharat Sundaresan. Pete, Australia needed to have a good hour, and they had one.
Yep, they finally rallied. If they had continued as they had in the morning, I think they would have got some very harsh reviews in tomorrow's newspapers and this evening's website reviews. All right. That was a ragged performance, and it's a performance that mirrored the performance of the Indian bowlers, for my money. And that goes to show we've all talked about the lack of preparation, the relative lack of preparation for this, and we saw. And it told most on the Indian bowlers who got tired in the legs early on, but unfortunately for them, didn't have the start the Australian bowlers had. The Australian bowlers had the great start. You know, within a few overs, they all had a wicket in their pouch. But it was then that sort of lack of match practice and a little bit of fatigue started to kick in, or perhaps, on the next day, on the third day.
I was talking to Mike Atherton about this yesterday, about the idea that when you play tour games, it's not all about the bowling and the batting bit. It's just the rhythm of being out on the field for 6.5 hours. Yeah. And I know they've had long net sessions at Beckenham, but having to switch on every ball, time and time again, that discipline of Test cricket that makes it so damn hard. They've not had that practice for at least 4 months, Brad.
Yeah, and even when they did, it was all the spinners doing all the bowling, right? Yeah. The fast bowler was just a novelty there. And the way we speak about it, Pete, it would feel like if someone listening that Australia bowled 120 overs, they did not. They didn't even bowl 70 overs.
69.4 overs.
Exactly. And you could see that they were getting a little frustrated as soon as there was a partnership. Because when you're not used to it, that muscle memory is not as active as it is. You want to get off the field, right? You want to get things done quicker. And you saw that with Pat Cummins. How often, I think it's the first time ever he's taken wickets of the no ball or for no ball 2 times. One was given not out, one was given out. And you could see him lose his cool briefly just before the lunch break, and which rarely happens, kicking the ball. Though he didn't make contact too well, but I think also what it means is that partnership between Rughani and Shardul Thakur still a little nervous for Australia. If they lose 2-3 wickets,
sure,
there's something in there for India to get motivated by and get inspired by.
We spoke earlier about 200 being an important number, not really for the follow-on, but the psychology. When they were 316 behind, I think it was, when they lost their 6 wickets. So they really have rallied. Just a stat for you about Pat Cummins and no balls, which you'll like. I take some quiet credit for this. He bowled 12 no balls in his first 30 test matches. Since the technology changed where the third umpire calls the no balls rather than on the field, he's bowled 28 in his next 20. So that is categoric proof that the central umpires weren't calling no balls and fast bowlers were getting into bad habits. Why I take credit. I was annoying the ICC about this for 6 years, and they finally made the change.
As someone who umpires at a much lower level, but when you look at Pat Cummins' no ball, so he's always just over the popping crease or nearly just. It's never a big no ball. No wonder a lot of times back in the day when it was the on-field umpires calling the no balls, they were missing it. And also the positioning of his feet, Adam. If you see in his delivery stride, the back leg sort of can cover the front leg at certain times. So it does take someone with a naked view from side on to pick the no ball.
The other thing I'll note, Nathan Lyon only bowled 4 overs. Great couple of overs last night, 1 for 19 his figures, but only turned to once this morning. Mitchell Starc finished with 13.4 overs, 2 for 71, went at 5.2, and to be blunt, that flatters him. Pat Cummins, 3 for 83, dragged it back from 20 overs, 2 wickets after lunch. Boland, 2 for 59 from 20, the first time he's gone for 50 in a test innings, but bowled so nicely on both days. Cameron Green, 2 for 44 from 12, and a brilliant catch. And mentioned before, Nathan Lyon, 4 overs, 1 for 19. That's the bowling analysis for Australia, knocking over India for 296 inside 70 overs. Bharat.
Yeah, but, when a team is frustrated and rattled, it comes in threes, right? There was wicket of a no ball, dropped catches, and that desperate DRS call for the caught behind.
It's like a bus, isn't it? But anyway, the platform's really set for these batsmen now, isn't it? That is, despite all our negativity about the Australian performance, which was good but could have been gooder. This is set for Usman Khawaja and David Warner to make runs. We've seen that the batting's a little easy when there's a lacquer on the ball.
We're going to say goodbye to Brad. Give him a 10-minute breather. He's been on for ages. And so Phil Long will stay with us down in the naughty corner with you and me, Pete Lawler, Adam Collins. Mohamed Shami's got the ball in his hand to start from our Vauxhall end. In the first innings, Shami sent down 29 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 122. Play is called. Khawaja facing on a pair. First ball of the innings. No, says Khawaja after defending out to cover, playing from the crease. They'll start with 3 catches in the cordon. Let's call it a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg underneath the old Loch Laker. So fairly conventional standard field to begin, but only the 2 slips and a gully. India need to take 10 wickets in 2 sessions, Pete.
Yes, well, they had up to 4 slips, didn't they, in that first session of the first day, but the significant difference there is the blue sky that we've got now. I haven't seen clouds since that first day.
Australia starting 173 ahead. Khawaja facing, Shami in behind it again. I think that's fair, isn't it? 2 sessions would be you're getting to the stage where if Australia bat into, I know we're only not too deep into the middle. If Australia are still batting at Drinks tomorrow morning, they'll have a lead that you can't imagine India are chasing down in the 4th dig. If they could do it inside there, keeping it to 350 or thereabouts, then they could dare to dream a little bit. They certainly were able to haul that down on the final day at Brisbane a couple of years ago.
They certainly were, but they've got to keep themselves in the game. I think they've got to be not this Australian side, or probably by tonight.
Shami bowls and Khawaja off the pair with a single to fine leg. Well played. Australia none for 1. It's funny, isn't it? Like we're talking about India's the prospect of India winning. Sometimes in Test cricket, fielding first can keep you in it for longer, because India effectively are granted now, despite being so far behind, a second chance to win the match. But as we said to start our broadcast this morning, everything will need to go right. They'll need to get into the wickets early and often.
And if the Indian bowlers were feeling a little bit of the tiredness late in that first innings, we'll see what it does to this second innings, how their attack's looking. Ice baths, I guess. Do people still have ice baths?
They jump in the bins, don't they, with ice. Shami bowls to Warner. His first ball hits him on the pad outside the line of the leg stump. Warner picks it up and throws it back to the bowler. All in good spirit, Warner, these days. besties with all the Indian players. Wasn't the case 10 years ago, but he's changed a lot. Or world cricket's changed a lot, I suppose, with the IPL since then and the relationships that have developed in those competitions.
Well, yeah, there was some still pretty ugly fights from IPL. And in fact, one of the umpires used to have the gun of girls used to say that the fights carried over from the IPL, made it worse. I think these guys have mellowed a little bit with age and been a bit chastened by events.
Strongest breeze of the game going over Shami's left shoulder. Arrives and bowls at Warner. Around the wicket. He defends outside the line of the off stump down the pitch. No single for him.
Warner made those little marks in the crease there just to let himself know where his back foot is. Warner in the past few years, at his worst, his setup involves the back foot slips back and it almost looks like he's backing away from the fast bowler. It worried me. I thought, he was losing his edge. He puts that mark behind the crease now to let him know where his back foot is and where it shouldn't go. If he goes into that hole, he knows he's backing away. He's got to get his movement back and across.
Shami, last ball of the over to David Warner, who drives out to cover. No single. 1 run from the first over of Australia's second innings. They're 174 in the black. None for one. Khawaja has the single on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
Are you the fan that wishes footy was like it was in the old days? All the new rule interpretations get in the way of the stuff you love. The footy. You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
Our second session of the middle session of the Test match is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Adam Collins, Pete Lawler with you on the call. Listeners all across Australia with us now. Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. Welcome one and all. Australia picked up 5 wickets today. 1 in the first session and 4 in the third hour to finish off India. Put themselves into a strong position. Had a chance for it to be better. That first wicket came in the first over of day 3. Beautiful afternoon here as Siraj starts. His first ball over the wicket, Khawaja clipping. Only as far as forward square leg, no single for Australia. Wickets coming for Pat Cummins as I scroll down the page, finishing with 3 for 83, 2 for 71 Stark, 2 for 59 Boland, 2 for 44 Green, who took a brilliant catch in the gully just after lunch, and Nathan Lyon 1 for 19. Hope you enjoyed the footy.
3 slips for Mohammad Siraj, bowling to Usman Khawaja and a gully.
So the extra catcher in play. Pavilion end, Siraj. Up to Khawaja, squares him up. Was there an edge there? All eyes on umpire Gaffney. Siraj was convinced. The Corden perhaps a little bit less so. KS Bharat has a conversation with Rohit Sharma coming up from mid-off, the captain. He doesn't want to speak to the bowler. He wants to speak to the keeper. I wish we could have Bharat on to interpret for us as the clock ticks down to 0. So no review. A lot of activity for nothing.
A lot of activity. Mohammad Siraj has got that appeal that runs right up to the batsman's crease and through it, mind you. I reckon they should keep to their own half of the wicket bowlers in those situations.
Yeah. That was, 2 things wrong with that. Hit him on the thigh pad and bounced a foot in front of the keeper. It's possible that Siraj was actually appealing for leg before. We're behind Khawaja at our end. But, yes, that wasn't hitting a second set.
Yeah. It was an LBW appeal by the look of it.
So he goes again, already in the game. Siraj to Khawaja, leaving alone on length, flies over the stumps into the gloves, this time on the full.
It's a good English wicket that you can leave on length, isn't it?
Yes,
something
absolutely.
that Australian batsmen are very accustomed to, but something that completely sort of rattled them in that 2019 tour, or one of them in particular, David Warner. Couldn't leave on length, was forced to play balls that he would usually let go in Australia. And Stuart Broad crashed in on that big time.
Remember, it was the 2018 batch of balls that did it. Remember that story from 19?
The dark red balls.
The special dukes from 1 year. Siraj bowls and Khawaja turns into the onside no run. Broad and Anderson had the balls in 18 against India, which they loved so much. They directed Dukes to keep some in reserve for the 2019 Ashes. Because in 18 here, they beat India 4-1. And it was test matches over in 3 or 4 days. Wicket, ball dominating bat. And they said, can we have some more of them for next year? And that is partly why they had such a good time of it in 19 early on. They were literally picking the weapon they were using.
There's more voodoo around cricket balls than there is around cricket pitches at time, isn't there? But, it's one of the variables of the game.
Absolutely. Siraj up bowls here to Khawaja, defending from the crease out to cover, where there won't be a single. One ball left in the over, all dots so far. Yes, the batcher balls last year in England caused any number of problems where they had to keep changing them.
Well, is that because they were being made? I'm told that was because they were being made in Sialcott because of the pandemic, and it couldn't be done here, and something had happened. But other times I've heard it's because the cows have had a bad year and their leather's no good.
Yeah, last year they attributed, well, Dukes says, the supply chain issues around COVID.
Right.
But they're reportedly back to their best this year, as far as bowlers are concerned. Siraj to finish his first over, and Khawaja's able to leave alone again on the full stump line. Maiden complete. Australia none for one after 2 overs in their reply. They lead by 174. Khawaja has the single. Warner yet to score. On the Beaumont scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, and even the kitchen sink, and yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over, up to 25% off all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Shami away from us, round the wicket to David Warner. Delivers here, Warner leaves alone well outside the off stump. Our Macca's moment of the session, the Macca's I'm loving it moment, was Cameron Green and his catch. Just got a text in one of my WhatsApp groups from a team I play in saying that was an obscene catch. It's about right.
It was ridiculous.
Our Macca's moment, I should say, is the new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Got to get that out.
He's a brilliant fielder in that gully, and you look down at him when he's in the gully. He's twice the size of anybody else, so he covers twice as much ground. But I think in the past 2 years, he's taken 14 catches. That would have been his 15th. Only Steve Smith has taken more for the Australians.
Good point. Shami again. Shorter ball. Warner gets inside of it. Stays on top of it. Gets off the mark down to fine leg with a single. None for two. Lead 175. Please continue.
But it shows you, just how much he's in the game, in that gully position. And I think we remember him taking a screamer very early on. For a guy who is so tall, he's very good at getting those balls down around his ankles. But this one wasn't around his ankles. It was almost past him, wasn't it? And he stuck out that. He's got an arm as long as one of those cranes that's rebuilding Vauxhall behind us. But it just stuck. What a great cricketer. Probably his only trouble spots around his midriff.
Yeah, that one this morning. Sometimes for fielders behind the wicket, they want to dive around, and Green's one of those. Shami bowls to Khawaja again, gets underneath an innocuous short ball. Didn't need to play at it. No concern. Speaking of blokes that bowled short balls, on our television screen here for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. One of your heroes growing up, Jeff Thompson, probably with a tour group. Got the silvery hair as always.
Silvery hair and that floral shirt. He's got a perennial teenager.
And you can see what he's doing too. He's giving the two lads he's with a bit of a lesson in fast bowling, wrist position and so on. Tomo just went down and wanged it, wasn't it? Nothing about.
Right, yeah.
And he's having a beer as well, naturally.
Well, the key to bowling.
I'm sure if
he's
having hangover. If he's remembering to drink, he'll drink wise. Our sponsor this session, Khawaja takes on the short ball straight to square leg.
Lovely segue, that one, Colo.
As long as they
that's
tick
why
it off,
you're on the big bucks.
As long as they tick it off in the studio, that's all I care about. Drink wise with us on the second session.
That is true. Tomo said, you always bowl better with a hangover. You're angry.
Where's he sitting? He looks like he's on our level, the level below us. Enjoying the corporate hospitality. There's the John Major room down there, isn't there, beneath us here?
I bumped into another famous Australian fast bowler over there recently. Josh Hastings.
John Hastings?
John Hastings, sorry. John.
So yes. Famous.
Bumped into his brother Josh.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Shami bowls to Khawaja. Doesn't catch up with it down the leg side. Tried to flick. In the end, was more likely to feather it. Neither happened. Stays at none for two. Slow start for Australia. Our leading run scorer today was Ajinka Rughani so far, made 89, batted so well, so disciplined. That's for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years.
Hastings lives over here now. He owns a Pilates franchise. In fact, he's the boss of the franchise. It's Power Pilates or something like that. Looks fantastic too.
Shammy finished his third over, bowls the Kawaja and leaves alone on length again. Well played. He's won, Warner's won. None for two on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now. They lead by 175, the Australians.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-stream?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of them at Cafe. And our session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, Drinkwise like Jeff Thompson is downstairs. He's got the man with the ball, Mohammad Siraj, trying to find an edge. Just two slips, so they've pulled out a catch-up. Bowls to Warner, who plays and misses. I heard a noise through the effect mic. Wasn't to be. Brad's had a cup of tea.
Yeah.
A little stint off air. He's back with us for the next half an hour. Hello, Mads.
Was it a chai?
No, you didn't get good chai here, do you? No good coffee, no good chai. No, I was just scanning the crowd. I mean, more people in our section, the members area, the corporate areas. What a great spot the cricket stadium is for to take pictures, right? It's always a nice setup. There's a nice contrast at the back. A lot of Instagram pictures being snapped to our right.
For my money, the best stadiums have a view of their surrounds, of the suburb they're in, the place they're in.
Siraj bowls, and well, he doesn't bowl. He pulls out at the last possible moment, something with the footing, I reckon. I'll tell you a little sad story about to our right. The famous Archbishop Tennis School. It's been there for over 100 years. Feature to the eastern side of the ground here. It's closing.
Oh,
yeah. The school's closing, yeah. So I believe the sign, which is in all the photographs from the gasometer side of the ground, is going to be kept. But just a demographic shift. There's no demand for school places over here.
Well, it's really upset the kids at the school and their parents because they got notice in April and the school's closing in August. So they've got to find something.
No good. Siraj bowls. Warner beaten again. Good from Siraj. That's twice in that channel where he's got Warner playing. Doesn't necessarily need to on the angle. Warner goes up and interrogates the pitch. I don't think that's the surface, Dave. No. That's just a nice piece of shape. Although, to be fair, it has deviated off the seam, so maybe it did hit the crack.
No, there is something on this side of the pitch that has been bothering David Warner from the moment he took guard 2 days ago.
And there's something bothering Siraj too, his delivery stride.
Nothing bothering Marnus Labuschagne. He's on our tyre power screen, end of financial year sale, with his eyes shut, his feet up. I know Peter Hanscom falls asleep before he bats, but I didn't know that was a Marnus thing as well. You're the Marnus Labuschagne correspondent, Bharat. What's going on here?
This is the first time I'm seeing him with his eyes closed. It almost feels like he's awake 24 hours.
Well, he kind of is with the newborn.
Yes,
exactly. We now know that he sleeps with his pads on. And his bat.
No surprises.
That might be why he's sleeping. You can't get his sleep at night. Here's Siraj to Warner again. Good contest. Warner, has he edged this one? He has! David Warner's gone early for one. Siraj has been working on that angle across the left-hander. Warner looks at the bottom of his bat. Marnus Labuschagne, wake up, mate, you're needed. Australia 1 for 2.
He's been operating in that channel beautifully as Mohammad Siraj. Twice he beat the bat. India believe David Warner got lucky on a couple of occasions in the first innings. This time he does catch the edge, and a lovely catch from KS Bharat behind the wicket.
And that has hit the crack, undoubtedly so. It didn't carry through. Bottom of Warner's bat. That's on the tyre power screen, end of financial year sale. And Labuschagne, was he even watching? I think he was still eyes shut. Then he burst out of his chair, down the steps of the Bedser stand he comes now. I don't know whether he'll have a word with David Warner, but Warner, after batting so impressively in the first innings, is gone for 1 from 8 balls, having played and missed 3 times. That's not a great sign. And Australia still have work to do. 175 runs ahead, but they need to lay a foundation in the second innings, Pete Lalor.
Yes, he's looking to punch that one square. Trademark shot that got him a lot of runs in the first innings. But pretty risky shot when you've just seen the ball prior. Sort of jag a little bit off that crack or that area of the wicket, and that one is just nicked it through. And was rude fight for Marnus Labuschagne, who had to be woken up on the balcony.
Huge response from India as well. Siraj loves punching on with Australia, to put it mildly. He's celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives and what they would give to get Labuschagne early too. Then we'll have a serious final on our hands. They need Labuschagne before he gets set.
Yeah, nothing like the Indian crowd roaring to wake you up from your nap, right? That's when Manas's eyes opened up. And Mohammad Siraj, for all the talk, there you go.
They're trying to sync it up on TV here as to when he woke up. I reckon that hit the bottom of Warner's bat, by the way. So it didn't get up, and yet Labuschagne wasn't watching, sprung out of his chair to see Warner walking off with the ball in the gloves of KS Bharat. His 4th catch of the match.
And for all the talk of bowling around the wicket to David Warner, if there's one bowler in world cricket who's troubled him from over the wicket, it is Mohammad Siraj. Go back to Sydney when David Warner made us come back in that summer. That's how he got him out bowling over the wicket. Drags him out nicely. The Indian crowd has found its voice. Virat Kohli is egging them on as well. You can see from 3rd slip, 2nd slip.
How about that through the effects, Mike? Virat Kohli's giving it big, as he loves to do from 2nd slip. The entire stand beneath the stand is won. Siraj in. Labuschagne first ball. 3 slips and a leg slip. Labuschagne in behind it, defending from the crease.
And Virat Kohli applauding the crowd. He's playing. He's the conductor of this noisy opera.
Yeah, we've seen him do this many a time before. And Marnus has actually set himself up a little outside the crease, hasn't he? Try and counter that movement.
No, in the first innings, he was standing so far outside his crease. Yeah. He got hit by Siraj by a length delivery that rose at him.
Kohli's going to get them. Go. Sorry, I think Kohli's going to get them going again here in a moment. He really wants this 2nd wicket. Getting the cloud to clap Siraj to the crease. Siraj arrives and bowls, and Labuschagne hit him. Hits him on the gloves. He's dancing around like a boxer who's been skonked. Reminiscent of Lords in 2019 when Archer pegged him with his first delivery. Up in the grill. It's all happening here in South London. Feels like South Mumbai. The noise is outstanding. Siraj all over it. We'll get a replay here. Up on the top glove. Welcome Marnus Labuschagne, and he dropped the bat just as he did that day at Lords.
He's signalling to the dressing room there.
Yeah. He's in trouble, and he immediately picked his bat up. You're right, Adam. It was very reminiscent of what he did at Lords. But this is exactly how he struck him on the glove in the first innings. I just finished talking about it. And Virat Kohli is loving this.
Kohli may not be the captain anymore, but he remains a spiritual leader of this Indian team. And he knows what he can do. He can whip the crowd into a frenzy. Mohammad Siraj bowling with that energy to the crease. Last ball of the over. Labuschagne defends subtly across the stumps. Out to mid-wicket. End of a successful over for the Indians. Australia 1 for 2. That's on the Beaumont scoreboard. Labuschagne yet to score. Khawaja on 1.
The old favourite, My Way, takes an early lead in the Celebrating Live Stakes, followed by High Tea, who's travelling well. Red Tulips is blooming beautifully, followed in behind them by Wind Beneath My Wings. Coming late is the Harleyhurst. Yes, it's the Harleyhurst who's running on. They hit the line. The judges call for the photo in the Celebrating Live Stakes.
Thanks, Brian. When you reach the final finishing line, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbinbrothers.com.au. Turbin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN World Test Championship cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the Met Cafe. Bharat Sundaresan. Labuschagne got some treatment between overs.
It wasn't treatment really. It was just one of the substitutes bringing out a very traditional elbow guard. These days you see a lot of batters use the short arm guard, but this looks more like it's going to give him more coverage, protect his elbow.
Shami's turn, over the wicket to Khawaja. He's on one, short ball, takes it on into the gloves of KS Bharat. Shami asks the question of umpire Illingworth, who keeps the finger down. They won't be reviewing that. Every ball feels like an event in this second session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking a Drinkwise.
Finally feels like a World Cup final, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Indian crowds are up and about. They had their flags out. Their former captain egging them on. And this ball, this wicket is really entertaining, isn't it? The bounce is uneven, but it's good. It's good bounce. We've seen a hell of a lot of batsmen hit in the hands, lower arm areas. Takua hit twice this morning by Cummins.
Here comes Shami. Vauxhall end away from us. Kawaja leaving alone in the channel, not getting sucked in. That's where they want him playing, though. That's where he played in the first innings, an edge behind for a duck.
Also interesting with the Indian slip, Cord and Adam. I don't know whether you've noticed that they keep swapping. So when you have the right-hander on strike, Virat Kohli moves to second slip and Shubman Gill to third slip. But every time there's a left-hander on strike, they swap and Gill's at second and Kohli's at third. Interesting why that happens.
Kohli now looks over to the Bedser stand. He wants them to get involved at the members' end of the ground behind him. That's the direction that Shami's running into. Bowls to Kawaja over the wicket, hits him on the pad. Looks high to me. Richard Illingworth says it's high as well. Of course, Virat Kohli's making the case because that's just what Kohli does. But they won't be using DRS there, surely. Now, DRS reviews are for IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate call 13 IMAR.
What are the chances that if Virat Kohli was captain that he was going upstairs?
Used to feel like Kohli used to do it, Pete, didn't he? Just to kind of, it was almost a flex. He wanted to put pressure on by using DRS.
I reckon Smith used to do it too, but this is fantastic cricket. The atmosphere here is extraordinary. The World Test Championship final is on.
Is alive.
Test cricket's alive and well here right now in London. It's Shami, bowls to Kawaja, who's faced 17 balls for his one underneath the bouncer, and it's called a wide and rightly so. Richard Illingworth assessing that was too high for the Kawaja to play in his normal batting starts. 1 for 3, lead 1-7-6. Can India get a second one here? Can they make this really tasty?
Hey, and the leg slip's also really square. It's not fine. It's not even, it's almost a leg gully that they have in place. Akshar Patel on the field as a substitute.
It's basically, Kohli's basically in a third, fourth slip position, isn't he? There's a big gap there.
Shami bowls and Kawaja leaves alone. That dies into the gloves of Brad. Not the same movement, or not the same volatility, I should say, from the Vauxhall end.
That's that uneven bounce that we're talking about that Steve Smith was complaining about on the second day. Made it so difficult to bounce. Perhaps part of the reason why people are actually getting caught on their gloves. Play for the low one and you get a high one.
Get a high one, and they're standing outside the crease as well, Manas in particular.
We promised people they could fall asleep to our coverage for the next 7 weeks. You can't fall asleep with this noise. If you're in New Zealand, 1:40 in the morning across New Zealand for Rosine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Shami bowls to Kawaja, back of a length defends. You're expecting the rhythms of Test cricket over here to be a little bit more gentle, but not when India are in town.
Falling asleep can be a stress reaction, you know. Some people yawn when they're stressed. I was thinking that when I was looking at Marnus Lavish, and that's how some people react to stress. Not exactly how I react to stress.
No.
Shami took 43 wickets in this World Test Championship cycle for India at 28.
Coming around the wicket now. Changing the angle up. He's got Usman Khawaja on the back foot. Will he slip one in full and straight?
Leg gully in. Round the wickets, the angle. Khawaja opens the hands or opens the blade down to deep third. There'll be a couple there. Nice soft hands. We saw Usman Khawaja step up when it was tough in India earlier in the year. He moves to 3 at the end of the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Nikesh Rughani replacing me. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Australia lead by 178. Changing commentary. Nikesh in for me.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. What an atmosphere we have here at the Oval right now. The Indians bowling with their tails up at the moment. And the Aussies still in the driving seat as far as the game is concerned. Siraj smelling blood. And he comes to Labuschagne, who's squared up and guiding this down towards third. We'll get at least one. In fact, comes back for the second. Deliberately played down in towards that region as well.
Well, Australia aren't only battling this bowling attack, they're battling this crowd. I mean, they really need to silence them a little bit. Maybe smack a couple of fours and just take the sting out of this game.
And that's why the wicket of David Warner is so crucial, right, Pete? He's the guy who would have done that. He would have soaked in the noise, soaked in the energy and given it back.
Maybe just a few drop them and runs for 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, that's what you expect from these two.
Take the air out of it.
Siraj then charges in once again. The crowd on their feet. Delivers just outside off, and Labuschagne lets that one go. Seen Siraj on a few occasions in the first innings as well, just get in the faces of those batters. He was the only one really from the Indian seam bowling attack who showed that energy and intensity throughout that first innings, despite what the Australians were doing.
And that's Kohli's voice you can hear.
It is. And he's making sure that Marnus Labuschagne can hear what he's saying.
Yes. Well, he walked right up from the slips cordon, the 10 metres from the slips cordon, up to in the batter's ear with the ball before returning it to the ball. In the game, he is so competitive. He's a gift to the game, honestly. Makes Test cricket great to watch.
Here we go, Siraj in again, and this one bounces up off a length. It's well negotiated by Labuschagne. They go through for a quick single. There's confusion. The throw comes in at the wrong end. Labuschagne was stranded halfway down the pitch there, running towards the non-striker's end. Throw came in towards the keeper's end. It missed anyway. Khwaja would have been probably home. And the call didn't come early enough. Let's take another look at this. Another sharp delivery there from Siraj. Both the batters almost shaking hands at one point. Down there at the striker's end.
How did you read that? Usman was ball watching. Marnus was ball watching.
He was. It was Usman Khawaja's call. It went behind him. Marnus is sharing a joke with Rohit Sharma at the other end now. He wouldn't have been laughing if the throw had gone to the right end. But that's what pressure does.
And that's it, isn't it? It's pressure.
It is.
Listen to that.
They're literally all up on their feet to the stand, shouting, "Oh, Ravi Jadeja!" That bit of fielding. And he's on the rope there, actually, in front of them. Down at fine leg as Khwaja takes strike here. 3 slips and a gully still in place. Siraj continues over the wicket into Khwaja. Another one bouncing off a length. And again, Khwaja just taking one hand off the bat. He plays it well defensively into the offside, but again, just another sign that they're not going to be comfortable coming forward to those types of deliveries as much. There's a bit of hesitance when playing those just because of the extra variable bounce we've seen.
Yeah, even umpire Gaffney just walked down the pitch, just had a look at the spots where that ball's been landing and jumping at the batters. But we've seen this across all 3 innings. The new ball is when it's most difficult to bat, because that's when the ball is hard and the bounce is more uneven. It gets easier as the ball gets older. Somehow they have to find a way to survive this spell.
Siraj charges into the roar of the crowd again. This one's left alone by Khwaja, just outside off.
Love cricket when there's a crack in the pitch. It's wabi-sabi. I don't like perfect things. Things that have been used, got a bit of wear, got a bit of chaos in them.
Yeah, I mean, it should look like a pitch which you got in an op shop, right?
Exactly.
And look, you can criticize Indian cricket for a lot of things, and at times justifiably, but the one thing you can't criticize Indian cricket for is the energy that the Indian fans bring to cricket. That noise is just so different.
Certainly brought a lot of life to what may well have been a very one-sided and dull day, the way India came in. Siraj is in again. Khwaja's pulling this one and pulling well in front of square and away for 4. Bit of disdain about that shot as well, just dismissed it to the boundary. Great way to end that over, but another challenging one for these two out in the middle. Khwaja and Labuschagne still there. Australia 1 for 12.
Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup Final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumonts. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Mohamed Shami to continue then. As Labuschagne just marks his guard once more.
Let's
1 for 12.
Let's note the atmosphere here and see how it contrasts and compares to the next match of Edgbaston.
Yeah,
the
indeed.
Holly stand.
Yeah, that'll be noisy.
Yes.
Different kind of noise.
Shami then steams in, delivers, and he beats it past the outside edge. Labuschagne, he was looking to be forward in defence, and that one just nipping past the outside edge. Phil Long is still alongside us, and Phil, we often talk about Mohamed Shami. He's known as second innings Shami, and we might ask you to come up with some figures to see how his records are compared with first innings and second. Certainly has looked very threatening so far in this short space of time, just into his fourth over. A stiff breeze just coming across the ground here from left to right as we look on. In comes Shami once more to Labuschagne, a little bit straighter, and it's played to mid-wicket. He's looking for a quick single, direct hit, knocks the off stump out of the ground, but Labuschagne was safely home. Just another little something to get this crowd up on their feet. They don't need much encouragement at the moment, but that'll help.
And just to compare the crowd noises, Pete, what I will say is when it's an Indian crowd, it almost sounds like there's a crescendo. It's all one voice. With an English crowd, you can the singing, you can make out the separate voices coming through from the crowd.
Slurring.
To start with.
It was an absolute party downstairs at lunchtime. The Indian fans just they were dancing, and I don't know what was going on there. There was a melee, but it was a sort of a happy melee.
Got a saxophone player, haven't they, who kind of leads them on and busts out some classic tunes for them to dance to. Shami in again, and Labuschagne forward in defence this time, a lot more solid.
Yeah, when you say classic tunes that I haven't heard in the last 30 years, I only hear them in England.
There are some more modern Bollywood film songs which are played as well towards the end of the day sometimes.
Yeah, at times I almost feel like the internet never came to England.
But at least they don't pollute the play with too much music or announcements. You can just enjoy the atmosphere, the space, the visual and
pet peeves actually when watching soccer in this country. A goal is scored and the music comes on. Shami is in once more to Labuschagne, again forward in defence into the offside, no run.
Yeah, those pre-recorded and pre-packaged excitement.
Yes. Yeah. You don't need that when you've got 50,000 people in a soccer stadium jumping off their seats.
What was I saw? Was it West Ham win a title the other night?
The Europa Conference League, which is it's a European trophy, which is still a big deal. They've not had success in Europe for 48 years. They've not played in Europe much during those 48 years. Europa Conference League, it's like the third tier. You think of the Champions League. The UEFA Champions League is the tournament. You've got the Europa League, which is the second tier, and then the Conference League below that. Shami and again Labuschagne leaving outside the off stump. And it's safely through to KS Bharat.
I was out taking my demons for a walk late in the evening. The excitement around every pub in Vauxhall, do they have a relationship to this area or something?
No, they're from the east end of London.
Yeah.
There's fans all over, to be honest. West Ham is one of the better supported clubs in London, traditionally have been in the top flight for longer than in the one below, which is the Championship. They have been a little bit up and down over the last 20-30 years, but generally a well-established club. Those of a certain era might remember the 1966 England World Cup winning team. 3 West Ham players as part of that team. This one is slightly shorter from Shami, and it's well defended off the back foot by Labuschagne. Maiden over there for Mohamed Shami. 7 overs gone in this Australian second innings. Australia 1 for 12.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. With us live here at the Kia Oval. Really exciting passage of play. And joining us up until the tea interval, Harsha Bhogle alongside myself, Nikesh, Rughani and Bharat Sundaresan. It's going to be Mohamed Siraj to continue from the pavilion end. Charges in once more, delivers, and Khwaja leaves alone outside the off stump. Afternoon, Harsha.
With such a lot of noise, how did Manas Labuschagne
catch a few wings just before he came out to bat.
He's been busy daddy duties at night.
During a test match?
Dedicated
stuff.
father.
So I finally discovered one difference between Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. Steve Smith is not sleeping before coming out to bed.
Oh, he doesn't even sleep at night.
I believe so. I believe he doesn't sleep at night.
He's in front of the mirror with his bat, shadow practicing. Siraj then comes into the roar of the crowd, and this has been cut away. And in fact, I don't think he got anything on that in the end. It was a good take by KS Bharat, low down, diving towards his left.
Just in between overs, or just before the last ball of the last over, Virat Kohli, trying to deputize his crowd conducting duties with Ravindra Jadeja, is yelling at Jadeja. And you know how Jadeja is, he's refusing to do that. He's like, that's not really
He's laid
me.
back.
Yeah.
Jadeja's more laid back, but the keeper has just run all the way to mid-off to have a word with the captain and come running right back.
And we saw that ball prodigiously swing once it had pitched and gone past the outside edge there of Usman Khawaja. Shami in again, and Khawaja is back defending this one. Throw comes in towards KS Bharat, almost over his head there from Mohammad Siraj, and I think it was Jeteshwar Pujara just trying to do a bit of backing up there behind the keeper. We've seen him do that a few times there, Siraj, just getting himself pumped up, getting the crowd fired up. Nearly got that one wrong.
He's largely slanted the ball across the left-hander from that over the wicket line. What I'd love to see is the stock ball that he used to bowl so well before, which is the outswinger to the right-hander. I'd love to see that ball curl back into the left-hander and see if he can catch Khawaja in front of the stumps.
Especially because he's bowling from so wide of the crease as well, Harsha. When he does come over the wicket, he's not one of those bowlers who comes very close to the stumps.
Siraj delivers again, and this is past the outside edge of Khawaja. Another one which wasn't too far away from Siraj. We've been talking about the atmosphere as well. As long as Siraj continues doing this, they're up on their feet. They don't want to miss a moment. Everybody is in their seats. There's not much action going on behind the stands at this point.
It also tells you how crucial the first and second change bowlers are going to be. We saw this in the first innings as well, maybe not with this noise. The new ball was very difficult to contend with when Shami and Siraj were bowling. Then Umesh Yadav came and let them free. He can't afford to do that again.
Siraj once again at the top of his mark. Virat Kohli geeing up the crowd, clapping his hands. In comes Siraj, delivers it short, is pulled away well by Usman Khawaja, and that races away to the square leg boundary for four. We've seen a couple of those from Khawaja. He was in full control of it, rolled the wrists, and it raced across the practice pitches, and one of the Indian support staff plays ball boy, throws the ball back.
I mean,
to Jadeja.
Is there anything that Raghu doesn't do? He's a throwdown specialist. He's in charge of passing on tickets to the match.
Is there one more fielder, one more of the support staff down there? I've seen them do it in T20 cricket, where there's 3 or 4 of them around, just to throw the ball back quickly enough so you don't have overrate issues.
But here, I think they're just there to help them out with some drinks.
Fielder goes back on the boundary there, deep square leg. Siraj in once more, and this one has been well left by Usman Khawaja. End of another Mohammad Siraj over, just the 4 from it. Very tidy indeed. Couple of balls that whizzed past the outside edge. Australia 1 for 16 now. They lead by 189 runs. And are we going to see a change in bowling? We are. Shardul Thakur hands his cap to the umpire, and he'll be looking to get some early swing here as well.
Some of the Aussie batters were saying that they actually found Shardul one of the most difficult bowler to face, and I think the reason he's come on early, he'll get that outswing going against the right-hander, and the plan will be to get the ball to leave Marnus Labuschagne, and then maybe Shami comes back from then Siraj is bowling after that spell. So it's asking a lot. He's just batted a long time. He's bruised all over. I remember thinking if he took his shirt off where he was, it would look like a pitch map, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Brian Close.
Yeah.
A lot of war wounds to show for his effort, though, but wonderful effort it was with the bat. SEN Test cricket here for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
But from Australia's point of view, what are they looking now? They're looking for Usman Khawaja to get runs. Everyone's aware that he hasn't scored runs in England so far. The batting average is much lower than it is anywhere else. Can he get a 60-70 here? Can Marnus get going? That is a primary objective for them, because this match is in pretty safe hands.
Shardul Thakur runs in, delivers his first delivery. It's a thick inside edge down towards the fine leg region. Bit of work to do for the fielder who overruns it in the end. They do settle for the single. Siraj it is, I think, down there on the far side of the ground.
And that to Usman Khawaja in a new role. Harsha has never opened before this test match. 3 times he has come in the past, has been as a middle order batter. And it was here in England in 2019 where it looked like his test career had come to an end after he was left out of the 4th test.
You know, much like Justin Langer, I'm working a lot with Justin Langer on television. His career seems to have hit an upward swing since he moved up to open the batting.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I was looking at numbers when I was putting together the team of the year for 2022. There was only one opener who picked himself.
Thakur into Khawaja this time, who tucks away off his hip down towards deep backward square leg with a single taken.
So that'll be objective number 1. Objective number 2 is to give the fast bowlers some time to put their feet up. They didn't bowl a lot, to be honest. They bowled 70 overs. I think it might have slipped under the radar a little bit that India actually scored at 4.25 an over. But get the fast bowlers to put their feet up. They've got a very long June and July in front of them. Put your feet up and then maybe come back and bowl, well, after lunch tomorrow?
Yeah, if they can.
How many do they need? Come on. How many do they need? 2 of you.
5 sessions.
How many runs?
350. Thakur is in again, and this is left alone by Labuschagne outside the off stump. I mean, look, these days 350 is chaseable.
So you're saying lead of 350?
Lead of 350.
You're gambling, man.
I am a little bit. Not in real life, but in cricketing situations. Not with real money.
I don't think they're setting 350 up. I thought more like 425, 450.
I think it'll be more about time. I don't think on this pitch chasing anything over 300 is going to be, forget easy, even probable.
We said 4 sessions though, didn't we? 4 sessions, 350, dangle the carrot. As Shardul is in, and this one is punched off the back foot.
Do remember, a draw and the trophy shared.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
From where India are, they'll be jumping with joy to be able to share the trophy.
Indeed, yeah, that was a long way off coming into the day. 5 for 151.
It almost looks like Manas will be batting halfway down the pitch. He's been walking out of his crease more and more and more. And it's interesting that Virat Kohli is saying a lot to him. I remember the first innings, the second innings in Nagpur, Virat Kohli told the slip cordon, "Isse baat nahi karna hai, khud aake baat karega." Translated, don't talk to him, he'll come and speak to us.
Then at the top of his mark, past the umpire, delivers, and this has again been punched off the back foot, this time into the gap there at cover. They scamper a quick single, throw comes in and misses.
There's something interesting about coming down the wicket. He's still okay, but sometimes batters come even further down the wicket, and the umpire sitting next to me will tell you that the umpire can actually tell you to go back.
Very much
that
so.
there's only up to a certain point you can stand outside your crease, not beyond, because then, unlike the bowler does sometimes, you are getting into the danger area to scuff it up. So he's okay so far, but I don't think he can go too much further.
That's as far as he can come, and even that I think he is risking being pulled up by the umpire.
Final ball of Thakur is over. He's into Khawaja. This one's way down the leg side, and what a take that is from KS Bharat, diving full length like a goalkeeper towards his right to save 4 byes. 9 overs gone in this Australian second innings then. That lead 192. They're 1 for 19. SEN Cricket live from the Oval in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie in this second session. Brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise.
Just going back to your topic, Harsha, of how many runs they'll need, I still think 5 sessions is what Australia would be looking at to. And if you're talking 5 sessions, then you're talking about lunchtime tomorrow. They will be well over 350 ahead, you'd think.
Let's see, the lead was about 175, right?
Yeah.
Lead 175. You're looking lunchtime tomorrow, you're looking 45 overs, really. 45 overs after tea from the... No, well, they'll have to play on overs. Say about 50 overs.
Yeah.
In 50 overs, you're leading now by about 200. In those 50 overs, if you get 170, 180, you're leading 380?
Yeah.
Are you declaring with 380?
I think so.
Jeez, you're brave people.
Siraj continues here to Labuschagne, and this one is flicked down towards fine leg. Another single taken.
I mean,
I think it's enough.
It is, yeah.
I think it's enough, but you want it to be enough in case you're bowled out and you're coming out to bowl again. But do you want to make a decision about 380?
I mean, I would on a pitch like this, because yes, Ajinkya Rahane and Shardul Thakur did put on 100 runs, but there were 4 drop catches in between them.
Yes.
And Australia they lacked discipline in that first day. They looked rusty. They bowled only 70 overs or less than 70 overs, but you could see that they do need some time under their legs, the fast bowlers in particular. And Pat Cummins bowling no balls, which we rarely see, or at least so many no balls in one innings.
Siraj runs in again, delivers to Khwaja this time, who defends to him back down the pitch. There is no run. I mean, look, even the fact we're talking about this right now, after the position India were in this morning, it just shows you how today has developed, and India have kind of crawled their way back in with at least an outside chance.
And one thing, just going back to Pat Cummins and declarations, so far in his still pretty young captaincy career, he hasn't got too many wrong yet. I thought his declaration in Karachi was perfect. It's just that Babar Azam played one of the greatest rearguard innings I've ever seen to save the day. But he got it right in Lahore. Got it right at home a few times as well.
Siraj coming round the wicket here to Khwaja. It's full, it's driven off the toe end of the bat into the gap there at extra cover. And get through for a comfortable single.
And there's also the factor of, say, going back to number of overs between now and say maybe half an hour after the lunch break tomorrow. If there's a bit of Travis Head in there, the scoring rate will pick up, and they can make up for whatever time these guys are taking to just get their eye in.
Labuschagne then marking his guard once more as the beat of the drum continues in the stands. 3 slips still in place, leg slip as well as Siraj is into Labuschagne. Another one knocks his bat out of his hands, wraps him on the gloves there. Twice so far in this innings. Siraj down the pitch, giving him a gentle stare. A few words may have been exchanged, and Labuschagne just turns his back, checks his hand, and Usman Khwaja goes over to see if his partner's okay.
It's interesting, it's only happening to Labuschagne among all the Australian batters. Is he playing with low hands, or is...
I think it's where he's standing in the crease as well, or outside.
He's too far down.
He's too far down. It happened in the first innings, and now he's asking the physio to go back. The physio is running down. We've seen this before with Manas Labuschagne. Just before you came on air, Harsha, we were talking about Lords, where he jumped back up after being felled by Jofra Archer. And I remember him speaking to us. He fibbed through the concussion test. He said, I had all the answers ready. I just wanted to go through them. I wasn't even listening to the questions.
It tells you a thing or two about concussion tests. But I think he's been very lucky. It's happened twice. You see one ball reared up at Virat Kohli.
Yeah.
This took the glove a little bit and went straight to Steve Smith. There's a leg slip it could have ballooned to. There's 3 slips in there. That could go up anywhere. So I actually think he's been pretty lucky.
Well, that's been the story of his career.
Being lucky? His average is 57. He's a good player.
Siraj steaming in once more, and he knocks Labuschagne over with a blow to the midriff. There's an appeal for LBW. It's given not out. Labuschagne almost doing the splits there as he was knocked off his toes. And the Indians discussing whether or not to go and have a review of this. 5 seconds left on the timer, and Rohit Sharma still in discussion. 3, 2, 1. And they're not going to go upstairs.
You sounded like the timer when I'm hosting a telecast. 3, 2, 1, guy, go. But this is a very hostile spell, and he's got Labuschagne hopping. There's no doubt about it. Hopping, dropping. He's doing everything at the moment. He's a bit like he's in a pantomime. He's performing. That's hit him on the thigh pad, actually.
It has. Again, look how far down the pitch he is. But this is all part of the Manas Labuschagne show.
He will be loving this, though.
Oh,
the theatre of it, the battle. This is what Test cricket's all about. And if ever there was a purist, it is Manas Labuschagne.
Wow, what's happening here?
Siraj steams in once more, and Labuschagne gets a thick inside edge out towards square leg. Quick single taken. Good backing up there from Usman Khwaja. End of another eventful over, with Australia 1 for 22. That lead now 195 runs.
And the 2 coolest men on the field right now, the man batting at the other end, Usman Khwaja, and Rohit Sharma. They're just ambling around like nothing's happening. What noise?
Come on, do it. Do the Rohit.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not about that. It's an Indian crowd. Obviously, there'll be noise. everybody comes up to me and says, take DRS.
Oh, brilliant.
And
the
even
fact
now
he appreciates it himself, Bharat, I think you're doing a great job there.
That's true. And Virat Kohli is in his ear, and Rohit Sharma has just asked him to relax.
Just shooing him away. There's a very different difference in energy. There's a little bit of toing and froing, and Kohli coming out of the slip cordon now as Shardul Thakur prepares to bowl the new over, and I think Kohli's got his way. I think it was his suggestion there to go in at short mid-wicket, and he's got his wish.
Rohit wasn't convinced to start with, and then he thought about it. He said,
Is he going to bowl the outswinger? He's just got a slip in a gully. He's going to jag it in.
Thakur is in. He does go on that straight line, and there's a bit of inside edge onto pad, and the ball balloons over the top of the stumps quite comfortably in the end.
He's looking insecure. Manas Labuschagne here. Just looking at the television showing pictures of interception points, and that's exactly what Bharat's been saying. He's so far down the ground when he's intercepting. Rahane was everything at crease level, right under his eyes, playing from the crease. Just tells you that two quality players do things differently.
And like KS Bharat did in the first innings to Shardul Thakur, he's coming up to the stumps. He's called for his helmet. This is to keep Manas in the crease. And there have been some times in his test career, Harsha, Manas can be like a cat on a hot tin roof. I remember his innings in Hobart where he was all over the place. He eventually had a very comical end to his innings. Stuart Broad clean bowling him, and he's played on the surface. Everybody had a laugh at his expense.
Right, he'll be inside the crease now.
Up to the stumps, still that one slip in the gully in place.
Tough gig for a keeper.
Shardul comes in, bowls, and Labuschagne is forward defending at this one. This will be the last over before the tea interval as well. Still 4 deliveries left in it. Just coming up to 9 minutes past 3 local time in the afternoon.
I think India will be pretty happy with what they've done in this session. They would have liked maybe a wicket more, but they'll be pretty happy with what they've done. They've not allowed Australia to get off to a rollicking start. But Australia will be aware too. This was the pattern in the first innings. First 10 overs, get about 25 or so, and then just kept going up and up.
Bharat still up to the stumps as Thakur comes in, bowls a little bit shorter, and Labuschagne looks to flick away leg side, but fielded there just in front of square leg, and there is no run.
Yeah, it'll be the Umesh Yadav factor for me, Harsha. The three of them, these three, pretty good in the first innings. Every time Umesh Yadav bowled, the energy just dropped. There were those boundary opportunities, and I think he's playing for his career. He's been around for a long, long time.
I thought he bowled much better at the start of day 2 than he did on day 1. So India will want that Umesh Yadav to turn up today.
Thakur is in and bowls just outside off this time. It's defended off the back foot out towards mid-off by Labuschagne. That leads still 195 runs. SEN Test cricket here live at the Oval with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie in this second session, brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
I wonder, when the keeper comes up, does that affect the bowler as well? Is the bowler thinking, I mean, he's got to control his line, definitely cannot go leg side, but does he just drop a little bit? Is he more aware, I've got to be in control?
Thakur goes a bit fuller this time. It's left alone by Labuschagne. It's a good take by KS Bharat, who takes it, whips the bails off as well, but Labuschagne
He's kept all right. He's kept all right.
He's had a good game. Well. Sounds unfortunate for him that he had to face Scott Boland first up today. He did cop a few blows yesterday to the body, didn't he? Just got a good ball. He needs runs though to his 5th test now.
Yep, he does. He does. How he bats in the second innings will be important.
Yeah.
Right, final ball before tea coming up here. Shardul Thakur bustles in and Labuschagne pushes this just past mid-on, and Mohammed Shami with a throwback to decades ago. A bit of footwork which went wrong, allowed them through for the single.
I think he was already into his cup of tea.
Indeed. So Australia closed the session then on 1 for 23. 11 overs they have faced in that second innings. And Mohammed Siraj just scratching his chin at the end of that session as well, just wondering maybe how he hasn't got another wicket or two to his name. He has picked up the one so far. It was David Warner caught behind by KS Bharat. Really good low catch to his left. Warner gone for 1, and Labuschagne and Khwaja have had a bit of a working over it has to be said. Opportunities being created by the Indian bowlers. The ball just doing enough. Shami and Siraj initially, and then Shardul Thakur closing things out for the Indians. That lead for Australia still 196 runs. So India could dearly do with a wicket or two straight after this tea interval. We'll, of course, be back with you for the final session in around 20 minutes' time. This is SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
Siraj to Warner again, good contest. Warner has he edged this one? He has! David Warner's gone early for one. Siraj has been working on that angle across the left-hander. Warner looks at the bottom of his bat. Marnus Labuschagne, wake up, mate, you're needed. Australia 1 for 2. Getting the cloud to clap Siraj to the crease. Siraj arrives and bowls, and Labuschagne hits him on the gloves. He's dancing around like a boxer who's been skulled. Reminiscent of Lords in 2019 when Archer pegged him with his first delivery. Up in the grill. It's all happening here in South London. Feels like South Mumbai. The noise is outstanding. Is at the McCafe. Adam Collins with you to pick up commentary. I've got Bharat Sundaresan with me. I've got Phil Long putting on the cans as well. The crowd's still loud here at the Kia Oval in South London. And why wouldn't it be? India came out firing. 11 overs of Australia's second innings. 1 for 23. The Aussies with Khawaja settling things down pretty nicely after Warner was caught behind for 1 from the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. Khawaja 13, Labuschagne 8. Phil Long.
As you mentioned, 1 for 23 from 11. I'm just looking at my scorebook here. What was that, a quarter of the story?
Yeah.
Not even that. What a brilliant session of Test cricket.
Unbelievable. I think the whole World Test Championship as a concept came alive in those 25 minutes or so. And it was telling, Adam, as Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne walked off the field. Virat Kohli and Usman Khawaja have known each other for so many years, and we saw them have wonderful chats during the India tour. Walked off chatting with each other. Marnus was just left alone. I think Marnus has got under India's skin for sure. And he's been in the wars. He's copped a few blows to his fingers. He's been standing well outside his crease. It's only a matter of time before the umpires are going to get stuck into him for how far outside the crease he is.
We mentioned in the first session how often the physio came out. I mean, Marnus could have had the physio 3 or 4 times. I mean, it was at least twice the physio came over the rope.
And he chased them away, yeah.
I love that excitement of Labuschagne being asleep. I spoke to Harsha during the tea interval, how on TV they were able to sync it up where he woke up.
Yeah.
Here he is. I've got to go and play some cricket now, which wouldn't have bothered him in the slightest, I'm sure. But yes, Labuschagne still there. That interrogation, 8 from 26 for India so far. Shami, none for 5 from 4. Siraj, the successful bowler, 1 for 14 from 5. Shardul Thakur, a couple of overs, keeper up to the stumps for Thakur. None for 4 from 2. So trying to keep Labuschagne honest. Waiting for our final session to start. It'll be Mohammad Shami swung around to the pavilion end. We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. And that big moment. Yeah, Labuschagne walked out, the #1 player in the world according to the ICC. Hit on the gloves, bat thrown away, happened a couple of times. Hard not to remember what happened to him and how that really fired him up on Test debut. Well, not Test debut, rather, his first Test in England, I should say. But he got brought in as the concussion sub those 4 years ago, and that was the start of a beautiful story for him in England and rising to the top of the global game.
Yes, life just changed in a second, didn't it? You know, he was playing county cricket for Glamorgan. One of the later additions to the Test squad. Wasn't a certainty. And then he walks out to bat in the gloomy skies in Lords. Here he is 4 years later as the #1 batter in the world and keeping up Mohammad Shami like he has many bowlers before. But it's amazing. I've seen him do this in Shield cricket as well. He plays cricket at his own pace. He never gets into trouble. It's a fine line. Likes to keep the bowler waiting, and he's still not happy.
So they've got the 3 slips. Pujara, Kohli, Shubman Gill, and in the gully, the sub, Akshar Patel. 6-3 field. Shami, first ball of the final session where India need bulk wickets, and Labuschagne pushes it to cover, no run. Phil Long.
First ball of the final session. Look to the scoreboard to our left. We're actually only halfway through the day in terms of overs.
Don't even get me started. Only 43 overs have been bowled today, Adam, across 2 full sessions. Yes, the physio has run out quite a few times. There's a no ball called retrospectively.
How about the final session yesterday? I did write it down at the time. There were 28 overs bowled in 2.5 hours. Australia should be fined their whole match fee for that. But we won't gripe about that because the cricket's good. No ball called. 1 for 24, lead 197. Shami on the way, 3 slips a gully, bowls to Labuschagne on middle stump, pushed out towards mid-on, no single on offer. Yeah, the over rates in the World Test Championship final 2 years ago were shameful as well. And of course, there's no risk of losing points in the decider. It's like playing in a grand final and belting someone. You get suspended, you don't care.
Exactly. It's like they don't care anymore, right? They've given up. 43 overs across 2 sessions of Test cricket is pretty shameful. But a big half an hour, not just for India, but for this game. There will be a lot of energy around the ground. The Indian crowd has found their voice. They've found their voice. The flags are still waving. India need a couple of wickets.
Shami passes, umpire Gaffney delivers here closer to the stumps. Labuschagne defends from the crease with soft hands. Speaking of the Indian crowd, there was a question put to the crowd at the tea break. Who is the greatest Test batter of all time? And the usual suspects were listed. 2 in particular who stood out to me. Don Bradman and Sachin Tendulkar. Who do you think the crowd voted for as the greatest Test batter of all time?
I'm guessing Don Bradman got 2 votes.
Yes, so sorry, Dom. Sorry to you and your 99.94.
Indeed.
It's your mate from Mumbai, Sachin Tendulkar. Shami up, bowls again to Labuschagne. No runs since tea, pushing out to mid-on. Hummer Siraj just the fielding. Won't be long before we see Siraj again. Bowled 5 overs in his first exciting burst.
Though I do expect India to maybe start with Shardul Thakur from this end. Harsha called it right when Shardul Thakur came on from our end. It was to give Shami a break and to bring him on from the other end. And when there's uneven bounce, as effective as Mohammad Siraj has been bowling from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end, Mohammad Shami is your man. He's your strike bowler.
Shami towards us, bows his head and charges away. Visible bald spot. Bowls here and pushing down the pitch is Labuschagne. I like that, how Shami kind of shows his bald spot to the batter before taking off.
Yeah, I can
load up.
tell you there are some members of this Indian team I won't name who are very conscious about their ball spots.
They could do what Harsha did.
They have.
Oh, they have already?
Oh,
Okay.
a lot of them have.
You know how some people get their hair done and they get a bit sheepish about it? Harsha has made it part of his story.
He has. Amazingly well. I mean, Rohit Sharma is one of them.
Yeah. 1 for 24, Australia, leading by 197. The ball gets thrown away from Shami. No fast bowler likes having to run back to the rope to collect it from being passed around the field. Frugal so far, none for 6 from his 4.4. Sets off again. 3 slips the gully, and Shami and Labuschagne, and leaving alone, great carry. That's the part of the pitch that gets nasty. Some hit, we were saying earlier, about 8 metres away from the batter facing up and don't go, thus the water dismissal, and some take off. See Labuschagne's first ball. I spoke to the CricViz team at tea. The pitch rating remains 5 out of 10 difficulty according to their various metrics, and it was down to 4 out of 10 in the evening session on day 1. Got up to 8 out of 10 on morning 1 when it was really shooting through the surface. So it gives a little bit of a feel for the fact that it's not easy going out there, but it's not a minefield either. Only certain parts to aim at for Shami. To complete the first over after tea, Labuschagne in behind it. Well played and well bowled. 1 for 24 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sail. Khawaja 13, Labuschagne 8. The lead is 197. And the leading...
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Bring, bring. Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 40 gigs for $25 a month with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. I was saying this before we went to the break that our leading run scorer today for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years, is Ajinkya Rahane with 89 in India's first innings. Umesh Yadav, first ball from the Vauxhall end after tea. His first ball of the second innings is a gentle loosener, 131 kilometres an hour. And Usman Khawaja is able to shoulder arms. Those balls to Khawaja after losing Warner, when Kohli was giving it absolutely everything to fire up the crowd, he managed to leave 3 or 4 alone right in the channel where if you're a little bit nervous or not so sure of yourself, you might try and get bat on ball. And he saw fit to shoulder arms. I thought that was quite important in that mini session. Khawaja waiting for Umesh. 19 on his back. Right arm over. Again in that channel. Again shouldering arms.
Yeah, and remember, talking about this at that point, Adam, you needed someone like Usman Khawaja who can soak in everything and just stay cool and not get sucked into the energy, the vibe. That's when you start playing at deliveries, like you said, which you don't have to. You feel like you need to do something. But I think what the need of the hour for Australia at that point was to somehow just soak it in and let that moment pass, which is exactly what Usman Khawaja led.
Umesh Yadav passes Illingworth and bowls, and identical delivery. Full stump line, but across him. And he's very comfortable leaving alone at the moment, Khawaja, who's 13.
In my book, Umesh Yadav is bowling for his career. He's been around for a long, long time. Made his debut in Australia 4 tours ago. He's been to England many times as well. But I'm surprised that Rohit Sharma has gone to him straight away after the break.
Umesh again, our end, Vauxhall end, delivers to Khawaja and gets that on ball for the first time in the over. Out to cover point where Akshar, the sub, gets another touch. He's in the game all the time, been on the field for most of the game when India have been fielding.
Yeah, you spoke about Ajinkya Rahane top scoring. He's not come out to field since this Australian innings has begun. I didn't see him before the tea break. Akshar Patel's been on the field from the start of this Australian innings. He did cop a few blows as well, didn't he, Longy? Not as many as Shardul Thakur.
Siraj is trying to get the crowd involved here from mid-off. Umesh bowls and Khawaja defends. It doesn't quite work when you try and get the crowd involved when there have been 3 innocuous deliveries left and Khawaja patting balls at 130 out to cover. You need to have the crowd. They're a fickle thing. You can't just command them. It's not like you're the circus leader or whatever it is. The energy earlier meant that every ball was an event. Not quite so much now, and that's credit to Khawaja.
Yeah, and they understand their cricket as well. I think they are as surprised as we are that Umesh Yadav has been given the ball straight away. They would have expected someone like Siraj to charge in.
Umesh again, the veteran bowls, and Khawaja leads. It's a maiden, but not a probing one. 1 for 24 the score on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles, huge sail on now. Khawaja's 13, Labuschane's 8.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply. I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at KoganMobile.com.au.
There's nothing like the thrill of the AFL live.
Oh, Captain! My Captain! It's Georgianis! Give him the car right now!
Get the best access to the big AFL events with Ballpark Entertainment. Everything from opening week...
Loads it up from 50 and kicks the finest goal yet.
...to the grand final.
They can smell it now, the Cats!
Even money can't buy experiences.
Can he get Yes! Of course he can!
Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. We make memories. Ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Jamie on the way from the pavilion end, delivers here, and on Marnus Labuschagne on the hip, flicking into the onside. Sorry for a couple of audio issues we've got here with connectivity. We're working our way through those at the moment. It shan't be long before everything is back ticking over as we'd like.
Yeah, we mentioned how Marnus Labuschagne has the ability to keep the bowlers waiting. Long, you and I were noticing he took his own sweet time, had his gloves off. Mohammad Shami was at the top of his mark, waiting to start running in.
Yeah, we've moaned about the over rate, haven't we? But it is a two-way thing sometimes.
Yeah, it's not always about the bowling thing. Yeah, you're right.
Shami to the crease. Pavilion end bowls to Labuschagne, leaving alone. The first ball of the over really took off, and Labuschagne knows there is that part of the pitch that's proved problematic before and after tee. Getting a compilation on television of all the times that he's been struck. Once on the bottom hand, once on the top hand. Second time on the top hand, throwing the bat away. All from that good length. That's what it's demonstrating. It's not short of a length. It's on a pretty good length from almost the same spot on the pitch. I'd call it 7th stump line. That's what Shami's aiming for with 3 slips and the gully. Bowls here, hits that spot, takes off. Labuschagne fended at it. Lucky not to wedge it. Lucky not to glove it again. Now the crowd can get involved with balls like that.
Oh, that's the mirror image of the stark delivery to Virat Kohli, isn't it?
That is an absolute snorter. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's going to have to find a way of getting the gloves out of the way time and again, because Shami's a very accurate bowler and he knows where on the pitch he can make things difficult. Time and again. Labuschagne getting worked over here, but he's still there on 8. Shami 2 balls to go. Bowls here. Labuschagne inside edge onto the pad. They were nearly appealing the cordon. This is super stuff. Brilliant Test cricket.
In a way, it reminds me of Manas's innings at Hobart. Had different conditions, pink ball, the ball was doing all sorts. The Ashes Test. But he did strike a few boundaries, but he was so manic at the crease. He was trying 10,000 different things. Getting hit, getting beaten, and then eventually he was bowled. He's edgy. Can he somehow get through this phase, though?
Crowd engaged. Shami to complete his over. Labuschagne plays from the line of the middle stump. Back of a length again. Got out of that pretty well. Maiden done. Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles. Huge sail on now. 1 for 24 Australia. The lead is 197. Khawaja 13. Labuschagne 8. The 1 wicket to fall so far in Australia's second innings was that of David Warner, caught behind for 1. Australia were 1 for 2 at that stage after they dismissed India for 296 halfway through this test match, at least as far as the clock is concerned.
I still can't get my head around Umesh Yadav. The decision to... He is the senior most. He has been around for a long time. He just hasn't felt...
Umesh Yadav over the wicket, starts a new over. Khawaja, has he edged it? He has! Umesh Yadav brought into the attack, struggled in the first innings, and that will be a big breakthrough. Usman Khawaja was able to absorb so much pressure before tea. A tip-up from Umesh, the veteran. A feather through to KS Bharat, his 5th catch of the match. Australia 2 for 24.
Apologies, Rohit Sharma. I can't get my head around why Umesh Yadav was given the ball. Wasn't a great delivery. It was a wide, full delivery, just going away from Usman Khawaja. And like he has so many times in England before, he chased it and gets the feather. Nice catch again from KS Bharat behind the wickets. And the bowling change that we didn't get really an idea of why he went for him has worked. Umesh Yadav strikes. This game's not over yet.
Wasn't a great delivery, but it was an awful shot. I was just thinking as I was coming in that these two, it's been a nervous time for them, but they've held their nerve. They're calm batters. There's a rush of blood from Usman Khawaja chasing that one like that.
And in walks Stephen Smith. Centurion, first time around, 121. Received the boos from the crowd, who I assume are those who don't know an awful lot about cricket. That's fine. That'll be the case throughout the course of the Ashes series as well, from football fans who rock up for their one day on the gas each year. Smith, the Australian vice-captain, ICC number 3. From that short sleeve jumper all the way down to his knees.
Australia are really, really bossing this game still. The lead is 199. Still look nervous at the moment.
Umesh away from us. Vauxhall in Smith's first ball on leg stumpy past square leg. Across the practice pitch as it goes. It'll go just about all the way for 4. Work to do on the line. Use of the feet. Fast bowler fielding with boot. You don't see that too often in the modern game. I suppose you can forgive Mohamed Shami. He's been out there doing his work bowling. 3 added for Australia. Smith off the mark with that first ball. 2 for 27 in the lead. Up to 201, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he stopped one with his boot the last ball before tee, but that was at mid-off. Here he had to make a lot of ground, but Steve Smith won't complain. Got 2 half volleys to get to 100 yesterday morning. He's got a half volley on his pads to get off the mark here. A shot mid-wicket in place for Manas Labuschagne. He slips.
And India know they're in this too. They celebrated that wicket hard for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. The crowd as well. Absorbing stuff. An even 200 the lead, I should say. I beg your pardon. And Labuschagne's been the man under the pump so far. 8 from 39. Facing Umesh Yadav. 3 slips behind him and a catching mid-wicket. And Labuschagne helps it down towards fine leg for 4. A misdirect there from Umesh. So a wicket with the first ball of the over. 7 runs from the following 2 deliveries. Australia 2 for 31. That helps Labuschagne into double figures. He's 12, Pete Lawler.
Yeah, well, this is what we saw from Umesh Yadav in the first innings, wasn't it? Too many 4 balls. I mean, shouldn't criticise a guy too much. He's just picked up the wicket, but he's let Steve Smith get off the mark. First delivery with a 3 off the pads, and then similarly to Manas Labuschagne, who's just run that one down for 4. Watch Manas controlling the tempo of this game.
I like that catching mid-wicket for Umesh. Bowls again to Labuschagne. He goes back. Doesn't get up too high, but he's in a good position to defend it under his eyes. He's faced 41 balls.
This is where the you see it with Usman Khawaja and Manas Labuschagne in particular, controlling the tempo of the game, not letting the Indians get all over you, not rushing the game. It's even more important when the spinners are attacking you in India. But even here with the crowd on your back and up and about, calm down. No, I'm going to do it on my terms. My time.
Don't let the bowler run in when the voice is just the volume is high. Let it simmer a little.
Here is Umesh bowling again to Manas Labuschagne, defending off the back foot into the offside, no run.
Very annoying to a bowler too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll bat when I'm ready.
Exactly, yeah, and the noise does come down. Umesh Yadav. Just thinking about it. Remember those old pressure cookers in India, the rice cookers? He's like he's been a faulty whistle on top of one of those old pressure cookers. Just let the pressure go ever so often, hasn't he?
So here's Umesh, last ball of his over, where he did take a wicket to start, and Stephen Smith wants to run. I have no idea why. He was considering racing down from the non-striker's end. 7 runs on the wicket, 2 for 31 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tiles huge sail on now. Smith, the new man, 3 from 1 ball, and Labuschagne's on 12.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
So Shami will continue. Wicketless but tidy. None for 6 from 6. Pavilion end. 3 catches behind Smith. He bowls here. Smith on the pull. Out through square leg. No need to run for that. He turns around and marks his guard. 4-run signal by umpire Gaffney. Smith off to a flyer. 7 from 2. The lead's 208. 2 for 35 Australia. Pete, if this pair can bat for an hour, they'll quickly be able to take the game away from India. A lot does hinge on how they manage the next little passage of play.
Yes, well, if they bat for an hour and they score across that hour, definitely. If they score the way that Steve Smith's going now.
Seems to be in a mood, Steve Smith. And both deliveries deserve to be punished.
Manas is in a mood too. Listeners probably wouldn't have heard it, but in that drink back too, there's very strange noises coming through the stump camp.
Shami bowls, Smith leaves. Not far away from the off stump, but the length is fine. So we'll see Shami trying to hit that length to Smith as well, whether he can put him in some discomfort. I'm surprised there's no man round the corner. For a couple of years there, Pete, Smith had fielders there all the time. Not quite Jardine, clap, 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 but you know what I mean. They had a leg slip and a leg gully fairly routinely for him, and for whatever reason, that's gone out of fashion again.
And you think on a pitch like this, with the uneven bounce and the ones that can really surprise you, that it might be a better mode of attack.
I think they will have that leg slip when Umesh Yadav's bowling to Steve Smith.
He's thumping the bat into the turf as Shami Breach in here with a delivery on leg stump. Smith equal to it. Turns it behind square for another single. He's 8. Leads 2:08. Australia 2 for 36. Watching that dismissal back of Usman Khawaja. It's for tyre power and their end of financial year sale. He'll be gutted with that, putting in all the hard work before tea.
Yeah, and it's a dismissal that's followed him around, hasn't it? Over 10 years since he's been coming to England. He just feels for the ball. I've always felt he's a left-hander who always seems more susceptible when the bowler's coming over the wicket than round the wicket, like a lot of left-handers these days around world cricket.
In again, Shami. Closer to the stumps when he bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves the ball that's quick. Shoots through at 88 miles an hour, getting the DeLorean there. That's sharp. That's as fast as Shami gets.
He's giving it his all. He knows this is a spell that he has to make count. Just going back to in between overs, while Manas was making the sound at one end, Virat Kohli was doing a Nathan Lyon and swapping the bails at this end. So it's all happening. Yeah, I've never seen him do that before. It's such a Nathan Lyon trait, and wickets aren't coming.
They're best of mates now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Shami doing most things right here, bowling the Labuschagne and beating him with a genuine outswinger. Labuschagne had to play down the line of the off stump. We saw a couple of times yesterday where Indian batters from this end left balls and lost their off stump. Labuschagne to be mindful of that, as would Shami. Just decks away beautifully. Watching it back for tyre power, end of financial year sale. All the swing came after the ball actually passed the bat. It was more the wobble seam on the way down. Super stuff.
He's just played inside that. He played a safe line.
Was well played.
Don't mind being beaten on the outside. It's the inside that worries you.
So again, the crowd know the importance of this stage. Shami bowls and Labuschagne turns through mid-wicket for 4. Well timed, well placed. Didn't overhit it. Didn't have a lot of room to work with either. Makes it 2 fours and 9 runs all told from the over. A good one for Australia. They lead by 213 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. 2 for 40 with Labuschagne up to 16 with the boundary and Smith on 8.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Our coverage from Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Umesh Yadav starts his 3rd over. Bowls to Smith, who beats him too. Smith was kind of playing, then leaving, then playing, then leaving. It's not quick enough to bother him on that front. Indecision to start.
Steve Smith looks to be in a very aggressive mood, isn't he? Like he's going at the ball. Yeah, and that shaped away very late from him. Umesh Yadav has the ability to swing the ball away from the right-hander.
Shaped to play at it, didn't he, and pull back. That was a ball that did damage to David Warner and to Usman Khawaja on the other side.
Umesh bowls and Smith rides the bounce to point. There's no single there.
It's an important passage of play for the rest of the summer. I know we should keep focusing on this, but England will be watching. England will be watching how Warner and Khawaja have gone. They'll have plans for them and see what India have done as well.
It's one of those days, Pete, with your day job, where you don't really know how you're going to write at stumps. I'm tipping that everything that's relevant to the match situation will be dictated in the next 60 to 90 minutes. As Umesh approaches from our Vauxhall end and bowls to Smith in the jumper, and he goes through point with authority. On the balls at his feet, it was too short, it was too wide, it was there to be hit. He's still got to put it away, and Smith has 3 times already. He's up to 12 from 7 balls. 2-1-7's the lead for Australia, 2 for 44.
Well, this isn't the Steve Smith of the first innings. You give him something to hit, and he's going to hit it, because perhaps he's worked out. He came off saying it was very difficult batting out there, which gives him a tick for having survived out there for as long as he did in that first innings.
And he also realizes Australia don't want to get stuck. They want to score runs as well.
Umesh up, bowls here, 3 slips. Smith gets down low to it, defends out to cover. No run! Does the big pirouette. I remember Pete when the no run and the pirouettes and the lightsabers and all of that, he used to reserve that for times when he needed to really concentrate. Pune 2017, Brisbane 2017, a couple of notable examples. He never did it outside of those. He went at every innings he batted Bharat.
Virat Kohli is mimicking Steve Smith behind him at second.
There was even a little bit of a punk pogo on the end of that one. He wound up.
Just how important this is. Umesh bowls from leg stump. Just gets it behind square. Labuschagne danger and taking on Jadeja through comfortably in the end. But he's not one to take on at the best of times. Leg by in the end. 2 for 45. But yeah, I feel like we'd sort of seen the end of Smith gesticulating in quite the same way. But maybe what we're seeing here is a reflection of what this means to him. He's trying to go up the gears in terms of what he's able to produce over the next little while.
Oh yeah, and this, I think just this innings, it's experience coming through as well. He understands that they can make 20-30 runs quickly.
Umesh bowls, and that's kept a little bit low, I reckon. It's Labuschagne with the exaggerated movement on this occasion. It ends Umesh's over. 5 runs from it. 2 for 45, lead of 218. Smith on 12, Labuschagne 16 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tail sail on now.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. I popped on Twitter, Bharat, that little factoid about the crowd here saying that Sachin Tendulkar is the best batter of all time. That was the crowd poll at T, if you weren't listening before. Pete, they voted Sachin better than Bradman as test batsman.
This crowd.
This crowd did, yes. I popped that little factoid up on Twitter, and I'm absolutely copping it from my Indian followers who are trying to tell me that Bradman has played against, as one guy said before, played against a bunch of farmers, I think he said. England farmers on substandard pitches. I would have thought the substandard pitches made it harder to score runs anyway. I mean, I don't know that Harold Larwood, just a farmer, I guess.
Yeah. Farming in the mines.
Yeah. Anyway, Siraj towards us from the pavilion end to Smith driving out towards mid-off, no run.
Even with that shot, Steve Smith frustrated with himself. He's pointing at where he wanted to hit that. He has come out to bat with a very positive mindset. He wanted to hit that through that gap between extra cover and mid-off.
Well, it's an expansive shot, trying to drive outside of off like that, trusting your hands and your eyes, and he didn't quite get it, but he didn't get the outside edge.
Indeed. But it's good. I mean, as well as Usman Khawaja and Manas Labuschagne batted to survive, there was no intent to score. There was no intent to put the pressure back on the Indians, which is exactly what Steve Smith has done. And that's experience talking.
You can feel this game in the balance just from that tone of the crowd now, aren't they? They're not quite up and about as they have been, but they're not back in their box either.
No. Siraj delivers wider of the crease to Smith, who turns him out to mid-wicket. There's no run there.
And if they can continue for the next half an hour or so, the crowd will get quieter and quieter and quieter.
Yeah, this is supposed to be an away game for both sides, but it's only an away game for Australia.
It's a Harsha Bhogle line from many years ago, isn't it? India do not play away games.
No.
The 99 World Cup was the last time in his assessment that India played an away fixture all those years ago.
And they don't travel to Pakistan anymore.
Speaking of Harsha, he's on telly at the moment. He'll be on radio with us soon enough. So will Ravi Shastri in the final session. On the way here again, Shami. Siraj, my apologies, bowls here to Smith, who defends into the onside. It feels like the right time to get Siraj back in the attack. The extra pace. And can he find the spot on the pitch that's causing all the trouble?
And from the right end as well. That's where he's caused a lot of trouble, especially to Manas Labuschagne. And we saw Mohammad Shami trouble both Manas and Usman Khawaja. That's the end where Pat Cummins got all his wickets from. Mitchell Stark bowled that delivery to Virat Kohli.
Yes, Marnus in earnest conversation with the umpire is what you hear in the stump times now. Who's the umpire at that end?
Oh, Gaffney.
Lots of chat.
Here's Siraj again, wider again to Smith. We're trying to get him on the angle, but Smith just across the stumps, gets his own angle correct, the deep backward square.
Oh.
There's nearly two. They go back, Umesh Yadav on the bobble. They thought about a second, but right not to. Don't run on the misfield, the old golden rule. Smith is in that mood at the moment, it feels, Pete.
The whole top order is chaotic between wickets. It's very unusual to see the Australians this unsettled running. I mean, they all know each other. They've all batted with each other a lot of times, and I think it tells you the pressure they feel under.
And they also realize that this game's not out of India's reach yet. This period of play can dictate where it goes next. And yeah, there were 3 disagreements in between Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne by the time Umesh Yadav gathered that ball.
Siraj again, it's Labuschagne with hands off the bat this time. So we saw earlier today Shuttle Thakur was trying to get hands off the blade at each opportunity. 1 ball left. We'll have a change in commentary. Nikesh Rughani will come in from me, Pete.
That's the story of this wicket, isn't it? That one's reared up at him toward the Vauxhall end, but up at the other end, at the pavilion end, he's had to collapse someone that's kept low. Had to bend his knees and get down there.
No, it's still, and it's a different pitch to bat on when you have a new ball in your hand. The first 30 overs or so has not been easy, except when Travis Head was batting.
Such a beautiful afternoon. Gentle breeze blowing over the right shoulder of Siraj. He completes his over here, and Labuschagne defends well forward, pushing out into the offside. End of the over. Nikesh in for me on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails. Huge sail on now. Australia 2 for 46 in the lead by 219 with Smith on 13 and Labuschagne on 16.
This game's had it all today, folks, at the MCG, the home of football. This is Maker. Oh, deep on the left half forward flank, punt road end. He chips it onto App. Oh, App comes to Memory, turns on his left and bang! That's it! That's it! Memory has kicked his 100th goal of the season.
Thanks, Rex. Plan your celebration with the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Umesh Yadav then continuing here into Steve Smith, who just defends this into the leg side. And there is no run. High quality cricket so far today from the Indians with the ball, and the Aussies so far resolute, although losing those 2 wickets, just starting to take a little bit of the sting out of the Indian attack with this 22-run partnership, Peter.
A little bit of the sting out, a long way from safety. Heard Travis Head's name mentioned before. Travis Head bats for an hour in this match. India are out of it.
Yadav is in, and Smith defending into the offside, and there is no run. Well, he changed the game in the first innings, didn't he? 3 for 76 Australia were when he arrived at the crease. Steve Smith wasn't looking like he could score that freely early on in his innings. Got stuck in, and it was just Head and the way he played at the other end took the pressure off Smith and got Australia out of a hole, and then eventually Smith started to get into his stride. So despite these two and their records in Test cricket, average of 57, average of 60 between the two, Head might be the key. The other is in, and Smith again just knocks it into the leg side, and there is no run.
Well, there's a bit of scar tissue in the Australian psyche over being on top against an Indian side and letting it slip. It's happened more times than they would like recently. You go back to Delhi for sure, but then you go back to a couple of times in the summer, in the previous summer in Australia, and the tour before that.
Go back to 2001 if you wanted to.
That's
Eden
right.
Gardens. Mesh runs in again, delivers, and Smith shoulders arms to one outside the off stump.
Well, it's great to see these two sides playing off. They have history. They bat, the brilliant batting lineups, great bowling lineups, particularly the Australians. But the Indians have that never say die attitude that has really come into their cricket in the last few years. You would have thought the weight of those Australian runs weighed heavily on that Indian innings. But they've had a crack, and they're still having a crack, and they're not out of this game.
It usually takes them these days 3 or 4 wickets down before they wake up when they're batting, as Umesh is in and Smith looks to guide one, but just defends into the offside, no run. Particularly away from home.
Yeah. Well, even at home, where Australia found that in the recent Border Gavaskar Trophy. Might knock off the top order, but it's the unrecognised batsmen who are doing a lot of the damage. Was to Thakur's got 3 half. Thakur's got, I was going to mention him. Thakur has got 3 half centuries in England now, hasn't he?
All at this ground. In comes Umesh again, and Smith knocks one just in front of mid-on, scampers through for a quick single. It was Thakur there with the fielding, just unable to grab and throw in one motion. In fact, substitute Ishan Kishan it is down there. You can see the longish hair flowing at the back of his cap, the gold chains, the diamond earrings as well. The look of the modern-day franchise cricketer. End of another over. Australia 2 for 47.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Siraj is in, and this has just been knocked past that fielder there at mid-wicket by Smith. Gets through for a single. Siraj with 1 wicket so far, but has looked the most threatening. With Mohammad Shami, who bowled a good spell, but it's Siraj and Umesh Yadav with a wicket apiece.
Siraj is a good old-fashioned, hot-blooded bowler, isn't he? You've seen a lot of cricket here. What do you expect to happen with this pitch over days 4 and 5? It's a dry pitch. It's dry and fast, actually.
It's hard. Yeah. The bounce has been uneven, as we've seen from some of those cracks. I don't expect it to deteriorate, having seen a fair bit of cricket over here. So whatever it's doing now, it's not going to get any worse, which is the good news. Batting later on in days 4 and 5 as Labuschagne defends this one out towards mid-off. Usually you'd expect maybe the spinners to come into it in days 4 and 5, and I think given the time of year we're playing at the Oval, I don't expect that to happen either. It's June, we've not had the hot sun baking on it through the summer, and we do get some hot sun in England.
It doesn't get any hotter than it has the last 3 days.
No, but if it's hot for 2 or 3 months, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's baked a little bit by August, which is when usually you see Test cricket played on this ground, and then yes, the spinners can come into it in the second innings. Siraj steams in once more, and this time Labuschagne guides past third slip. A bit of a chase on here for Shubman Gill. The floppy white hat comes off his head. He hauls it back in, and they're going back through for 3 runs, and that's very well run by Smith, coming in towards the danger end there. 50 up for Australia as well. 2 for 51.
We're talking about the condition of the pitch and how hard it is. The bowlers' footmarks aren't really appearing. They aren't really giving anything to bowl into yet, are they?
Not yet. There's a little hint that there might be something. Maybe that's part of the reason why Labuschagne was batting so far out of his crease early on. And KS Bharat going back up to the stumps as well.
Perhaps it's because I'm recently off a India series, but I'm used to seeing footmarks a bit earlier than this.
Just a few. Yeah. Usually post-lunch on day 1. As Siraj is into Smith, who's defending off the back foot, and there is no run. Well, I think we're sort of safe to say we'll go deep into day 4 and potentially into day 5 the way things stand at the moment, which is good to see, because at one stage coming into the day, India 5 for 151, trailing by 318 runs. But to be well out of the game, almost dead and buried already. And you think here, we always have the old adage, don't we? Add 2 more wickets onto the total and then see what would happen. If they take a couple of quick ones here, maybe 2 or 3 quick ones, might fancy their chances. Siraj is into Smith once again, a bit fuller this time, and defended to mid-off. Another over gone. Australia 2 for 51.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. visit australianmade.com.au.
We have Moff down there in the middle. It's fended by Smith out towards mid-off. So Australia 2 for 51. And we're talking about the footmarks, the nature of the pitch as well. We've not seen as much of Nathan Lyon. We didn't see as much as we maybe would have expected from Ravindra Jadeja when India were out there bowling in that first innings. Not seen him yet in this second innings either. We were chanting his name when he was fielding out on the boundary in front of those fans over and down towards our right. Seems to be where most of the noise is coming from so far today, but no sign of the left arm spin. It's the seamers causing all the problems at the moment.
Now, obviously, England have sort of are preparing to doctor the wickets for Australia's welcome, and Stokes wants them hard and fast, doesn't he? Is this a sort of taste of what we'll get?
It does. Is that not how they are in Australia anyway?
No, we leave it up to the curators. We'll just take it as it comes.
If you say so. In comes Umesh then. Delivers into Labuschagne, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. It's interesting, isn't it? All this pitch debate and the social media chat, and you know, with the spinning wickets in India, obviously Nagpur wasn't particularly bad. I think the Aussies just didn't bat well enough in that first innings. Rohit Sharma and co showed how you can play on those types of pitches. Delhi. Look, it was a class one, which kind of changed things. Delhi and Indore not particularly good as Umesh is in, and this is just placed into the gap there forward of mid-wicket for a single to Labuschagne. But then the Indian fans hit back with, what about that pitch against the Gabba against South Africa? You know,
there was a distinct difference. The curator apologised abjectly and said he got it wrong. He didn't mean to do it.
There you go.
They weren't cooking it up to make it difficult for the visitors. It was a human error, not by human design or BCCI design or ECB design. We're not like that in Australia.
Here comes Umesh again, and this is again placed into the leg side. A bit of a misfield there by Ravindra Jadeja. You'll remember that moment. That doesn't happen very often. Just slips over as he attempts to field over to his left, allows them through for a single. You're right, it's been an India thing really since Virat Kohli took up the Test captaincy from 2014-15 and said, look, we're going to play to our strengths at home. Overseas we'll play the four quicks and we'll back ourselves. We've got some good fast bowlers coming through, but at home we'll play to our strengths. We'll cook up these pitches, and obviously a huge debate as to whether or not that's exciting cricket or not, or good for the Test game. Umesh in once more, and Smith is defending off the back foot, no run. Labuschagne rather.
Well, I'll tell you something about that Border-Glasgow Trophy. My son's one of those young men who, you know, doesn't have great interest in Test cricket, but he contacted me both in the third Test and said, can't take my eyes off it. Barely watched the Test in Australia in the last 3 or 4 years, but boy, when it's like that, you just got to watch. It makes it compelling cricket.
It does. It's not so good if you got a ticket for day 3 or 4.
No.
And certainly in this country, day 5 tickets aren't really sold in advance as Umesh is in. This is a little bit wider. It allows a backward sort of punch, really, not really a full-blooded cut shot by Labuschagne. They get through for a couple of runs out towards deep backward point. Shardul Thakur with the fielding there. Damasena just pointing towards something behind the bowler's arm. What's happening there?
I'll tell you who really doesn't like those pitches of 2 to 3 day tests. It's journalists. When people complain, we write about the pitches all the time, but when there's no cricket on because of the pitch, there's nothing else to write about.
Here comes Umesh again. Final ball of the over is defended into the leg side for no run. 21 overs gone in this Australian second innings. SEN Test cricket for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia 228 the lead. They are 2 for 55.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
With us here on SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. It looks as though that kerfuffle behind the bowler's arm at the far end, there's a fella in a bright red t-shirt who's maybe being asked to move. He's got his hand up, he's apologising, he's got a pint of lager in his hand as well. He's moved to his right, he's moving back to his left. Like that Mitchell Johnson song from years ago, isn't it?
He actually got up and moved in behind the bowler's arm when he's being asked to move in the other direction. I don't know how much cricket this guy's watched. He's being asked to move out from away from the side screen.
Richard Illingworth is directing him now. He's got his hands folded as well.
I'll wear a
Richard
red
Illingworth
t-shirt today. Yeah.
Oh, no, he's thrown his up. What's he going to do? Hang on, he's refusing to move. It's a protest. It's a sit-in. Oh, he's got his bag.
Sit behind somebody with a white shirt on. Right, he's going behind the tarpaulin screen there. He's being ushered inside. Might be compensated with an extra pint or two, but in the members' pavilion over there, I'm sure it's all complimentary. And he's made his way back in, and we can get back underway. Mohamed Siraj, start of a new over. Steve Smith facing up here. Here comes Siraj to Smith, who is defending one back down the pitch. No run. It's 20 past 4 in the afternoon. Local time. It's a Friday, Peter. People are getting in that weekend spirit. Seen some good Test cricket so far. Attritional stuff. Some exciting passages of play, and safe to say it's not quite the Lord's hum. It's more the oval burble.
Oval burble. I like that.
Slightly different sound. Slightly more raucous. Certainly a lot more colour in the crowd as well in terms of the outfits being worn. Lord's is a special place, of course, but we get a lot of cream chinos and light blue shirts. Siraj bustles in once more, and Smith tucks it away behind square on the leg side for another single. Seems to be the uniform there at Lord's, but
you can kind of hear the fizz of champagne in the crowds at Lord's.
Indeed. Shame none of that makes its way up to the press box.
Probably a good thing.
Maybe
not many in the press box can afford champagne.
Who's talking about paying for it? You can hear the drums beating as well. Another thing about Lord's, no musical instruments allowed inside, apart from that one-off occasion of the Women's ODI World Cup final in 2017, when they made a special dispensation for one Dole drum to be allowed in from the Indian fans, and flags were allowed for the first time as well. Siraj is into Labuschagne. He's wrapped on the pads. He's pushing quite far forward. There's a polite inquiry. Nothing more than that from Mohamed Siraj, and Illingworth says not out.
Batting a long way out of his crease.
He is, and he has been doing for quite some time.
And it came a long way off the inside edge.
Indeed. Just looking at the replay, our replay partner, Tyre Power. Good edge on that one, and Siraj has often been accused of convincing the captain to go for these reviews, be it Virat Kohli of yesteryear and Rohit Sharma now. Quite enthusiastic of the Stuart Broad school of going upstairs for a DRS review. Shame then prepares to face another one, gets a half volley and drives that beautifully through extra cover for 4. Classical stuff, really. Nice stride in there, high elbow. Labuschagne into his stride now. He's 26 from 58. Australia 2 for 60.
India need a wicket. They've gone a little bit flat here. Labuschagne's getting into his work. Smith got straight into his. Labuschagne on 26 off how many deliveries, Phil?
56, I think it is.
Siraj is in and Labuschagne defends again. In fact, that was his 59th that he's just faced there, and it's not the end of the over. There's a bit of a cheer from something there in the crowd. I think Umesh Yadav interacting with some of the fans down there at Fine Leg. Saw some aggressive autograph signing yesterday when there was a delay in play. We saw Scott Boland on the boundary at Fine Leg, Nathan Lyon third man, and two different styles as well, as we see Egg going back out on the boundary. Or is this a double bluff? Is Siraj going to dig one in short here? Siraj runs in. Final delivery of the over is short, and it's on that off-stump line, and well played by Labuschagne, who sways back out of the way of that one. It's safely through to KS Bharat. And that is the end of that over. Australia leading by 233 now. They are 2 for 60.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Chance of Ravi Jadeja ring around the oval as India prepare to bring their left arm spinner into the attack for the first time in this innings. It was actually Jadeja with the bat who to give India confidence first and foremost with that 48 from 51 before that partnership between Rughani and Shardul Thakur. And he's in here, running round the wicket to Smith, who takes a shimmy down the track and defends back to Jadeja. This will be interesting to see if he gets any turn. He got a little bit of turn in that first innings. It wasn't threatening turn as such, just gentle turn.
That one's a straight, and you thought it might be doing a little bit more by now, but it hasn't.
Jadeja then with a slip in place here. Short extra cover. Comes in, bowls, and Smith just tucks this one around the corner down towards Fine Leg. Slips almost as he gets to the non-striker's end, but enough work for the fielder to do to allow them through for another 2 runs. 2 for 62, and Smith will look to be busy here against Jadeja, you feel?
Always busy. He's not exactly a languid type at the crease.
Jadeja again fires one in this time, and Smith defends. It's the offside. Smith 19 from 29. To transfer the pressure back onto the Indian bowling attack, this time defending to Rohit Sharma there, the captain at short extra cover. There's a stiff breeze blowing across. You may be able to pick up on the effects microphone here. We can see the flags on top of the old pavilion at the far side of the ground, going from left to right as Jadeja bowls outside off, and this is again well defended by Steve Smith.
The only empty seats in the ground, and there aren't many, I'm told, belong to the members.
This one is again on a similar line, thickish outside edge, but well defended in the end by Smith. Leaked that over from Jadeja, so 2 from his first arm spin straight. 260 on SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T&Cs apply.
That was here on SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. As we see another change in bowling. Shardul Thakur, it will be from the pavilion end. Australia 2 for 62. And, just starting to once again frustrate some of the Indian fans in and around the stadium, who were up and hopping early on in this innings. And Mohamed Siraj and Shami literally getting the Aussies to hop out there in the middle. Marnus Labuschagne took a few blows early on with balls that jumped up off a length. Bharat Sundaresan back alongside, replacing Peter Lawler.
Afternoon, Nikesh.
Afternoon. Shardul Thakur then bustles in. Labuschagne on strike, who's pulling a short delivery into the gap there. Backward of square on the leg side, and that's going to race away for 4 as well. There were 2 men out on that hook shot. Just a gentle loosener, really, to begin a new spell from Shardul Thakur.
Yeah, I mean, India had a bit of a stranglehold on Australia briefly, and that resulted in the wicket of Usman Khawaja. And ever since Steve Smith walked out to bat, it's just 19 runs that he's made, but he's brought that energy, that tempo with him.
He's in once more. Better delivery this time, and a thick inside edge. Runs away down towards fine leg, and well, Smith wanted 2. In fact, it's Labuschagne who called for 2 from the non-striker's end, and he was sent back with a loud shout of no from Steve Smith.
Yeah, 3rd or 4th time in this innings that Marnus Labuschagne has been in a bit of a hurry. There was a mix-up with Usman Khawaja before the tea break where both survived. Yeah, just going back to this little Steve Smith innings, using all his experience, he realized that Australia needed to score 30-40 quick runs just to take that pressure away. And the energy that he brought to the crease is passed on to Marnus as well, who started looking good.
Shardul into Smith, who just flicks this away out towards deep mid-wicket. They amble through for the single this time. 241 that lead now.
And you can see the impact it's had on the Indian fielders as well. Virat Kohli is no longer playing conductor. The shoulders haven't slumped, but there is the movement along the field has slowed down. There's no energy. Even in between overs, you're not charging from one end to the other.
And that energy just being sapped a little bit. Indian fans still in good attendance here, as this one is a play and a miss from Labuschagne. Just outside the off stump again, just having a poke at that one. A little bit tentative in coming too far forward. A couple spat up from a similar length earlier on in the innings. Still batting way outside his crease. Split screen in front of us here. Labuschagne a couple of feet outside his crease really, and Steve Smith almost behind the popping crease when he's playing similar deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, in England they say play the ball as late as possible. Marnus is going to the other extreme. He's going at the ball. He's playing it so far ahead of his body that no surprises that he's been struck by it a few times.
Continues to do this though. Shardul Thakur comes in, bowls, and this is a little bit straighter. It's defended into the onside, and there is no run. 2 for 68 Australia. It'll be interesting to see if KS Bharat decides to stand up to the stumps at any point soon, just to bring Labuschagne back into his crease, or if they're quite happy for him to continue to do so and have less time to react to what the ball is doing.
Yeah, they've tried it a few times. They tried it in the first innings as well when KS Bharat walked up to the stumps, and we saw it just before tea. For now, he's happy to let Shardul Thakur settle into the spell.
In comes Thakur, and this is left alone outside the off stump. End of another over. 24 gone in this innings. Australia 2 for 68, and we'll take a short break here, and Adam Collins will pick up the call on the other side.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty, and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply. LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket for Nikesh. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins back on commentary. Got Harsha Bhogle joining me. Hello, Harsha. Phil Long with us. There's been 1 wicket in the session so far. 45 runs added. That wicket was Usman Khawaja, who was caught behind when the score was 24. New over started by Jadeja. His second. First ball, Smith placing out to deep cover, gets 1. He's 21 from 34 deliveries, Harsha, and he's just been able to do, well, what a senior player will do. dictate terms.
Yeah, I'm looking at another number. It is now 16:33. We're 57 minutes away from scheduled close of play. And there's 32 overs to be bowled still.
Yeah, good luck with that. Well, Jadeja will get through a few, I'd imagine, and help with that. New delivery from him, defended down the pitch by Labuschagne, no run.
We had extensive stoppages for injury. Surely, I mean, we're going to lose 15 overs today. By the looks of it.
Lost about that many yesterday as well. Bowling again, Jadeja driving through the offside wide mid-off. Is Labuschagne for one. He's 32. 2 for 70 of the score. The lead 243. Look, it's clear they don't care.
We've lost.
Clear, both sides do not care. In this final, they've made their mind up that over rates are irrelevant. They'll bowl as many as they see fit to bowl. And there's no provision to get them back on day 6 either, by the way. You can get the rain overs back, I believe, although the ICC have been cagey about this. Jadeja bowl. Silly point in position for Smith, but he knocks it into the onside, no run.
I think the rule's very clear. You try and get a result at the end of day 5.
Yeah.
And you only go into day 6 if there are overs that are lost that cannot be made up due to weather.
Jadeja bowls and Smith square drive. Just behind point. Didn't have a lot of room to work with there. Out towards the old Lock Laker. They get 2. 2 for 73. Smith 23. Lead 245. So last time around, Harsha, tell me if I got this wrong. When you were at the WTC final at Southampton, it had to be a whole day rained off to get the 6-day into action as Jadeja bowls, and Smith dances and just gets to the pitch. Nearly beaten by Jadeja in the air. End of the over. We'll come back to this. 2 for 72, leader 245 on the Beaumont scoreboard. Beaumont tails, huge sail on now. Smith 23, Labuschagne 32.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. I think that last time around they were pretty clear. You couldn't just use it to make up some time as the new over starts from Shardul Thakur bowling to Labuschagne, defending into the onside, no run. Whereas this time they've got a slightly more liberal attitude towards it. But do you really think that, Richie, if we get an hour loss to rain on day 4, which might happen, by the way, the forecast isn't crash hot for tomorrow, that'll mean we can come back for an hour on day 6? Is that how you're reading it?
No, because you can then make up the extra time, if possible, on day 4 itself. Then you start early on day 5. So you can make up to an hour every day of time lost.
Right, yeah.
And only if there is, even after the time made up, there is still some time that you have not recovered, then you come back for that much time.
Okay, Thakur bowls, and going back is Labuschagne defending. Just to be clear, so if 3 hours were lost tomorrow and we exceeded the amount of time that could be conceivably made up later on day 4 and into day 5, when we might come back for an hour.
Exactly. Back can be 37 minutes or 42 minutes. Or
why didn't they say that? This is my frustration. Why didn't the ICC before this test match explicitly tell us that? Why have they been so vague about it? I can't work it out. It's just a...
I don't know. Depends on who you ask, I think.
Well, the person I asked didn't have a Scooby. On the way here from the pavilion end is Shardul Thakur to Labuschagne. He's faced 69 balls for 32. Make that 70 balls for 32. A defensive shot to the off.
I love it when you come off your front foot.
I'm just not happy about it. Not happy about the over 8. Not happy how it happened at Southampton 2 years ago. They don't care. They're not going to pay the fines anyway. It's all an exercise in make believe. Do you think they really dock the players 10% of their match fees, Harsha? Or do the board just pay it?
I don't know exactly how that works. I'd imagine the board's pay it.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, it's a frustration. Let's not dwell. It's a lovely day. It's a beautiful afternoon. Thakur needs a wicket right now for India. Nearly sneaks it through, but Labuschagne thrusts his bat down low and shoves it into the offside. No run. Something I saw outside, which I thought you would find attractive, the photographs that we see, because we're not normally in this area of the ground commentating at the Oval.
Yes. Where are you getting?
Around the corporate boxes, they've got where we are this week, a bunch of photos and drawings of historical moments or moments of historical relevance to the Oval. So there's a painting described as the death of English cricket and the birth of the Ashes. Australia beat England at the Oval 1882. Shardul bowls, and into the onside goes Labuschagne for 1. 2 for 74. And that is 1 ball to come in the over. which is quite nice. I mean, obviously, it's a
1882. That, of course,
an impression of how it looks.
The Sporting Times.
Yes, exactly. The Sporting Times and the advertisement that was placed in it, the obituaries. So you don't get a lot out of that, but you do get quite a bit out of, say, a photo from the square after Australia won here in 1930 with fans all the way across the square in front of the gasometer, which still is here to this day.
And as I look at that picture, the square was nowhere near as big as it is now. Now it's not a square. Now it's just one giant patch from one edge of the boundary to the other.
And the gasometer actually is going to have apartments built inside of it, like they've got a King's Cross these days.
Is that right?
Yep, last ball here from Shardul, and off his leg stump, Smith helps it out. So one of the two men on the leg side sweeping, deep square leg, he gets one and keeps the strike. 26 overs gone. We won't take an ad this over. We'll keep talking. 2 for 74. The lead's 247. So the gasometer, Phil Long told me about this. They're putting
apartments
inside of there. Wouldn't that be a dreamy place to live?
I'm trying to imagine how it would look with this almost a fenced perimeter. Because it used to be a gasometer once.
You can see in the next photo here from 1934.
It's a full gasometer, yeah.
It's the full gasometer when it went above the structure that we know.
But I've seen it. I've seen it more than half full. Because when I first came here to the Oval, and I know that makes me feel like I'm 100 years old, but when I first came to the Oval, this stand we're broadcasting from didn't exist.
Yes.
And I think the media centre as well was on the opposite side, as it was at Lord's before the mushroom came up. Or the spaceship, but mushroom before that came up.
So Jadeja again, third over, bowls here to Smith, who defends to start.
The saviour of the over rates is here.
Yeah. So well, obviously this is where some brilliant photography has been written about over the years. But yeah, the gasometer lives to this day. Smith back to defend this time. Jadeja coming left arm around the wicket. There's a great photo from 1933 where children are peering through the gates to catch a glimpse of the score. Some kids outside the gate. There's one here from 1953 where England won the Ashes. Well, that famous bit of commentary from Jadeja bowls here. Brian Johnson, who was on TV at the time, out to deep square leg. Smith goes. They get a couple, 2 for 75. The lead's 247. Smith has 26. Is it the Ashes? Yes, it's the Ashes. that was that day where Len Hutton, when they won here, and Hutton's on the balcony greeting thousands of fans that have gathered on the ground. That's a really nice picture. Hutton sort of waving to the fans from the dressing room that they don't use anymore, sadly. Edged and not quite carrying the slip. Jadeja, a bit of extra pace to Smith there, down to the rope for 4. Well, what's the replay for tyre power in your end of financial year sale? Smith's first false stroke, and it looks like it zipped off the surface. Talk us through it, Harsha Bhogle.
I don't think you'd put that down as a chance because it fell well short of the man at slip, but he was squared up a little bit, no doubt. Not on the front foot like Jadeja was when he was batting, but definitely enough turn to take the outside edge of someone who's batting beautifully and easily.
Shouldn't have killed the man at slip. Not quite able to get over in time. Jadeja bowls and Smith defends. So 6 runs from the over so far. Lead 253.
Those photographs remind me of 2 other photographs. One 1971, might have been at the Oval actually, 1971 when India won series for the first time.
We're going to come back to this topic next over. Smith on the paddle sweep. Behind square for a couple. So a busy over, 8 runs coming from it, including a boundary off the outside edge. The lead 255 on the Beaumont scoreboard. 2 for 82 Australia. Smith 32, Labuschagne 33.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Tell you a story about Abid Ali.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Cafe. Adam Collins with Harsha Bhogle. The game's drifting, we can drift as well. We're talking about moments here at the Oval, and we've stumbled upon one that we foreshadowed a couple of days ago. As Shuttle Thacker starts a new over from the old pavilion end to Labuschagne, clipping into the onside no single there. You're talking about 1971. Tell us more.
I was just a little child fiddling around nervously with my transistor radio, trying to get outdoors to get a better signal. 25-meter band, 31-meter band in those days. By the way, Radio Australia came in on 13-meter band, I think, something like that. and listening to stories of my childhood hero, because he grew up, I had two heroes. One of them grew up in the city I was in, Abid Ali, with the winning runs. And then we saw photographs as they came in the newspapers later, the huge crowd right at the far end.
Taking a Labuschagne, bouncing it out the way.
And the players waving along. It was inconceivable that India would come to England and win a series. So for a young kid, but generally for a lot of people, for India to come to England and win a series, when Indian teams in the past had sort of been looked down upon when they came to this part of the world, was massive. But the man who made it possible, remember India had a conceded lead of 71, was B.S. Chandrasekhar, and I spent a big part of my childhood trying to imitate his bowling action. a little two steps, the hands up by the neck, and then getting on and bowling those fast leg breaks and googlies.
Shuttle bowls and Labuschagne, nearly a leading edge, ends up at mid-on on the turf, and Shuttle's got his hands on his head. Chandrasekhar had the sort of twirly arms as well.
Yeah, and polio on his right hand as a child, so he had a very weak right hand. Sometimes threw left-handed from the deep because the right hand didn't have enough strength to send the ball in from the deep. And the story was that because of that, he could turn the ball and he got a greater flip off his wrist, and of how a handicap became a strength. I'm not quite sure how true that story is, but a wonderful, soft-spoken man. Took 6 for 38.
Shuttle bowls to Labuschagne, plays and misses. That's not a good shot. No footwork, trying to steer it through backward point. Horizontal bat. Labuschagne knows it too. He thrashes his bat in dismay when probably watching the replay for tyre power end of financial year sale. He gets away with one.
When he finishes this innings, when he finishes his career, he won't look back at this innings as one of his greatest ever. But yeah, and then 170 to get there. We are waiting, and Wadekar gets some runs, and Sardesai gets some runs, and then Vishwanath, an engineer, gets some runs. It took 101 overs of waiting to get that 173.
Yeah, 174 for 6 from 101 overs. Got the card up here. A shuttle bowls to Labuschagne. This time makes good contact, but straight to cover. So England made 355. Alan Knott top scoring, the keeper with 90. And wickets shared amongst the spinners. India in reply 284. Farouk Engineer, we always see him hosting corporate hospitality boxes around the country here these days, made 59. Wickets for Ray Illingworth, great England captain, took 5 for 7.
Yes.
England second time around, all out 101. Chandrasekhar at 18.1 overs, 6 for 38.
Bishan Bedi 1 over.
Bishan Bedi 1 over, 1 for 1.
1 for 1, and then was changed again. Venkat Raghavan played. Prasanna didn't play that series.
Yes.
And then India won.
173 was the target, and Abid Ali got there with a boundary. One with a boundary, wasn't it?
It was cut off Brian Lucas to point for 4.
Shardul completely over, defending into the offside, gets another single, retains the strike. We'll take a break. We'll come back to this conversation. Why not? 2 for 84 Australia. Drinks are going to be taken, actually. So we'll take a couple of moments just to recap the hour and a bit that's been. Smith 32, Labuschagne 34 as they go and grab a glass of cordial. The one wicket they lost in that 75 minutes of play was Usman Khawaja, caught behind from the bowling of Umesh Yadav. His 7th delivery into the attack, down the edge of the veteran opener, out for 13 at that stage. It was 2 for 24, and Australia had a lead. It was still short of 200, but since then, it's been broadly smooth sailing. This pair have put on 59, taking the lead to 256, and ensuring that India are going to have a massive chase ahead of them. That being if they can bowl out Australia in the next couple of hours, which at this point looks unlikely, with Australia ticking over pretty well. So we'll go to a break. Our coverage is for Macca, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, with Australia at the drinks break, 2 for 83.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I want to be able to find a routine that I'll stick to and then really work on staying active more often. So I'm wanting more step-by-step support and guidance.
I'm looking to build health and well-being into my lifestyle, but too often I take a quick fix and fail. So I want help to stay on track with smaller, achievable goals.
Need a regular routine? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel supported and encouraged. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar, and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
Yadav over the wicket, starts a new over. Khawaja, has he edged? And he has! Umesh Yadav brought into the attack, struggled in the first innings, and that will be a big breakthrough. Usman Khawaja was able to absorb so much pressure before tea. A tipped up from Umesh, the veteran. A feather through to KS Bharat, his 5th catch of the match. Australia 2 for 24. Then at 2 for 24, it did feel like it was game on, but since then it's been all about Smith and Labuschagne. The pressure that was there before tea and just after tea as well has subsided due to some excellent batting from the experienced Aussie pair. The lead's 256. Drinks are still on the field. I've got Harsha Bhogle with me. I'm Adam Collins, and we're talking about 1971. Why wouldn't we? The venue where England, here at the Oval, were defeated by India in a series for the first time in this country, and we're up to the chase. The 4th innings, 173. Gavaskar out to Snow. Duck. Pressure building.
And history between Gavaskar and Snow, because there was this incident where Gavaskar's trying to complete the run and Snow's trying to get towards the ball. There's a feeling that his shoulder charged Gavaskar. Is dropped for the second test match as a result. All that happened. The story I want to tell you about is what happened a little earlier. India had beaten the West Indies before. Remember, it's in position, so there's no Hall, there's no Griffith, there's no Nurse, there's no Butcher, there's no Conrad Hunt. So it's just Sobers and a few other Sobers coming to the end as well. And it's Sunil Gavaskar's debut, 65 in the first innings, 67 not out in the second. Abid Ali is batting at the other end, and this is folklore. And he tells Gavaskar, young man, it's your first test match, you hit the winning runs. And so Abid Ali apparently held back, which of course, for being a hero of ours from our hometown, we narrate with great pride. And Gavaskar hits the winning runs. Q 1971. Abid Ali gets to hit the winning runs here.
Jadeja bowling with a slip and a silly point to Labuschagne, defending into the silly point, taking pace off at no
And
run.
he, of course, had made his debut on India's tour to Australia in 67-68, when he got 6 wickets, I think, in one of the games, and then he opened the batting briefly too. 1967-68, ML Jaisimha flew in and played on all 5 days of the Brisbane Test.
Jadeja bowls and defending into the offside again is Marnus Labuschagne, the Queenslander. So Abid Ali still with us, 81 years of age.
Yes, in the US.
Played 29 test matches, averaged 42.
This was also the venue.
Bowling again here is Jadeja, defending into the offside. And with the bat, not much of a career to speak of, averaging 20, but crucially the winning runs here.
Yeah, had his moments, but yeah.
Jadeja bowls and driving Labuschagne out to deep cover where there's a sweeper. They only get one. Labuschagne 35. Australia 2 for 85 to lead 250, make that 2 for 84, lead 257.
And then famously here, chasing 439 to win a test match, India finished 429 for 8. Gavaskar made 220. Yep, 220, one of his greatest ever innings.
Jadeja again to Smith, going back and riding the bounce and steering it through third man. A lot of work to do for Shardul Thakur. They'll come back for a third. No, they won't. Thakur's done well there, the man that Ravi calls beefy. 2 for 86, 259 the lead, with Smith one behind Labuschagne. He's on 34.
It was a close game, and can you imagine chasing 439?
Yeah.
The myths often created internally of the fairness of the English umpires was a bit tested that evening. The neutral umpire is the greatest thing that's happened to Test match cricket.
Jadeja bowls to Smith in the short sleeve jumper out to mid-wicket, no single. That completes Jadeja's over. 2 for 86 remains the score. 259 the lead with Smith 34 and Labuschagne 35. We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. I'm just reading Abid Ali biography, I suppose you'd say. And,
got Roy Fredericks out first ball of a Test match by a ball that hit the deck and never rose.
2 slips here. Thakur, the outswinger, 6 over. hides the ball, trying to find some reverse perhaps. Bowls here to Labuschagne, keeps out one that keeps low. Says here that a bizarre postscript to his premature curtailment, I suppose that's when he was left out, came when Abid Ali had the dubious pleasure of reading his own obituary after Farouk Engineer mistakenly announced his death on air.
I was on air when that happened. When we got news, we're doing commentary for TWI, and then suddenly news came through, Abid Ali has passed away. And for me it was a shock, because I've seen him play senior division games, and Farouk Engineer and me are doing commentary at that time. Right. And Farouk Engineer says, no, I will announce it, because I was his colleague in the dressing room, and they didn't always get along very well. That's a story for another day. But he said, I will call it. And Farouk said, oh, and Abid was like this, and Abid's such a jovial, cheerful character. And he went on, and suddenly news came through. Gentlemen, he's alive and kicking. He's fine here. He's in the US. He's sitting here with me. He's fine.
He's watching you on the telly. Shardul bowls to Labuschagne. He's 35 and he stays on 35. A prop to cover.
What it did, though, many years later, I'm in the West Indies now, and news comes through that Hansi Cronje's plane has crashed. Hansi Cronje's dead, and I said, I'm not calling it. I am not calling it till you're absolutely certain that it's happened, because this is something very serious. And then when it was confirmed, we did call it. It was I had to give the sad news. It was the same day that Subhash Gupte, the legendary Indian leg spinner, had also died in Trinidad. So yeah, Abid Ali is going strong. Good on you. Abid Chicha, we used to call him.
52 years ago here at the Oval, Labuschagne defends out towards mid-on, no run. One of 2 victories for India here, is that right? 2021.
Yeah. Yes. When Shardul got those runs.
Shardul got those runs.
Bumrah took wickets.
Bumrah took 2 wickets in that middle session, but I'll never forget that slower ball to hit the stumps. He was just in immense form that day. So the series later in 1974, when Ajit Wadekar came back as skipper, and they didn't win a game on tour, and he got.
I don't even know. I don't even know that happened. They called it the summer of 42.
All out 42, Lords.
The summer of 42. Everything that could go wrong on a tour went wrong on that tour.
And what must have made it even worse for you as an Indian kid growing up, as Shardul bowls and down the leg side, and Shardul thought that maybe Labuschagne loved it, but umpire Gaffney's unmoved, no run, no concerns. Was that, we talk about 1948 and the Australian Invincibles.
Yes.
As we should, 75 years this summer. 75 years this summer. And there was another Invincibles in 1974. Pakistan did not lose a game on tour and beat England in the Test series that year here. I mean, that's not for nothing.
Imran Khan, Zahir Abbas would have scored a lot of runs on the tour. We saw Zahir Abbas. He's here today.
Is he?
He's here today, Zahir Abbas. And good to see, because he went through a period of ill health. Delighted to see Zahir Abbas here.
I think he made a double here in the final Test match.
274.
Yeah. Shardul bowls and defending into the onside no run. His first 2 Test centuries were doubles in England, Zahir.
And then he played at Gloucester. Very good friend of ours, Alan Wilkins, told us his story of playing with him many years at Gloucester. And he said, and I wish this could be on video, he said when he came back after scoring 100, he'd take his gloves off very gently, like someone taking out makeup. Just one glove, one finger out, then a third finger, and like that. And gently put his gloves out there, not a bead of sweat on him. Because with Zahir Bhai, everything slow motion, a bit like with Inzamam later. And spoke beautiful cultured Urdu.
One of only 25 men to make 100 first-class hundreds. Unfortunately, that'll never happen again unless Alistair Cook decides to play till he's 45 or something. Improbable. Shardul to finish a tidy over, and he hits Labuschagne, I think, in the box. He's down on his knees in a way that would suggest that's where he's been pinned. End of the over regardless. Maiden complete. 2 for 86. They lead by 259 on the Beaumont Tyre scoreboard.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 100 years of the McCafe. 130 years of the McCafe. I said 100 years, so I'm looking up 100 hundreds in front of me. Here's to 100 years of the McCafe.
They'll send you a big hamper. They'll send you a huge hamper.
Jadeja the Smith on 34. Using his feet. Top edge to backward point. Fielder underneath it. It's Shardul Thacker.
I cannot believe what we've seen.
Smith has thrown it away completely against the flow of play. Shardul Thacker, the all-rounder, has made a contribution with the bat. Now he's made one in the field, and Jadeja has Smith dancing down, trying to cloud him over his head. Didn't get to the pitch. Oh, that's going to make for a grim replay for Tyre Power and their end of financial year sale for the Australian vice-captain. They lead by 259, 3 for 86. Smith gone for 34, but where has that come from, Harsha Bhogle?
That did not happen. I'm telling you, that did not happen. We're very quickly going to get a replay saying, fooled you. That did not happen. Right, let's see the next ball again. Stephen Smith has charged down to a ball that is not in his hitting arc. He's lost his shape completely. He's thrown his bat at it. You just see where he finishes up, and you think that was number 10, not probably the greatest test match batsman of our times. I wonder now, was there a desire to get the scoreboard moving?
But they already did that.
Yes, he didn't need to do that. I think it's just Stephen Smith. He played one shot like that against Jadeja in the first innings.
Yeah.
Controlled down the wicket as if to say, right, now, what are you going to do with your length? That was bizarre. And I'll tell you, strangely, that fills me with happiness, not because an Australian has got out, but because even great men can have moments like that. You and me, we have moments like those in our profession. But Steve Smith has just had one like that on a cricket ground. This is Steve Smith.
And it brings to the middle Travis Head as the celebrations subside for India. They're celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Travis Head, who made 163 from 174 the first time around, feel long.
I've been finding the right moment to tell you about Steve Smith's run of form in England, and now it seems opportune to tell you. His last 10 scores: 143, 142, 144, 92, 211, 82, 80, 23, 121, and then he plays his shot like that on 34.
Does that give you... Wasn't it in J.K. Rowling's book that you wear the cloak of invisibility? This is a cloak of invincibility, and you think you can get away with anything? Wow! I did not think. To me, that is the most bizarre moment of 3 days of Test match cricket here.
Well, it is the Macca's moment for India. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. Head, first ball, inside edge past short leg. Doesn't quite carry to Cheteshwar Pujara, gets the right hand out. Travis Head started briskly the other day, watching the replay again for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale, and Thakur had to take it, had ground to make up.
Steve Smith, do not look on social media tonight.
Oh, he's going to be copying it.
It is a kind of shot we play in lower division cricket.
Jadeja bowls Head, second ball sweeping way outside the line of the off stump, so the appeal isn't a meaningful one. Yes, it's a great leveler, this game, isn't it? When you think about the adulation of Smith yesterday, his 31st Test ton, all of the records he's ticking off, to get out to one that's a drag down, really. If he stays back and plays off the back foot, he probably cuts it for 4.
He's tried to slog it over mid-wicket. This is really a Saturday afternoon lower division cricket shot, and this is the great Steve Smith we are talking about.
Jadeja to Labuschagne, who just needs to regroup here after losing his mate, defends into the offside.
I'll tell you what, I read earlier today about England having plans for Steve Smith. How do you get Steve Smith out? Get a left-arm spinner, leave mid-wicket open, and just hope he does that again.
I felt like he was trying to pump him over his head as well. Odd cricket all round. Jadeja to Labuschagne, he just gets the bat down again. That was at 94 kilometres an hour, the arm ball of sorts from Jadeja, at least the quicker one, lead 260.
He's not sleeping tonight. He's going to replay that shot 100 times, and he's never going to play it like the way he just did.
Jadeja to finish, and again, it's well forward for Marnus Labuschagne. 3 for 87, a successful over for India, and Jadeja getting rid of Smith for 35. There'll be a change in commentary. Nikesh Rughani in for me. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Australia, 3 for 87.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13-IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
T's and C's apply.
SEN test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long now. As Travis Head prepares to face up here to Mohammad Siraj. Crowd getting excited as Jadeja goes to field down on the boundary there at fine leg, having just taken the wicket there of Marnus Labuschagne. Launches the crowd with a little wave.
I'm pretty sure I just made that up in my head that Steve Smith just got out playing a shot like he did. That didn't happen. He's still batting,
Smith,
isn't he?
Sorry, I said Labuschagne. Steve Smith, indeed. Labuschagne's still there on 35 from 91. They're that similar, you see.
Well, it just didn't feel real. Like Steve Smith doesn't get out playing those kinds of shots in Test cricket. It was bizarre. It brought my mind, Phil Long, back to Delhi, where the collapse, that they still talk about now, is kind of haunting them. He got out playing a sweep shot. He said later he had no idea what he'd done. He never felt like that walking off the ground before. It was such a brain fart, so out of character. The way he was walking off there sent a kind of similar reflection already.
Siraj then bustles in to Head, delivers, and Head's hopping around and defending that one eventually back down the track. Didn't know too much about that. We were saying, though, with Travis Head coming out there, the way he played in the first innings as well, if he plays in his usual style, an hour of Travis Head, and this one could be over very quickly. There's a bit of discussions taking place between Mohammad Siraj, Rohit Sharma, Travis Head in amongst all that as well. Maybe just discussing some dinner plans for later on. Then top of his mark, a few field changes being made, a bat pad being brought into place. I think that's what the discussion was. Ravi Shastri back in alongside us as well, as Siraj runs in once more from the pavilion end, delivers short, and this is hooked away by Head along the floor, and it will be fielded there at deep backward square. Patel substitute with the stop, and Head gets back for a couple of more. Afternoon, Ravi.
Afternoon all, and I think this is going to be fun because it's very clear that the tactics are to pepper Travis Head with a few short deliveries, more the middle leg line rather than outside the off stump in the first innings. Took a long time for the Indians to get into that short stuff. In that first innings, Head was already past 30 by then.
Siraj in once more, and Head is hopping about, just working this off his hip, quite close to that man at bat pad actually, and gets away with a single down towards backward square leg. And Ravi, the lead now 262, 7 wickets in hand. It feels like this is the crucial partnership really, because it was Travis Head who took the game away from an Indian point of view in that first innings with the way he played.
Yes, and Australia at the back of their mind know this Indian batting lineup. They'll have a lot of respect for it, and especially when it comes to chases. So they'll want to get that lead to about 400 at any cost, which means, like you said, these two they'll need a 60-70 run partnership somewhere.
263 the lead. Labuschagne back on strike. In comes Siraj, and this one is down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind. I think it just flicked his thigh on the way through. Not much excitement from behind the wicket. Siraj, as always, hopping around, pleading with the umpire. Take another look at the replay here, and just brushing the thigh guard there of Marnus Labuschagne.
Ravi, you're not suggesting that Australia might be a bit wary of India pulling off a big final innings run chase in a test match, are you?
Yeah, they would.
Is there any recent precedent for that in the last couple of years I can think of?
After what happened at the Gabba.
Siraj runs in once more, and Labuschagne's off the back foot defending this one. No Rishabh Pant in this side, though.
Correct.
Big difference.
Big difference. And if you look at the pitch as well, where Nathan Lyon, I think, will come into play. In the second innings, a lot more than he did in the first innings.
Don't see any real footmarks at this stage developing in the pitch. Seems to be quite hard, quite solid under there. I don't think it will deteriorate too much, but we are just seeing that variable bounce. So with those cracks perhaps opening up, that could come into play. This one is left alone by Labuschagne just outside the off stump to complete the over there. Australia then still leading by 263. They are 3 for 90.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
With us here at the Oval, SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Ravindra Jadeja to continue. Certainly a crowd favourite, as we've got to learn from the Oval contingent of India supporters here. His name being chanted every opportunity. Popular man. All action whenever he's involved in the game, be it with bat or ball. That 48 from 51 deliveries kind of gave India that belief that they could put on a significant first innings total despite the loss of those early wickets. And that set the platform really for that partnership between Rughani and Papler. And he is over the wicket here to head, gives him too much width. It's cut away and fielded there well at backward point by Shubman Gill.
You talked about the rough, Nikesh. If there's any rough, it's for the left armour to the left-hander, because a lot more bowling is done from there.
Yep, and Jadeja targeting those areas to head, who defends towards backward point once again. Yeah, you could just see a couple of footmarks there outside Travis Head's off stump. Nothing too much to worry about, but Jadeja will be hoping the ball can misbehave just like that one, with a little bit of extra bounce perhaps. His head leaves alone. He shapes up to cut one just wide of the off stump, and then a good take by KS Bharat once more. And that one did actually take off, looking at the replay, and this one skids through a little bit lower. And another good take there from KS Bharat, this time a play and a miss. Genuine drive attempted by Travis Head, and all of a sudden we're talking about, we're not sure if the spinners will make things happen. Inside edge, was that? I don't think it was. Bharat takes it cleanly in the end, and Jadeja getting one to spit up, one to skid through. It's the pace at which he bowls as well, which can be tricky.
No, he'll be a challenge to the left-handers on this surface now.
Comes in once more, floats one up a little bit more, and it's a wild hack really from Travis Head, just looking for a drive initially through the offside, and he dragged it into the onside with an under edge. No run.
He won't mind that, would he?
Jadeja, 100%, yeah. And Travis Head, it's reason for concern. I mean, this is part of the reason they left him out for that start of the India tour earlier this year.
Final ball of the over. And Jadeja is guided, or an attempted guide, in fact. It's straight through to KS Bharat. Another one played and missed by Travis Head. So maiden there for Jadeja. He's 1 for 17 from his 6 overs. So 3 for 90.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
Mohamed Siraj to continue then from the pavilion end. Ravi, did you see the fellow with the red t-shirt at the far end of the ground? A few overs back, actually, about half an hour or so ago. It's a big kerfuffle. He was being asked to move from his seat. He was moving the wrong way. He moved on top of the sight screen in the end, which didn't help anybody. He was standing up with his pint of beer as Siraj bustles in, and Labuschagne gets one that keeps a little bit low. He's down on his knees as he plays this into the leg side.
He's done well, yeah. He's done really well to keep this one out.
And just one that skids through. We've seen the odd one take off as well, and it's always the thing, batting last on this track is not going to be difficult. Australia already with a lead of 263. You're just not sure whether to commit to those front foot shots, are you?
Yeah, and it's especially impressive given he's batting out of his crease by quite a long way with the ball that rears up in mind. I'd imagine he's been hit on the gloves a couple of times and he's thinking that's the one I need to counter, but he can go both ways on this pitch.
Siraj in once more, and this is well defended out towards point. They scamper through for a quick single. Akshar Patel with the shy at the stumps. It misses. I think Head would have been safely home even with a direct hit. The fellow on the other side of the ground, there was a delay in play as well. Richard Illingworth was pleading with him. He had his arms folded at one stage, saying, please just get out of the way. And eventually you can see the tarpaulin there, the white screen, sort of midway up that members pavilion. They just ushered him in there. I'm sure they gave him a couple of pints for his troubles and said, look, just stay inside for the rest of the day.
Or kicked him out of the ground.
I hope not. Would have been a member, most likely. It's those seats really which are the only empty ones for the most part of the day. Maybe they're just inside having a good time. They get well fed and well watered over there, don't they? 3 for 91 Australia, 264 that lead. More discussions being had as the back pad comes back in for Travis Head on the leg side. But strange field setting here. Man on the catch there at deep backward square. A fine leg, a deep mid-wicket. It is short. It's hit up in the air and it's gone over the head of Jadeja down there at fine leg. He wasn't right back onto the rope. It's gone all the way for 6. It'd be interesting to see on the replay whether or not he would have had any kind of chance if he was right back on the rope. He was a few yards in looking for that top edge, and this time Travis Head getting a bit more contact on it and clearing Jadeja for 6.
Yeah, Jadeja just signalling there that it would have still gone over had I been behind.
Oh, and it's a big no ball.
It's a big no ball, yeah.
So it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Now Jadeja has gone back onto the rope, and Shubman Gill moving back as well in his position there at deep backward square leg. So 3 men out on the pull and hook shot. Got a conventional square leg, got a short leg in place as well. It's going to be full and wide of off stump, isn't it?
This could be the field right through the Ashes.
Indeed, with some of those tracks and those tactics from Ben Stokes. The umpire's just checking whether or not that ball did clear the rope for 6, and confirmation that it did go all the way. So Head on to 9 from his 12 deliveries. In comes Siraj, delivers another one short, and that whizzes through to KS Bharat, well left alone by Head. He's quite comfortable in the end, just outside that off-stump line. Phil Long is alongside us.
Yeah, the lead up to 271 now. The reason that's relevant is best chase ever at the Oval, 263 for 9. England versus Australia, August 1902.
Whoa. A long old time ago.
It seems low for a record chase. Bazball hasn't arrived here yet.
So only 5 chases over 200 to win games at the Oval.
There have been scores over 300, even 400, but not to win again.
In efforts to bat out and draw games on this famous old ground, as Siraj short again off the hip this time of Head. He tucks it down to fine leg. Jadeja with the fielding. Australia on to 3 for 99. But it's also an indication that those, the fact that this kind of score hasn't been chased down to win a match in the 4th innings, that it's not always difficult to face the spinners in the 4th innings, but this is the earliest that a test match has ever been held on this ground as well, so it hasn't had the sun baking on it through the entire summer. It might not deteriorate as much as we're expecting to on days 4 and 5. You never know, India might find the conditions just to settle down a little bit in some ways. Siraj runs in once more, delivers short and over the head of KS Bharat in the end, and away for, will it be 4 byes or is wide's going to be signalled? Umpire's having a think about this.
Jeez.
Umpire Gaffney eventually signals that it's gone for 4 byes. Slightly harsh on KS Bharat there, no chance of stopping that one.
And the 100 comes up for Australia, but interesting you made that point. I was on television just a little while ago and a stat came up there where they said the degree of turn in this test match is 2.3 degrees, which is the lowest since 2006 at the Oval. So just emphasizing what you were saying, probably settle down this bit. And the same thing was discussed, probably it's too early.
Siraj into Labuschagne, who's defending into the offside.
Too early in the summer for a test here. Otherwise, most test matches are played in August and September.
Indeed they are. Right, end of another over then. Australia, that lead up to 276. They are 3 for 103. SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger North Star, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Ravindra Jadeja just discussing some field changes here with the captain Rohit Sharma. Just seeing that mid-wicket fielder being moved around a bit. Phil?
Yeah, the highest score in the fourth innings. This was to win. This was to draw the game. India back in 1979. They made 429 for 8 to draw that game.
Yeah, Gavaskar 220.
Jadeja into head, who's defending into the offside for no run. A rear-guard effort that. And just shows that on occasion it can sort of settle down here with those high scores to draw games, and conditions might not be quite as tricky towards the end of a test match on days 4 and 5. Jadeja goes really full this time. Another wild hack across the line there from Travis Head. He was shaping up initially for the cover drive, and it's a wild swipe and under edge into the leg side. No run. Hasn't looked comfortable.
Yeah, he's forcing him to drive through the covers, which then opens the gap between bat and pad.
Goes again for a similar one. He leaves alone. Head, it does flick the pad on the way through. There's a polite inquiry for an LBW. Striking outside the line, but he wasn't playing a shot at that one, and another one which just spits out of those footmarks. This time goes a bit wider of the off stump, and that one is turned back sharply. Just whizzes past the off stump.
Different game now. You can see he doesn't know which way to play. Should I go through the offside? Should I try and lap him on the onside? He'll be eyeing deep mid-wicket now. That'll be a corner. I think he's got a better chance coming across onto off stump and looking to work the ball on the onside. Far better chance.
May well see the sweep shot coming out. Rohit Sharma immediately moving a bit squarer there at mid-wicket. In fact, he's punching this one off the back foot out through the covers for a single. Just a little bit shorter there from Jadeja, allowing him to open up that gap. One ball remaining in this over from Jadeja. It's one thing he guaranteed from Ravindra Jadeja. He rattles through the overs, but with 4 quicks it's difficult to still keep the over rate high enough to us old purists. Some of the Indian fans below us just trying to G up Jadeja as he comes in to bowl this final delivery. More field changes being made here as Labuschagne's back on strike. Got a deep backward square leg, forward square leg. We've got a slip in place, short extra cover mid on, and they're just tinkering with that man down there at long leg. Not quite on the boundary. Again, looking for a top edge maybe off the sweep shot. Mohamed Shami on the catch, quite far deep at mid-off, and it's full on off stump, and it's well defended to short extra cover. So another one down from Jadeja. A change in commentary after this, with Australia 3 for 104.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Got one of them with me. Ravi Shastri with me for one more over as well. And Jadeja has just changed the trajectory of the final session. When it was drifting, gets the wicket as Smith. Now they feel like they're under a little bit of pressure again. Not too much, but a little bit.
And he's got something to play with.
Yeah.
With the left-hander out there, he's got the rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Got that great record against Australia, Louis, doesn't he? 87 wickets at 19, Jadeja now.
Oh, wow.
And Travis Head's looked clueless against him. I mean, trying to play him through the offside, as Ravi said, if he wants to take the aggressive option, it's the slog sweep that looks like a much less risky option.
Siraj trying to find some pace at head. Bowls here short, the back of a length, and head is able to ease it out to mid-on. It's got to be shorter than that to bring fine leg, and well, there's 3 out now, isn't there? Fine leg, deep backward square, and square leg right in front of square, so 3 out for the short ball if and when it comes.
And I think Travis Head did really well, I thought, in the first innings when India did go short at him, was keep the ball along the ground when they bowled short. I mean, he had been in for quite a long time already, but already we've seen they're going to it earlier in his innings, and he did offer that chance down at deep fine leg. I know Ravi Jadeja said that it would have gone over his head anyway, but I'm not quite sure about that.
Siraj bowls. There's the short ball. Big puff of dust when he lands. Bounces way over Head's head. They're the ones I'd like to see called wides, not to be. Watching a little screenshot of, or a shot on the screen rather, of Steve Smith, who looks absolutely furious with himself still. 40 minutes after getting out. That's for tyre power, end of financial year sale, everything on our screen. Still can't quite believe, as Harsha said, he's like, that didn't happen. There's no way Smith actually did that, is there? Such against, so counter to the way that he plays.
Kind of reminded me of Delhi as well. You remember when he played the sweep shot there, like he didn't mean it.
Yeah, that's
like he walked off kind of like he couldn't believe what he'd just done.
That's a great comparison, isn't it? At Delhi, when they all sort of caught this contagion, it was contagious sweeping that day, wasn't it, where they couldn't stop themselves and they had to reset before indoor, and did a pretty good job of it, winning the 3rd test of the series. They're 277 ahead here. Head's facing up down the leg side. Can't catch up with it in the gloves of Bharat. So they're trying everything they can to pry out a false stroke from Head here.
In a way, this is good from Head's point of view. If he can counter this, find a way on how to tackle this line and this length, it'll be good for him, because this, even in the Ashes, I see him being targeted in this fashion.
It is interesting, isn't it? They do, opposing sides do think they're a chance with a short ball with Head.
The question is, who's going to do it for England? I mean, Mark Wood, you'd say, is the only one who's fit enough to do it. I mean, Jimmy Anderson doing that, I'm not sure. Stuart Broad, probably not quick enough. Ollie Robinson, not quick enough.
It'll be Josh Tongue, I reckon, when...
One guy who can do it is Stokes, but you don't know how fit he is.
So short ball, Head has a flirt with it outside the off stump. That's the uppercut he so enjoys. Doesn't make contact. It's a deep third for that if he does get onto it, but not to be. I think it'll be, guessing, I'd say Woodall play. My sense is England aren't thinking about the 5th test. They're thinking about the ones that'll be live, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wood in 1 and 2, and then they sort of take a beat with him, and maybe Josh Tongue, who bowled speedily at times last week, bowled a lot of short stuff at Ireland.
And they outthought themselves in 21-22. Remember, they didn't play Broader Anderson on a green seam at the Gabba, thinking about later in the series.
But every touring side thinks that Adelaide's going to be where the ball nips around the most. It's the function of the day-night test. Gets in their heads. Siraj short again. Head pulling. Not far away from the man at backward square, sort of inside the circle, as it were. Ends up with Akshar Patel at deep square leg. They get a single. First run of the over. Head 12, 3 for 105. Lead 278. Yes, it feels like Ravi's side's come to Australia, and I mean, in a way, your story in 2020-21, where you got Adelaide first up, and it was a complete misadventure, all out 36. You kind of got it out of the way. Whereas sides who come for the 2nd or 3rd test at Adelaide, they invest so much time in trying to game the pink ball thing that they lose the thread of it altogether.
Yep.
England did it in 17-18 by bowling first on a flatty, thinking it was going to do loads. Pakistan in 1920 picked an attack that was designed again to nibble it around, and they got monstered by David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne, who's out there at the moment facing up to Siraj. His final ball of his 11th over, and Labuschagne defends out to cover. End of the over. Thank you, Ravi Shastri, for your contributions today. We'll hear from you tomorrow. Australia 3 for 105, Head 12. Labuschagne's faced 100 balls for his 36, and our coverage is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
Polaris end of financial year deals are on now with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar, and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel, and a whopping $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. On top of that, finance is also available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
with delivery on the Maccas app as Shastri Jadeja, first ball of a new over towards deep mid-wicket and dropped on the rope. What has happened there? Umesh Yadav seemed to be underneath it. Didn't look to be affected by the sun. He was in position. It should be head gone for 12. Instead, he moves to 18. That's going to take some unpacking, Louis Cameron.
We're going to need the replay to see if he even got a hand on it. It looked like he ran past it completely. We were just saying that the slog sweep might be the safe option for Travis Head. It wasn't. I mean, that's gone straight onto his chest, and he's rebounded it over the rope.
He was on the lead for the chest mark, and it's just bobbled out. Rahul Dravid's on our screen for Tyre Power into financial year sale, and he's just dismayed. Jadeja is in the game to head again in the footmarks to the extent to which any of them exist, and he leaves it alone well outside the off stump. Better angle here on television. So Umesh gets to the contest, fingers up. I think the problem there is feet off the ground.
Yeah. He took his eyes off.
Jadeja bowls head, slaps back at Jadeja. It doesn't matter. Caught and bowled. Jadeja, ever the pro, kept his cool after the drop catch. And Head, who never really looked settled in the second innings, has spooned a chance back to the left-arm spinner. Jadeja's got 2. Head's gone for 18. Australia 4 for 1-1-1.
Yeah, like a lot of the Australian batters in the second innings, he's looked a little restless the moment he's walked out to bat, like he's been in a hurry. Got away with the slog sweep, the previous delivery. Attempted something similar again. Got almost the top edge of the bat and went straight back to Jadeja.
Yeah, almost off the top part of the bat and just kind of ballooned to Jadeja. I mean, reasonably firm, but just a simple catch. And Jadeja spooked him in that last over. Yeah. Head was trying to play him through the offside, trying to force things off the back foot. He left a couple of balls that nearly bowled him. The first ball of this over, he got dropped on the mid-wicket fence, deciding to go with the spin. It looked like he'd resolved to play Jadeja differently, that he was getting so much work out of those footmarks, out of the dust where the right-arm bowlers have been running on the pitch. And it just hasn't worked. And that one, just looked in two minds. Like, it was just a little bit too wide for him to potentially get it where he wanted to, straighter than Umesh Yadav at deep forward square.
And I think credit to Jadeja for how he bowled to Head in the first innings as well as Travis Head played. The one bowler who did trouble him, funnily enough, and Jadeja didn't bowl a lot of overs, was Ravindra Jadeja. He beat him outside the off stump a few times with the ball that just slides through. So he was in Travis Head's mind, and clearly he's got his reward in the second innings. And 284 runs ahead. Australia still bossing this game. Just a little bit of an opening for India.
They'll need to run through them. We said when the second innings started that India have got about 40-odd overs to get the job done here. Well, Australia have been out there for 36.3, so they're not going to get it done in that time window, but that would have given a real big sniff. If they can get it done in 55, given the rate Australia are scoring at, they still might leave themselves 350-odd. It's very unlikely, but it does give them something. We see bigger and bigger scores being hunted down in the fourth innings in modern cricket, Bharat.
And they have nothing to lose. It is a World Cup final, don't forget. It's not a bilateral series where you're looking to stay alive in the series.
So they do have a little bit of an opening. 284's the lead. Green made 6 in the first. To him here, he's forward and scoring from his first ball down the ground. Long off and deep point. 4-4. Phil Long's in with us as well. Longy.
Very quickly, we've already mentioned this would be the highest run chase to win a test at the Oval. There's been 6 north of 300 that have successfully been made in England in Test cricket.
With a couple of them last year. The Bazballers. Jadeja's got a silly point for Labuschagne. He's now faced 101 balls for his 36, knocking this on the head to the silly point. Test with Pujara under the lid.
Yeah, there was the crazy one last year. England 378 for 3 to beat India. And then, of course, there was Leeds 2019.
Yes, that one ends the over here. Jadeja pushed into the onside. Successful over. He's got 2 for 25 from 8. He's playing a role, the left-arm spinner. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Australia 4 for 1-1-2.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
I said earlier we were talking about our delivery of the day for Macca's Order by McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Probably in the first over, Scott Boland.
Yeah. There's a few from Siraj and Shami with the new ball that didn't get them wickets.
It's been a pulsating day of Test cricket here at the Kia Oval, where we've been live all day. Mohammad Siraj, 3 catching men, and he doesn't bowl to green. Next time through the crease.
You know, it's been a bizarre day, Adam. A team who would run out of the day's play, taking 5 wickets of the opposition. And still, Australia have had a very nervy day. We saw that with the ball in the field in that first session. And it's been a very ratty second innings from them. They just not looked comfortable.
It's felt a lot closer than it is.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Siraj, crowd behind him, leaving alone his green. Puff of dust. Seen that a couple of times bowling from the pavilion end in the last few overs. So the pitch is starting to play a little bit of a role as well. So it's going to be hard batting fourth. We're some way away from that. In the dressing room, Alex Carey, camera on him. Our screen for tyre power and their end of financial year sale. Alex Carey, doing that into him, saying he's was his one at.
I said, "Are you expecting a message from her?" Before I could finish my question, he said, "No, I'm putting that shot away."
In again, Siraj got the 3 slips for Green, who's behind it defending. We've had all the drama, haven't we? RS review a bunch. Of course, they're all for IMAR Insurance. The tradies, mate. Call 13. Jingle. Are they ready for me? Maybe not. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Cheers, lads. Cheers, lads. Late in the day. A few commitments to clear. Yes, it sort of felt like a day where, as you say, that it has been push and pull. India needed to win all 3 sessions. They absolutely won the first. Yeah. They are on their way to winning the third. And you could probably make a case that they won the middle as well on the basis that they got rid of Warner early on and still added some handy runs. Green facing Siraj pushes into the side to really win and to really this game forward. They'll need to have 6 back, 75 minutes to do.
They'll need 2 more wickets. And I think Australia have looked confused almost in the second innings. Are they supposed to bat time? Are they supposed to score quickly? We saw Steve Smith come and play attackingly to start with, and then that incredible shot that he played to get out. Unbelievable almost.
Here Siraj again, halfway through the other bowls here. Green's able to shoulder ups. Needs to get on him here. If you're going to have the 3 in the cordon, you can't be him let 4 balls go in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Green did chase in his first innings to get out. It was much fuller from Shami. That's what Siraj is trying. He's one bowler who's always bowled well at Cam Green. Don't forget, both of them did make their debuts in the same Test series 2 years ago. And both have grown immensely in stature for their respective teams.
Siraj has got 2 left here. Bowls to Green on the drive. A booming one at that. Finds a gap at cover. Turns it into a half volley with his big stride. Green to 5 with his first boundary. 4 for 116. That'll feel good. The lead's 289. Phil Long.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne at the other end has become a bit calm though. Just 2 runs since drinks.
And that was some time ago.
Yep.
Break was taken at quarter 2.
Almost an hour ago.
So Labuschagne just hanging around. Absorbed a lot of pressure before tea. Hit multiple times by Siraj. That's the matchup they'll want here, India. Siraj to Labuschagne. He's in at Green here to finish. Who again's able to lead. Not a great over from Siraj. A boundary and enough balls to lead. 4 for 116. They lead by 289. Green, the new man on 5. Labuschagne 36 and 3 wickets in the session. Khawaja was caught behind for 13. Smith, who was inexplicably caught slogging and top edging for 34. And the most recent man to go, Travis Head, caught and bowled from the bowling of Ravinder Jadeja, who has a couple. He was on 18 from 27 at the time, and it'll be Jadeja again. We've got 2 minutes till the close play. And our leading run scorer on the third day has been Ajinkya Rahane, made 89 and top scored for India. That's for DSE Transport, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. DSE Transport.
Ajinkya Rahane isn't fielded yet.
Bowling here, Jadeja. First ball of a new over. Labuschagne on strike, who has to be quiet, pushing the silly pointer around him here.
It's a tricky period for Manas Labuschagne. Seems to be...
Bowls again, Jadeja, and forward to the point. Closing ball. Joy. 1971.
Yes, I
saw you over the back of the box.
Abid Ali stories. Harsha Bhogle loves talking about Abid Ali, one of his favourite cricketers when he was growing up.
Is that a Hyderabad connection?
Yeah.
Yeah. Slip and a silly point for Labuschagne. Jadeja too full to bring them into play. He can smother any spin that's out there.
I remember being a child and listening to Harsha Bhogle speak about my favourite cricketer, Big Dan.
Jadeja 8 on his back, bowls again, flat, straight, nearly sneaks it through. That's a good question to ask Labuschagne late in the day. And Kohli's in his ear as well, as he should be. Watching it back here on our screen for tyre power. Just enough turn. This surface on TV, they've had a shot from overhead as Jadeja delivers and Labuschagne places it out to cover, no run. It's just the one place. It's not just it out in the end. And that's all. It's getting tougher. Speed, stage of a test match. Jadeja to finish. Maiden, can he complete it? He can with a ball that spins and bounces. Labuschagne tried to cut it away. Wasn't to be, got nothing on it. End of the over, nothing from it. 4 for 116, changing commentary coming up. Nikesh Rughani taking you through to stumps. Labuschagne 36, Green's on 5.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
Shami then back into attack. Bharat Sundaresan alongside me. Phil Weed second innings Shami, and stats across first innings Test career. Have you got something for us?
Yeah, most definitely an improvement second innings of Test matches. First innings, 128 wickets at 30 apiece. The strike rate's 55. Second innings, 99 wickets. That average comes down to 24, and the strike rate comes down from 55 to 44.
Hence the nickname, second innings Shami.
Indeed.
And he's none for 15 so far through his 7 overs. Has kept things tidy, looked threatening early on. He's running in here, delivers to Cameron Green, who leaves alone quite close to his off stump. A few oohs and ahs from the slip cordon as well. One that he maybe expected to move away a little bit more, just kind of held its line and went straight through past that off stump.
Yeah, it's been more first innings Shami in the second innings so far. He's beaten the bat a lot, but doesn't have a wicket to show for it. He got Cam Green out in the first innings by tying him up and then tossing that juicy half volley outside the off stump. We saw Green pull off a lovely drive in the previous over.
Chance of Shami as he runs in and bowls, and Green is forward in defence this time. There's that one quite nicely. Yeah, that first innings dismissal of Cameron Green, perhaps just in T20 mode, having just come from the IPL, playing for the Mumbai Indians out there, just looking to force one through the covers when it wasn't quite there to be got at. He'll have to rein in all those instincts now.
Big muscle energy. Everything about Cam Green has to be big.
His big unit, he is, takes his guard once more. 3 slips in place. Shami runs in, bowls once more, and again Green is forward with a big stride and defends that one out towards mid-off. We're talking about the size of Cameron Green and some of the biggest cricketers that we've seen in recent times. I'm going to ask you this, Bharat, WW fan, our resident expert in the house. Current cricketers, Cameron Green aside, I mean, he would be a useful wrestler, you'd feel.
Would, yeah.
Any others you can think of in this era? They don't have to be big units, do they? I mean, you get those dirty little fighters, don't you, in the WWE?
Oh, David Warner would make it anywhere in wrestling.
I was thinking just that. Absolutely stocky as well. Very strong unit is David Warner. Shami is in, and Green leaves one alone, again outside the off stump.
Yeah, I can see Scott Boland and Josh Hazelwood him as well. Like,
who to?
I mean, it would be the nonsense. Get the kind of a Stein tag team. I think
Kohli would work around them.
Oh, he would.
Make entrance as well.
Who's this?
Matthew Hayden had a bit of the Vince McMahon swagger yesterday when we saw him strolling around the outfield, and Shami's out somewhere against the green. It's another one.
I mean, was there at baseball,
for all you WWE fans listening to us in the early hours in Australia and New Zealand.
I mean, on Virat Kohli, I do remember writing about him in 2018-19. The piece was about how Virat Kohli is Australia what Stone Cold Steve Austin or wrestling, the anti-hero. Everybody lived. He was rough and tough. He sweared a lot. Virat Kohli never drank a lot of beer. Apart from that, he had all the Stone Cold Steve Austin characteristics.
Indeed, he did, yeah. A better head of hair, though.
Yeah, sure.
Shami completes this over with a delivery too wide of the off stump to interest Cameron Green, whose shoulders arms. So 40 overs gone in this Australian second innings. That lead up to 289. They are 4 for 116.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Another change in bowling from the Vauxhall end. Umesh Yadav replacing Jadeja. Interesting move, Bharat. Jadeja in the middle of a very threatening spell.
I think for some reason Chris Gaffney is more surprised at square leg than anyone else. You can just see him speaking to Jadeja, and he's like, looked like he said, he just took 2 wickets. Why aren't you bowling yet? Or why didn't you come off the attack?
Umesh bustles in, and short of a length delivery is pulled off the front foot out towards deep backward square leg. There's a bit of work to do. Pull the man down at fine leg. Shami it is. We'll get back for a couple of runs. Yeah, 2 for 25 Jadeja from his 9 overs. He's getting the odd one to spit and turn out of the rough. To the left-hander it was initially. 2 right-handers in now, but you'd think he'd be, you know, the threat taking the ball away from them with the spin.
Just minus Labuschagne's 3rd scoring stroke in the last hour since Prince.
He has really shut shop, hasn't he?
38 from 109 now. Shami runs in, bowls to him again, and this one has been punched off the back foot out towards deep point. Gets another single there, Labuschagne.
Yeah, back to Gaffney and Jadeja. Look, umpires are not just out there to make decisions. They're also very deeply involved in the game at times. I'm sure Gaffney was maybe enjoying watching Jadeja bowl. I'm surprised. It meant that he had very little time at square leg to compose his thoughts. Jadeja bowls his overs.
Get through them very quickly indeed. Very close there in that position at square leg, and you can see the gestures as well. Lots of arm movements between Gaffney and Jadeja. Talking about what he was trying in that spell and how much of a threat he was. Umesh Yadav here once more. Runs in past Barry Lingworth and delivers, and Green gets a quick single just in front of point there. Shardul Thakur with the fielding there, and not much of a gap. He was quite deep in his position there, and that allowed batters through for that single. Cameron Green onto 6 now. Labuschagne 39.
One thing we've already seen with Cam Green in his career is the rate of improvement. We saw it this morning. He dropped a sitter and took a blinder. He's not the kind of guy who would make the same mistake twice in the same test. So
we'll see if he's tempted to play any big shots in this last period of play. Labuschagne certainly doesn't look in the mood to do so as he defends another one off the back foot there down the track to Umesh. Just looking at that first innings dismissal as well. No feet movement. And head not really in line with the ball. Wasn't a genuine half volley either, looking to drive that one on the up. Made a similar looking shot with his one boundary this innings as well. Slightly fuller delivery and higher elbow, head more in line with the ball. As Umesh is in to Labuschagne, who's defending away once more.
Yeah, the first one looked like he was in a power play. The second one, which did go for 4, looked like he was playing test match cricket. That was a very power play drive, wasn't it? Trying to put all his weight into the shot.
On the up.
On the up.
A little bit of movement with the red ball. Slightly extra bounce perhaps as well. Finding the outside edge as it flew to Shubman Gill. It was a great catch, it has to be said, over the head of Gill. Umesh bustles in. Final delivery of the over is flicked away to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Australia now 4 for 120. SEN Test cricket here with Maccas.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Back here live at the Oval, Bharat Sundaresan has left us for the day. Phil Long is still here.
I'm still here.
You're still here. You're not going to leave me, desert me in this commentary box. Got a wonderful position here at the Oval. Out on the balcony in front of this hospitality suite as Shami is in for the start of the new over, and Green leaves one alone outside the off stump. Lovely view. We've got the television commentary boxes just away to our left. It's quite unusual. It's almost like being at a soccer stadium in the UK, where your commentary position is outside in amongst the crowd almost. Got some hospitality seating over to our right. Have got some towards our left as well, although that box has been empty since the first day.
I got a message from Adam Collins before we came here saying we've got a desk in the crowd. I thought, oh, this could be
could be dangerous.
Could be interesting.
Yeah, we're in the posh bit of the crowd, shall we say, as Shami is in, and this is again left alone outside the off stump by Green. Shami maybe just needs to be a touch fuller and a bit straighter to tempt Cameron Green to playing those big expansive shots. You just see a few people starting to make their ways towards the exits. 9 minutes or 8 minutes now until the close of play. Trying to beat the traffic on the way out to the 2 tube stations nearby. The Oval to one side, Vauxhall Station behind the stand where we are situated. Shami in once more, and this is a good short delivery but well negotiated by Green into the offside for no run. There's also the fact that it is Friday night. There's quite a few pubs in this vicinity. You want to beat the queues not only to the tubes but perhaps to the bar. Get your orders in early.
You'll be thirsty if you've been sat out in the sun all day, haven't you? This is the kind of English summer day we dream of in those dark days of winter, don't we? We really do.
Indeed, and tomorrow we'll all be moaning about how hot it is when it reaches 30 degrees in the afternoon. Oh, it's too hot. Can't it go back to being a little bit wet, a little bit breezy? Shami runs in again, and that's a good delivery just on the off stump, and Green is well forward in defence. 293 the lead still.
Having said that, though, I think we've looked, and the weather forecast is a lot better than we thought coming into this Test match, didn't we? There were rumours that Saturday and Sunday might be rain affected, but at the moment the forecast looks set fair.
Yep, and we spoke earlier with Peter Lalor about the fact that, look, a lot of the time journalists don't like 2- and 3-day test matches because they want the cricket to be on, they want to be doing stuff. There's not much to write about, particularly if you're writing for one of the papers. Shami runs in once more. Again, Green leaves alone outside the off stump. But also on the flip side, the last thing we really want is a 6th day. Because a lot of us, especially living in the country where the match is being played, you're away from home. It's a chance to get home on time, and then you're away for an extra day. It kind of puts your plans into chaos a bit. It can work the same way for travelling journalists who have already made those travel plans, perhaps.
Plus the small matter of another cricket series starting at the back end of next week. It's another thing, isn't it? Make things rather tight
for the county championship gets back underway, isn't it? In comes Shami, and Green again leaves alone outside the off stump. Shami will be disappointed with that. Didn't really get Cameron Green to play at many deliveries in that over. Another one down in Australia, 4 for 120.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Umesh Yadav then to continue from the Vauxhall end. A couple of staggered slips still in place. Short mid-wicket as well, and he goes for that straight line. It is flicked towards that man at short mid-wicket, who dives down and puts the stop in. No run. Akshay Patel, I think it is there, substitute fielder.
3 of the last 4 overs have been maidens. I think that kind of suggests that's Australia looking to get through to the close with no further loss. 5 minutes left according to the clock to our left.
4.5 minutes now. So the clock ticks away there, and Umesh is in, and this one is defended by Labuschagne out towards a gully region. Big shout of no. They need to take those quick singles at the moment. Australia is still in a fabulous position in this test match. 293 that lead. We're talking with Harsha Bhogle as well about what India might be happy chasing down. I think Australia would be happy setting India anything upwards of 350. It looks like they'll get a few more than that if they can bat sensibly from here on in. Still 6 wickets in hand. Umesh bustles in, delivers on that off-stump line. This one is guided into the gap there at backward point. They get through for a single. 380, and I think India will start to feel a bit more nervous. It depends on time, though, as well. We talked about the pitch perhaps not deteriorating as much as we would normally expect. I don't think it's going to get too much worse than it is right now through the next 2 days. So depends how much time they leave India to chase down any total, not just what the total is. Past Harry Illingworth delivers, and Labuschagne is forward defending this to extra cover this time. Cameron Green, in fact.
We think the lead would be, if Australia is still batting at lunch tomorrow, the lead will be about 380. So that'll be 380 with 5 sessions remaining. So what, 420 with 4.5 sessions to take the 10 wickets. You want to take the 10 wickets, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to be sharing that trophy.
No, that's right.
A la the Champions Trophy in 2002, I remember. Yeah. India and Sri Lanka, what a shambles that was, with the match restarting. So Umesh is in, and Cameron Green is forward in defence. For those who don't remember, 2002 Champions Trophy got underway. It was in Sri Lanka. It was between Sri Lanka and India, the final. Sri Lanka made about 220 odd. India were 40 for 1 or something like that. Sehwag was off like a steam train, and then rains came down. They had a reserve day. Instead of continuing the match on the reserve day, they basically replayed the same scenario the next day. Sri Lanka batting first, made a similar total. India were in a similar position, batting second. Rains came down.
They played half a game twice, didn't they?
Yes. Umesh in once more, and this is a straighter line, and defended by Green into the onside this time for no run. So just the one run off that Umesh Yadav over. And Australia now 4 for 121.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I am bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
It's going to be Mohammed Shami to complete proceedings here on day 3 of this World Test Championship. SEN Test Cricket live from the Kia Oval for this 2023 World Test Championship final. Thanks to Maccas. Remember that if you are listening to us right now back in Australia as Shami comes in and Labuschagne drives this one square out towards point, in front of point in fact, and they scamper through for a quick single. If you feel like watching the action on the telly tomorrow, turn the sound down, put on the SEN app. Cricket definitely sounds better on the radio, and we are reliably informed, Phil Long, that it is in perfect sync.
Yeah, no syncing required. That's perfect, isn't it?
Indeed. And that is if you're listening via the SEN app. The sync is perfect with the TV pictures, so just turn the sound down, stick us on tomorrow, and we'll take you through the day. Shami into green this time, one that bounces a little bit more, and it's eventually through to KS Bharat. Just things still happening here in the final over of the day. This time Shami making green play. He was guilty in the previous over of just bowling a little bit wide of the off stump. Let's take another look at the replay here. One jagged back and almost cut him in half, that one as well. He's whizzing past over the top of the middle stump in the end.
The crowd today have been great, haven't they? 4 balls from the end, they're still oohing and ahhing every ball.
They are, and even though quite a few have made their ways to the bars or to the underground system, there's still plenty in, chanting Shami's name as he's in and getting green onto the front foot, defending this to mid-off. The drummer's still in.
Yeah.
Haven't heard the saxophone player for a while. Maybe he's down the pub. He's had a long old day.
The flags aren't waving anymore. A lot of sore arms, I think, there. Yes. It's a long time to be waving the flag.
Still a couple poised out there in the stand over to our right as well, just in case India can take this 5th wicket in the final 3 balls of the day. I think that would crown off a pretty successful day for India, albeit still massively behind in the game. Shami is into green again and getting him to play this one on his toes, down into the leg side, no run. Labuschagne unbeaten on 41 from 117. Green has got stuck in as well, 6 from 26. No sign of him playing any loose shots outside off stump in this innings. And Shami has been very miserly indeed. 2 balls shy of 10 overs, none for 16 so far. And has created a couple of half opportunities, really, just whizzing the ball very close to the outside edge on occasion. Comes in again, delivers, and Green gets an inside edge, looking to force one through the offside. The ball trickles away down towards fine leg. Just that instinct coming in again from Cameron Green. Didn't need to force that, could have dead batted it into the pitch, but that attacking instinct, having played all that T20 cricket recently, just coming into things. Now let's take another look at this. It was maybe not quite wide enough to be looking to force that one, and the ball just making its way down to fine leg, not quite whizzing past the leg stump, but wasn't too far away from it. Final ball of the day, Shami into Labuschagne. It's down the leg side. It's a good take by KS Bharat, and that will complete proceedings here on day 3 of this World Test Championship final. Australia then will close 296 runs ahead. Marnus Labuschagne will resume on 41 not out in the morning. Cameron Green with him on 7. Alex Carey and the bowlers still to come. That after India were all out for 296 earlier. Ajinkya Rahane making 89. Half century for Shardul Thakur as well. Ravi Jadeja falling for 48 from 51. Those the chief contributions in that Indian innings. But Australia still in a magnificent position going into what should be a lovely sunny day here on Saturday, day 4 of this World Test Championship, live from the Kia Oval. We, of course, brought to you by SEN. Every ball will be live across your radio, across the SEN app as well. We'll be on air half an hour before the start of play tomorrow morning here. But, from everyone here, our team, myself, Adam Collins, Phil Long, Ravi Shastri, Harsha Bhogle, Louis Cameron, Bharat Sundaresan, Pete Lawler. It's thank you for listening and goodbye. We'll catch you for the start of play on day 4.